morning, Rebs. I'm Jordan Karnbach.
And I'm Marvis Herring.
And for the next few days, we will be your hosts for this year's Giving Day, the university's largest fundraising effort. It will last one day, 8 hours, and 48 minutes.
We will be streaming live from the Gertrude C. Ford Ole Miss Student Union from 8 to 5 today and then 7 to 5:48 tomorrow. We're going to be talking with people from all over campus about what they're doing and how your gifts make it all possible. We have 2 days jam-packed of some engaging content and even a few surprises along the way. So you're going to want to be sure to tune in.
Welcome to Giving Day 2025. Are you ready? Hi, Rebels.
Happy Ole Miss Giving Day. The University of Mississippi has given me so much in my 4 years here. This place has supported me, challenged me to broaden my horizons, inspired me to dream bigger and strive harder.
But most of all, I'm reminded daily that caring for other people unites our Ole Miss family and strengthens all of us.
In my time here, I've met many donors who invest in the future of Ole Miss and its students.
Our Ole Miss donors are inspired by different needs and different schools, units, and programs. But no matter where we give or how much we are able to give, every single donor helps Ole Miss thrive.
Today, on Giving Day, our global Ole Miss family unites to give to the people, places, programs, and special experiences that make this the spot that ever calls.
Giving Day starts today, April 8th, and lasts until 5:48 p.m. tomorrow, April 9th.
Ole Miss students are calling on everyone, alumni, faculty, staff, friends, parents, and even our fellow students to make a gift for Giving Day.
No matter what I needed in my 4 years here, from scholarships to tutoring or counseling to mentorship, Ole Miss was here to support me.
On Giving Day, we all have a chance to support Ole Miss. Now,
are you ready?
Good morning, Rebs. I'm Jordan Karnbach.
And I'm Marvis Herring.
Welcome to Giving Day 2025 live stream. We are so excited that you are joining us for one of the most impactful days of the year here at the University of Mississippi. Now, Giving Day is an annual celebration of generosity and philanthropy, and it's all about making a difference in the lives of Ole Miss students, faculty, and programs across campus.
That's right, Jordan. Before we dive in, we want to really introduce ourselves. This is Jordan Karnbach. I'm Marvis Herring. We both work in the University Marketing and Communications office, and this is actually our first ever Giving Day at Ole Miss. So we are so excited to be your Giving Day host throughout the next 2 days. We have a lot of content for you. We're going to be live helping show you all the parts of campus for the next 1 day, 8 hours, and 48 minutes of celebration of giving back. If you don't know, Ole Miss was founded in 1848, so that 1 day, 8 hours, and 48 minutes, and we've really been counting down to this moment, Jordan. So what exactly is Giving Day? If you don't know, listen up. Giving Day supports nearly every corner of our campus, from our academic schools to student support programs, arts and culture, the libraries, the museum, community engagement efforts, and so much more. There is truly something for every member of the Ole Miss family to really rally around.
That's absolutely right, Marvis. And another reason that Giving Day is so powerful is because of matching gifts and challenge gifts, which we'll get into a lot today. So what are matching and challenge gifts? Well, we're about to tell you. A matching gifts means that if you donate $25, a generous donor matches it with another $25, turning your gift into $50 for Ole Miss. And a challenge gift is when a donor pledges a larger amount, but only once a goal is met, like 100 gifts to a particular school or program. Then those funds are unlocked.
Yeah, we're really going to be telling you all about these matching gifts, and we love a challenge. So these matches and challenges, they add that little excitement and momentum during Giving Day. And Jordan, they add a little bit of that drama. Not too much, just a little bit of drama to get everybody to rally around and really raise those funds. It really maximizes the funds that you all so graciously give to the university. And so they ensure that every gift, no matter the size, goes even further. So there are 90 of these matching and challenge opportunities all throughout the day, all throughout tomorrow. So we're really going to be telling you all about those. So how about now we talk about leaderboards, the competition. We just kicked off, but it's already heating up. The Realtree Early Bird Leaderboard Challenge is happening right now. So from 9 a.m., so right now until 11 o'clock today, the academic unit or school that secures the most gifts will earn an additional $1,000 for those efforts. So that's all thanks to the generosity of Bill and Shannon Jordan and their son, Tyler Jordan, founders of Realtree in Columbus, Georgia. So if you haven't given yet, it's a good time to give right about now, Jordan. I think so. So make your gift and help your favorite areas of campus benefit from those extra funds.
Absolutely. And there are so many powerful ways to get involved today. But one special one is becoming a Giving Day influencer. Now, this is really interesting. Influencers are members of the Ole Miss family who spread word and inspire others to give. So all you need to do is go to givingday.olemiss.edu, sign up using your email or Facebook account, confirm your registration, and you'll be able to access your personal dashboard. From there, you can start sharing your unique giving link with friends and family, and it's as easy as you plus two. So all you need to do is make your own gift through your own link, then encourage 2 others to do the same, and then you'll receive an exclusive Ole Miss throwback pennant. Who doesn't want that?
Who doesn't want that? And who doesn't want to be called an influencer? Everybody wants to be an influencer
Exactly.
at this point. So make sure we're going to be driving home that website, givingday.olemiss.edu. That's going to be your hub all throughout today and tomorrow. And we're going to be live all the way through 5 p.m. today. We're bringing you a full day of stories, celebrations, and even a little bit of surprises. I know a lot of good things are in store for you all throughout the day. And we'll be joined by campus leaders, students, donors, alumni, faculty, staff, all of them sharing the real impact of where your gift goes, how it makes a difference here at the state flagship. And so it really makes a difference, but also is what makes Ole Miss so special. Whether you're tuning in for just a few minutes, maybe you're on your lunch break in between meetings, or you're hanging out with me and Jordan all day, we promise to keep things fun, meaningful, and inspiring. So are you ready to make a gift? I want to see those gifts start rolling in. So it's easy. Ole Miss Giving Day accepts Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, all major credit cards. So no excuses here this Giving Day. You can give however works best for you. So you can become a monthly donor. Maybe you want to give throughout the year and you want to start something more routine. You can build a long-term legacy of support for any area of campus that matters most to you. Head over to givingday.olemiss.edu to make your gift, find your favorite cause, participate in one of those challenges, or even maybe get in on those matching gifts. And you can help make this day transformational here at the University of Mississippi. A lot of good things in store, but we want to kick things off right. We want to first kick things off. We caught up with Chancellor Glenn Boyce, and he has a very exciting announcement to share with you to get Giving Day underway. Well, I'm so excited. Chancellor Boyce, thank you so much for joining us as we kick off Giving Day 2025 here at the University of Mississippi. Over the last 6 years, we both know that Giving Day has really become a collective just celebration of all the things happening here at the University of Mississippi, and it's really become an important part of the university. And so I just want to jump and start in right there. Can you kind of tell me and tell our viewers a little bit about, what makes this collective effort of Giving Day so crucial and so special for the university?
Well, one of the things it does is it gives us a sense of community, and it allows community to come together to do everything that they possibly can do to contribute to the transformation of our university. And the impact that they make as a community on our students and on our faculty and staff is so significant. And it allows them a place to, one day a year, come forward and say, hey, that place really is important to us, it's important to our state, but most of all, it's important to the students who attend there, and it allows them to show that.
Yes, and it really is exciting because that one day you just see, alumni come in, you see people who had students go here, you see just so many people contributing into there, and it really plays an important role here at the university. And we often hear you talk about how Ole Miss builds leaders. That's just something that we know that is a motto of yours, and we know that it happens here at the University of Mississippi. But we've seen a remarkable engagement from our youngest donors when it comes to our past giving days. And I've learned that Gen Z led the largest demographic of donors for the past 2 years. I was definitely blown away by that. But, you know, what is their involvement, their investment in giving back to Ole Miss? What does that kind of mean to you? What does that say to you?
Well, what that says to me, and why, Marvis, I'm so excited about that is that generally speaking, traditionally, it's hard to get the younger alumni involved. You know, I mean, they're building careers, right? And they're raising families, and they're purchasing homes, and, you know, they're fulfilling their dreams of life. And there's not a lot of discretionary money left after you do all that, especially in today's economy, in today's world. Yes. So I'm incredibly proud of the fact that they would give this, whatever discretionary money they may be able to give, and look at us first and go, yeah, my university gave me the talent, the skills, the intellectual knowledge I needed to get me where I am in life, and to truly appreciate that at such a young age. You know, because sometimes we start to appreciate that as we get older, and perhaps as the children have moved out or whatever else is happening in your life, and we begin to say, well, you know, as we reflect on our years, you know, where did I really gain all that knowledge? You know, how did my career get launched, and why was I successful in my career? And then you begin to think about, you know, should I pay back? Can I pay back? And do I have a heart to pay back? For us to see that happen with young people is really significant. And it says to me, which I'm very, very proud of them and very proud of what I'm about to say, that their experience at the University of Mississippi was recognized immediately, and they understand the value of it, and they understand the value of an Ole Miss education, and they want to see the next generation have that same experience.
Which is so exciting. I mean, to see Gen Z being invested in that, you know, even I found myself already being like those young folks. And so it's just exciting that it kind of just really takes that stereotype or that, you know, that next generation. No, they're taking initiative and really giving back, as you mentioned, paying it forward. And speaking of paying it forward, I kind of want to switch gears because I want to talk about the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship. I am just really excited about the opportunities it provides, but for our viewers who you maybe haven't heard of the Ole Miss Scholarship, or you don't know exactly what it is, the Ole Miss Scholarship is just such an incredible program because it guarantees that eligible Mississippi resident students will receive financial support to cover a ton of things: the average cost of tuition, residence hall housing, and even an allowance for, you know, meals while they're at college. And so, Chancellor Boyce, I'm so excited about the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship, but you have some special news this Giving Day to share with us, and you have some news about an initiative to expand this scholarship.
I do have, and a couple years ago, we actually raised the limit from $35,000 for a family income, and a student would qualify to OMO to $40,000. Which increased the number of opportunities for students in Mississippi to come and pretty much receive a free education, something we're incredibly proud of at this university. But one of the things that was hindering this process, and I can deeply appreciate it as a first-gen student, was the fact that books are very expensive. And on average, about $1,200 a year, and can cost more or less depending on what curriculum and what field of study you're in. So in turn, we began to look at this and go, you know what? Because here's what happens, Marvis, and I'm speaking from experience here, okay? Oh, yeah. Generally speaking, if you have just got enough money to cover tuition, housing, and maybe your food, the last thing you're looking at is your books. Yeah. And you oftentimes will take and say, no, I'm just not going to buy that book till I know I need it for sure, or I'm just not going to buy those course materials that I need right now. I'll find a study buddy or somebody that can help me, or I'll take good notes or things like that. But it really does put you behind immediately when you walk in that first day of class and you don't have the proper course materials or the proper textbooks. But I have to tell you that it's discretionary money for OMO students, and it's a decision that's hard for them. I know because I had to make those decisions through college. You know, as a guy that paid every penny of my own education, books, honestly, were the last piece to putting together or getting ready for a semester. So I can appreciate somebody who's coming from a place where they may not have the money to fund books. So we are putting together a Let's Book It fund, okay? And for all of our donors out there that would like to contribute to a Let's Book It fund, it is one, I think, one of the key strategic initiatives that we need to bring forward this year as a university so that all of our OMO students can begin this semester not having to worry about books, focused on their studies.
Yes.
And we need them focused on their studies. That's where they need to start, and that's how their semesters need to start. And then they need all the proper course materials, because course materials in the world of technology are way different, as you well know, than they once were. And they're way different than when I came to school. You know, when I was here, it was all about the textbook, right? It was all about taking notes and so on. Now it's software programs, and now it's all these other technological pieces to course instruction that are as costly or much more costly than they were when I came here.
Oh, yeah.
So in turn, this is a very, very exciting initiative that I hope that our donor base will get behind.
I mean, the Let's Book It Fund really being able to cover and provide things for textbooks and materials. I mean, you think about photography majors or people who maybe need, as you mentioned, the software. It's not just the scientific calculator anymore. It's
right.
really, you know,
That's
all
right.
of the iPads and things of the sort. And so really that can help a lot. And as you mentioned, they can focus on their studies. You know, you think of someone who maybe gets a scholarship, maybe has to also work full time on top of school. And so maybe that lightens the load, and people really donating to that can really help in a big way. So I think that's an exciting thing. And when I think about what I've read and learned about the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship, I mean, really, it has almost hit students in nearly every county in Mississippi. I think that speaks to the actual, for lack of better words, opportunity that it provides for students. And so I was going to ask you, what makes the scholarship particularly meaningful for our Mississippi students, but also for, making this a better campus?
Well, and let me say this, and I don't have complete objective evidence of this, okay? So some of this is somewhat subjective, but I believe this. I do have enough experience to understand this. Our OMO students, when they come to us, okay, and they have that advantage of changing the trajectory of their life, all right, well, they're going to pay back, in most cases, Mississippi. And what I mean by that is they're going to do like I did. They're going to go back to their hometowns, or they're going to find opportunities in Mississippi. And candidly, most of them will stay here. And they will make their lives and their careers and their futures right here. They will become the next leaders of our communities, of our state. And so in turn, I can't help but feel like that if those students had the opportunity, and if they have the persistence and the will to get across that stage, get that degree in hand, they will make a better Mississippi. There is no question about it. And so in turn, I feel very strongly that this will strengthen our state, this program, and to give them the best fighting chance. Think about it. You're a freshman, you're coming to college, and you don't really know what to expect. College is different, okay? No matter how much you think you've experienced it, it's different. And when you come home from places like I did, where caring parents, but couldn't help me with college, didn't have any background, you know what you know in life, right? And so in turn, when that happens and these students get a head start, I tell you, they appreciate this university deeply, and they also appreciate the state they live in. And they will be the next generation that will move this state forward.
And I mean, that's just absolutely powerful of how important this new Let's Book It Fund is. I mean, to see this initiative be launched, and I know a lot of people are wanting to invest in Ole Miss, and they don't know where they maybe want to put their money, and they don't know where they want to put their investment. With a lot of philanthropic people in Mississippi and beyond. And so when I think about that, this Let's Book It Fund is an initiative that people can get in on early. I know a lot of people like to get in on things when it's at the beginning, but also something that you just mentioned, that tangible payback, that tangible impact of it, is that this really betters the Mississippi economy and in turn the national economy and in turn the global culture, and atmosphere that we're in. And so I think you really drove that home and really, I guess, kind of illustrated that through that. But I do want to mention one more thing about the Let's Book It Fund, or really about the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship. And you've mentioned this, but a lot of people students who have received this fund are first generation students.
Yes.
You are a first generation student. Some
Yes.
of these students, their parents have never gone to college, and so they're navigating a new norm, and they don't even know how to know what textbooks there are. Can you talk about how the importance of even how this Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship kind of supports and fosters that atmosphere of adding first generation students here to the campus, and what makes first generation students an important part of campus?
You mentioned it earlier. Of the 82 counties, we have 70 of the 82 counties represented in OMO students. Okay?
That's amazing.
So it's a broad sector of our state. Okay? So obviously the word is out there, and we're trying to build the program to become much larger. And so ultimately, the biggest takeaway as we move on past this, the biggest takeaway is this, is it gives an opportunity to change the trajectory of a student's future. Because it is very, very challenging when you have to pay a full education cost, because education is so expensive today. And higher education is just really, really a tough financial pull. And I understand that, I recognize that. And if you have to do that on your own, and you don't have any place to turn when times get difficult and challenging, unfortunately, many times, you walk away from higher education. And that's devastating. So for every child and every student who walks away because money drove them away, it wasn't because they didn't have the intellect, it wasn't because they even didn't have the persistence, but they didn't have the money. Well, candidly, man, just shame on us. And we need to keep fighting to make sure those students who have the persistence, the will, and the desire make their way across the stage.
I have to say no shame though, because we're offering this. And so I'm so excited. I mean, that is just so powerful. I mean, that wraps up. I mean, if people are wondering, what is the Let's Book It Fund? Now you know, and now you know why it is so important that we're launching this 2025 Giving Day here at the University of Mississippi. Just a couple other things I wanted to talk about with you. I'm so excited to be speaking with you for Giving Day today. But you've been launched a ton of initiatives and really fostered some that were already launched, and so that includes even this Grove Wellbeing Initiative. Can you just talk to me a little bit about the Grove Wellbeing Initiative and your vision for that here at campus?
Yeah, there's no question that in today's world, there needs to be additional attention, certainly, paid to the mental wellness that our students have. It's not the world that I grew up in, okay? And part of the reason it's not, candidly, is because we didn't have the technology at our fingertips that they do today. We didn't have the same technology issues, the same challenges, I mean, when I grew up, I didn't even have a cell phone when I left for university, and when I finally did get one, it was a small little flip phone that couldn't do anything but make a call or two. And half the time it didn't get that right. So, but the point I'm making is that our students live in a completely different world, and it's a complicated world, okay? And the difference is that the Grove Initiative is all about, the Wellness Initiative is all about supporting the mental wellness of our students. I want our students to experience joy and happiness every single day at some moment in that day. And the truth of the matter is, Marvis, it's waiting for us. Mm-hmm. We just have to be looking for it, okay? And in turn, I also want, when they struggle, when times are difficult, when challenges become overburdening, I want them to have resources at this university where they know this university cares, that we're empathetic about them. And I want them to be able to find those resources easily and quickly and get the support they need if the challenges become very, very difficult. So in turn, what we've done is we have an initiative that we could talk for days about what we do at the university to help our students. And I encourage them all the time, get outside, walk, take somebody with you, socialize, right? Get outside, walk, talk, enjoy this beautiful campus. It is so glorious, especially this time of year when it's in full bloom. It's like life is being recreated again, which it does every April here. So get outside, get to all of our great workout centers, okay? Get yourself moving, get active, all right? And also, pay attention to yourself. We have Mindful Mondays, and the one thing that we did that I'm so very proud of in our athletic program, our football program, our senior leadership group, our faculty, staff, students, everybody bought into this. We've had over 1,100 individuals at this university go through mental wellness, emergency medical training type thing. And what it is just an identification. You know, you're not a professional in it. You can't solve the issue, but you know where to send people who you identify as needing help, and you know where to get them help. Oh, yeah. You know, and we will continue that effort. And I would anticipate before the year is out, we will have who knows how many, 1,500 to 2,000 total trained on this campus. And my ASB, my students wanted it. Okay, so it was a statement when they said, Chancellor, we would like to have this experience. So this is the type of work we're doing, and anybody who has a heart for that work and would like to donate to that work, it's always welcomed, because we need to expand this work. It doesn't need to retract in any way. Okay, yeah. And this needs to continue to have resources put into it so that our students can have a wonderful opportunity to have great joy and happiness in their life, but also when it gets difficult and challenging and gets really, really challenging, things that they haven't experienced before, that they don't understand and can't wrap their minds around, well, we've got help for you.
Oh yeah, and you were just kind of speaking even to donors as far as them being able to make a difference. For people watching and saying, whether it be someone wanting to make a $10,000 gift or someone saying, I have 50 bucks I want to give, can you talk to me about the specific tangible differences that people's gifts here on Giving Day make on our campus?
I can tell you this, Marvis, every gift, I don't care whether it's $5 or whether it's millions, matters. It all matters. And what matters where it starts to matter first, Marvis, and I want people to know this and how deeply I appreciate this. It's your resources, right? It's them. They don't have to give us a penny. And you don't have to have an empathetic heart. You don't have to have a heart for philanthropy, okay? But somebody who's willing to give to better a place, whether it's their community, whether it's their local schools, whether it's United Way, it doesn't matter to me. It's special. That's special. Because it says that they truly care about something that's bigger than themselves. That's what giving is about here, is that people give and donors give regardless of the size, and that says to me, they care about this place. They care about where we're headed, what we're doing. And so I'm just as proud of donors who give what they can as well as the donors who really have done amazing philanthropy gifts that I just shake my head at. I just shake my head at. I mean, honestly, I shake my head at the Duff brothers, and I shake my head at John and Sandy Black, and shake my head at Jonathan Jones and people of this nature. And I just go, really? You're really gonna do that? Wow. What an impact they have on the world. Yes. Because there's so many other things that they could do, and there's so many other places they could entrust with the significant investments they've made, yet they entrusted it to the university. Yeah. That's pretty special.
So special, and really as it leads to, like you mentioned, a better world. We're doing research here. We're, training the next politicians. We're doing a lot of things great here at Ole Miss, but I work here, you work here, I can say that, but for people to donate, and they're saying, we see you're doing great things, or we believe you're under good leadership doing that. And so I just want to end on a note of students. I mean, you've always talked about students when you're out, and you always, as you mentioned, even I've heard about you telling students, make sure you get outside and make sure you go on a walk or take a break. And you don't always hear that from leadership. And so really for students who are tuning in, sharing the live today, what would maybe be a word of advice to them for making the most of their time at Ole Miss?
Yes, and that's a great question, by the way. And I would tell students just a couple things. First, get completely involved in the university and make sure that you wrap yourself around the university and let the university do the same to you. There are so many opportunities to do so many things at this university. Don't pass up the opportunity to get involved in organizations and clubs and activities and events and sporting events and everything else. You want to experience the totality of the place. Let me tell you why. And you also want to join organizations because you're developing leaders here. That's what we do. And we need you to be a leader. So here's what happens. The way you learn leadership, okay, is you step out of your comfort zone and you join places and experience places that teach you different skill sets, different abilities, different conversations, and along the way, you just organically grow. And so that's first. The second thing that I would say to students that I think is just absolutely critical, continue to be a lifelong learner. You've heard the term, it's well worn out, I get it, but here's the thing about it, okay? Keep pursuing your education. Keep driving your qualifications forward because your future, unlike mine, okay, is going to be totally predicated on the qualifications you put on a piece of paper, whether you can get in the interview room or not. And when you get in that interview room, okay, then you can use all the other organic things you learned at the university to win that position. But you can't get in the room without the proper qualifications. So I need you to go for advanced degrees, and it doesn't matter to me what your passion is. I just need you to have a passion for law, for medicine, for pharmacy, for an MBA, for, you know, a Master of Education. I don't care, you know, but I need you to go beyond the bachelor's. Now, some people might say, well, you know, I had a bachelor's degree and I did just great, and that's true. That's very true, okay? But it's a different world. I'm thinking about their world, our students' world, 15 years from now. What is going to be required of them to get to the next level of leadership? It's going to be more than was required of me in my first 15 years of work because everything changes. And all that we need on a job description are changing rapidly now. And the one thing, though, that is advancing quickly is we expect more out of every single position. Yeah. So you need to keep pursuing education, keep pursuing the knowledge, keep pursuing everything necessary to make sure that nobody ever can keep you out of that interview room.
Lifelong learning is so crucial. And Chancellor Boyce, I just thank you so much for your insight because I know I am excited for Giving Day 2025. I think you have really set the tone and you have really just illustrated how Giving Day can make a difference, how donations from anyone can really go a long way, whether that be to the new Let's Book It fund that really is going to supply these books and supplies for students, taking hardships off of them as they take the opportunity to learn more here, or whether that be a school that you graduated from, the School of Pharmacy or a School of Journalism and New Media. You know, it really helps, as you mentioned, in any way. This new fund is very exciting, and I'm glad that we got to speak to it with you. I just want to ask, is there anything that I missed that you want to add before we wrap up today?
There's only one thing, and I want to make sure that everybody who is involved in this university, everybody. I want to tell them how privileged I feel to be here and how this university set the entire trajectory of my life and my career. And that the one thing I would say that I hope is that as people think about giving on this special day, I hope that they will just think about what their passion is. And I always encourage them, give to your passion, give to your heart. Because when you give to your heart, you feel a sense of, I think, a sense of real love. And I think that matters. So I just hope that certainly that you will participate in Giving Day, but I also hope you'll take a little time and reflect on your passion, because I can assure you, whatever it is, we've got a place for you and your resources to make a difference here. And Emily and I just want to send our thanks to all of our alumni, to all of our family and friends, to all of our students, to everybody who works at this institution for any participation you may feel driven to for this day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chancellor
Thank you, Marvis.
Boyes, and I am excited. That was a perfect interview to speak with you today. We have much more in store this Giving Day 2025.
Gonna be a hot one out there for move-in weekend, Ole Miss. Good luck this year, Reb.
You did it. You're home. I can't wait for you to discover the true meaning of Hotty Toddy. It's a cheer that connects us all to the red and blue. It's the moment that begins when you step on campus and continues long after you turn your tassel. I can't wait for you to discover your legacy and make the world a better place.
Gonna be a hot one out
25. My name is Jordan Karnbach, and our first live interview of the day here is Suzanne Timms. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to be here.
Absolutely. And this isn't your first time for Giving Day. Tell us about that. How does it feel to be back here for the second year?
Well, it gets more elaborate every year. I walked in, I felt like I was in a recording studio. It's so impressive with everything Ole Miss does.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that. You are an Ole Miss alumni and the outgoing chair of the Ole Miss Women's Council, so thank you so much for joining us this morning. I want to start off by asking if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from.
My name is Suzanne Timms. I am an Ole Miss graduate.
What's that?
And I'm from Jackson, and I love coming back up here every opportunity I get, which is a lot lately.
That's wonderful. And it's such an exciting new era for the Women's Council. What makes you so passionate about supporting Ole Miss?
It is an exciting new era for the Women's Council. We have a new home. It is the Walton Young Home. It is located, it's a historic home on the University Avenue. It is located right next to the Memory House, and it is at the entrance to our university. We have it to serve both our scholars and to serve as headquarters for our Women's Council.
That's wonderful. What about that space makes it so special?
Well, it is so special because many of our scholars, this is the first time they've been away from their homes, and they need a place. We feel like it is time for them to have their own home away from home. A lot of these scholars are not participants in sororities or fraternities, and they're here, and it's difficult for them to make new friends, and just only their classmates are the ones that they get close to. So we really feel like it's time for them to have a home of their own, and we're ready to get busy and make that happen.
And since we're talking about the Walton Young House already, you have made a generous investment into renovating the Walton Young House. Can you talk about the needs of this project and how people can join you in supporting this important project? I know you're doing 100% restoration of the historical home. Let's talk about that.
Yes. We are making 100% restoration of this house to complement its next door neighbor, the Memory House. And we want to ensure that this landmark stays there permanently, and that it is an era to ensure that none of this goes away. We want to make certain that we keep the structure. It's unique and it's outstanding, and we feel like it has to be restored. And we want to give it grandeur. We want the impact of it to be lasting, and It needs to. It's the front of our campus. It's the entrance to our campus.
Absolutely. And I completely agree that, by giving to this project, you're making that investment to establish that home away from home. I'm not originally from Oxford, so I know how much that means to people who aren't from the area and making them, a real part of the community. So I want to go back to question 3. And since we've talked about the house, I want to talk about mentorship and programming now. I know it's a very important part of the Ole Miss Council scholarship program. Can you talk about that and explain why a physical space is so important and so needed for this group?
Right now, we are meeting, they have all of their meetings in an old classroom, in an old building, and that is not very conducive to socialization or to mentoring or to getting together to hang out. We were prepared when we got into this at some time to find a place. This has gone on using this small room for about 25 years, and the time has come. And we don't need just a physical place. We need a place for cultural enhancement for this group. And we feel like this is the place that we can invest our money in. We can offer this to our scholars, and not only that, but give back to the beautification of our campus.
And your support of this campus goes well beyond the Women's Council. You were chairwoman of the foundation board. You have served on the executive committee of the Alumni Association, and you are a member of the Hall of Fame. That is a lot of achievement, so congratulations. Overall, what is it about Ole Miss that makes you want to invest your financial support, your time, and your leadership here? And that's a big question.
Well, Ole Miss has played a critical role in the development of my family's education. And I have to say that education is what I have valued most in my whole lifetime. So we feel like this is the place where we got the quality that we wanted. And we'd like to share this with others. And plus, I have my first grandson coming as a freshman this next year, so I'm thrilled over it.
How's he feeling about first year in college?
I hope that he has the education first and foremost, but we'll see.
Absolutely. Well, Ole Miss is a great place for your college degree. I want to ask you, today's Giving Day, obviously, that's why we're talking together. So what message would you like to send to other Ole Miss alumni and supporters about giving back to the university?
Well, investment means putting your money where your passion lies. And a cross-section of education, mentorship, philanthropy, that is the Ole Miss Women's Council. So what I feel is that this is your opportunity to make a generational impact by helping us acquire this home and get it totally beautiful and fine looking to welcome you to our campus.
Absolutely. Well, I'm super excited to see what comes out of this. You had a very strong message today, and your passion is very evident for the Ole Miss Women's Council. So before we let you go, is there anything I did not ask you that you maybe want to talk about, or any message you want to spread?
Well, yes. I want you to know that if you invest in this, you will make a transformation in the leadership, the mentorship, and the philanthropic growth of young individuals on this campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Ms. Timms. Stick with us, and we'll be right back after these few commercials.
Golden little statement piece could spice up your life. Your 8 a.m. lecture crush won't be able to keep their eyes off you with this shiny red and gold Lyceum lapel pin dazzling in the fluorescent lights of the classroom. All it takes is a monthly recurring donation. Just select recurring at checkout and this fine piece of jewelry is all yours.
I want to thank every one of you who have responded to our Giving Day Fund Appeal with deep and sincere gratitude for the difference you're making. Our supporters not only sustain us, they inspire us. And your generosity will notably advance the missions of our acclaimed academic museum and our National Historic Landmark Literary Heritage Site. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the graduate school and investing in our graduate students on Giving Day. We appreciate your continued support now and in the future.
Thank you for your gift on Giving Day. The most important thing we do here at the law school is focus on our students. When you give, you help our students succeed. And that success transforms lives. Thank you for all you do for our students.
Hello, I'm Julia Aubrey, Director of the Ford Center. Thank you so much for your donations on Giving Day. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to see new spotlights in our theater. And thank you for everything that you do for the arts.
Did you know that in the Ole Miss Grove there are tens of dozens of squirrels that roam around completely nameless? How would you feel if you didn't have a name? However, all of that can change for our furry little friends because from 2 to 4 p.m., a donation of $50 or more will allow you to give any name you'd like to one of these cute little scavengers. Names such as Trash Can Cane's Box Combo Thief, Sir Pufftail III. There's no limit to your imagination. Fill out your name when submitting your gift to receive a personalized squirrel name certificate.
welcome back to Giving Day 2025 here at the University of Mississippi. We're so glad that you're sticking around with us. And don't forget, the Realtree Early Bird Leaderboard Challenge is going on right now till 11 o'clock. You still have some time. So the academic unit or school that secures the most gifts and before 11 will get an additional $1,000. That's all thanks to Bill and Shannon Jordan and their son Tyler Jordan, founders of Realtree in Columbus, Georgia. But I have a special guest with me now, and I'm so excited to have Dean Ethel Skurlock, the Dean of the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College, a professor of English and African American Studies. And in just a bit, we're gonna have a student from the Honors College, which all the students there are so amazing. So I can't wait to hear from our student that we have here that's gonna speak with us about her experience. But first, Dr. Skurlock, I wanna say this is your 4th Giving Day as Dean of the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College. So I'm excited to talk to you, and maybe you have a little strategy now. So I wanna first say, how do you prepare for Giving Day, and why is it so important for the Honors College?
That is such a great question. Preparation has really changed for us each year because I really have still been getting my legs under me as a dean, and that responsibility of making sure that we get gifts that make a difference in the lives of our students. And so this year, our strategy really has been to generate interest and try to generate some energy with our current students to make sure that our students understand that we give so much to them at no cost to them. And so we hope that they would give a small gift of at least $5 because that gift will go back into student activities. So they really are giving to themselves when they give to us. So our strategy this year is really trying to get active students in the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College to give back, for those families to think about how the work that we do makes a big difference in the trajectory of a student's life. And to get those people who have really been impacted. So this year is about people who have been impacted by the Honors College, our alumni, our students, our families, who consistently tell us that this made a difference in the life of my child, my grandchild. If it made a difference, help us make a difference for other students. And so when somebody gives to us today, when you give to us today, it goes back to those students and it lets us continue to do the work to make a difference in their lives.
And some people maybe don't know exactly, what exactly is going on in the Honors College. As working in the marketing office here, I've met so many of the students that are doing amazing things. I'm not meeting them necessarily for an Honors College story, but they're like, oh, I'm a pre-med major. Oh yeah, I'm also in the Honors College. I'm doing this, this, and this. Can you tell us a little bit about the unique opportunities that set the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College here at Ole Miss apart?
So one of the things that's really interesting about our Honors College is that many of the Honors Colleges that serve large Research One institutions have an automatic admission policy now. We don't have that. We have no automatic admissions. So we're looking for students who do well with standardized tests, but also have high GPAs, ranking hopefully in the top 10% of their classes, or that have something that makes them stand out in terms of creative endeavors, in terms of the ability to do individualized research. What is it that makes you stand out as a leader, as a citizen scholar? We want those best students to be in our Honors College. So and when they come, they get individualized attention. We have an open door policy for all of our staff, including me. So on any given day, I may have a student coming in to tell me about something happening academically, that they're about to go present their research nationwide, somewhere else in the nation, or maybe somewhere else on the globe in another country. Yeah. Or they may just come in to say I'm anxious about my test in chemistry. They may come in and tell me about something their dog did. Yeah. And so you don't have that a lot at Research One institutions where people feel comfortable to come in, talk to a dean, talk to an assistant dean. And then we have the best professors on our campus teaching our students in small classes. And so as we grow as a university, we do have to manage growth, and that's amazing. And one way that we're doing it in the Honors College is really trying to make sure we can still be very particular. And we have these classes that do not go over 15 students. And so our students have seminar-style experiences that prepare them for medical school, law school, graduate studies, so that they're prepared to find out who they are and how they can make a difference in whatever discipline that they pursue post-graduation.
And we've seen so many alumni from the Honors College go on to make huge differences in the communities, in the nation, in the world. And it really gives you all credit for the intentionality that goes behind even the admissions process, as you spoke about there, and some amazing things happening in the Honors College. But can you kind of tell people obviously right now money is tight for some people here, or
Yes.
people are being intentional about their money. Where do they want to use their philanthropic dollars? Can you tell people watching, where will their money, how will their money make a difference at the Honors College?
Yes, all of the money that you give to us today will go directly to our students, and it will help our students as they pursue opportunities that they cannot afford. So many of the students that we bring to the University of Mississippi are students that come from amazing families that may not have economic resources. And so these students are students who do get papers accepted at international conferences, but they cannot afford to go. And so we allow them to apply for fellowships so that we can help them pay the cost of traveling internationally. Or if they want to study abroad, you'll meet Jana in just a few moments, who's doing an incredible research project where she's making connections between Jordan and the state of Mississippi. She's the only person I know positioned to do this kind of research. And so we're giving Jana money to go and do this work that will make a difference in our state. We have students who get incredible research opportunities, but they're in high-cost states, high-cost cities. And so the internship may be underpaid or unpaid. And I would hate for a student to have to turn down an opportunity because of economic restraints. And so we allow our students to apply for money that goes directly into their pockets to make them better people. So all the money raised today, anything that you give us as a gift is not a gift to us, it is a gift to our students. And it would make a huge difference in their academic experience and their creative abilities.
That's really good. I mean, when I think about my college experience, study abroad really set my experience apart. It's something I will always remember. It made me a better citizen, a more worldly and cultured person. And so that's really huge, especially when not just study abroad, but research opportunities even beyond our national borders. And so, I mean, we have the top dog at the Honors College. So I have to ask you a little bit more longer term. Some people, are looking where their money is going directly, but, what are maybe some of your long-term visions or some of your long-term goals for the Honors College, and maybe even a plan for how maybe the Honors College is evolving, or a vision you have for it moving forward?
So one thing I would say is that as I've talked about these personalized experiences, it's important to me that in the future we continue to do that. It's important to me that we continue to know our students by name, to know their research, to know what they're engaged in. I want to make sure that we continue to be a premier destination for the top students from across the country. I want people to make sure that when they're talking about what are the best honors colleges, I want the University of Mississippi to be in that number. And so it depends on who you're looking at and how they're ranking us. Sometimes we're top 20, sometimes we're top 25. I think we're the #1 honors college, and I want to do the work of getting that message out so more people know that. And I want to make sure that we have more scholarships. There are some honors colleges where every student who's accepted receives a scholarship. Well, we don't have that ability. We're bringing in freshman classes of around 500 students each year now, but we only give around 15 scholarships. So if you're watching today and you're thinking about the ways you can gift and make a difference in the future, we would love to have any kind of scholarship support for our students so that they will feel like there is a reward for their hard work and that it would help them meet the growing cost of tuition.
I mean, that is huge, and you bring home a good point, reminding people that they can donate right now at givingday.olemiss.edu. You can give to the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College. That's one of many areas on campus that you can make a difference here at the university. And so we have a lot more coming up with Dr. Skurlock, and we're even going to hear from, again, one of those Honors College students, Jana Adrabo, and she's going to share a little bit more about her experience. So you know a little bit more about how your gifts make a huge impact here at Ole Miss. And I'm excited to talk with her here in just a bit. But first, we're going to take a short commercial break. Stick with us.
A is for Are You Kidding? B is for By Golly. C, D is for Crazy Deals, because everybody is talking about F, flagship cords. This jaw-dropping weaved rope will have all of your peers seething with jealousy as the premium tassels blow so eloquently in the wind. Not only will you be the most stylish graduate on stage, but this reward also includes a bonus of becoming an inducted member into the University of Mississippi's flagship society. If you call or send in an email right now, you get all of this for the low donation of $24.99. And for no additional charge, you get to direct your hard-earned funds to your department of choice. Had a professor you loved? Send the donation to their department. Had a professor you loved? not as much as send a donation to their arch enemies department. There is no wrong way to give back to your community.
The Writing Center at Ole Miss, your writing sidekick. The Writing Center offers free writing consultation services to all University of Mississippi students, providing invaluable support throughout the writing process. Our highly trained peer consultants collaborate with students on projects all across different disciplines, helping them at any stage of composition, whether they're brainstorming ideas, drafting, revising, or polishing final drafts. With a focus on personalized feedback and guidance, our consultants empower students to develop their writing skills, enhance their confidence, and improve the clarity and coherence of their work. Whether for essays, research papers, creative writing, or any other written assignment, the Writing Center is a welcoming space where students can receive constructive feedback and grow as writers. You can support the Writing Center today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all other major credit cards.
Have you checked out the career closet yet? From suits and dresses to blazers and skirts, the University of Mississippi celebrated the grand opening of this exciting resource on February 12th. It's not just about opening doors, it's about opening doors to opportunity by providing students with free professional clothing. Whether it's stepping into the classroom or acing their first big job interview, Ole Miss is here to help students feel confident and ready for anything. Want to learn more or find out how you can donate? Click the link.
We are back live here at Giving Day 2025 at the University of Mississippi, and we're still here with Dr. Ethel Scurlock, Dean of the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College here. But we have a new guest you may see, and that is Jana Abedrabo, a junior international studies major, also an Honors College student. Thank you so much for joining us, Jana. I am just so excited to speak with students on Giving Day. So first I have to ask you, what drew you to the Honors College here at Ole Miss?
So I think it's actually kind of funny because when I came to tour Ole Miss was not on my radar. I was like, I am not going to this university. And then I toured the Honors College and I spoke with one of our assistant deans and got a tour from one of the Honors ambassadors. And I remember leaving that tour and being like, if I get into the Honors College, I will go to Ole Miss. And if I don't get into the Honors College, I will not be going to Ole Miss. And I remember while I was on that tour, the students talked about the close-knit community, the discussion-based classrooms, the free printing that you get 24/7 access to the kitchen, the living spaces. And it just felt like it was going to be such a small little family in such a huge campus with so many people that I was like, I'm never going to be able to get to know these people one-on-one. But the Honors College felt like that place for me to have these friends who were like-minded and had similar passions and were academically driven. So I was like, I need to go here.
I know it's a huge deal when you're going to college. You're starting something new. There's thousands of new people you maybe haven't met. But even when we were talking with Dr. Scurlock earlier, the intentionality behind those smaller classroom feels so you don't feel swallowed up in this new campus. And so Dr. Scurlock kind of told us before the break a little bit about the overview of a lot of the opportunities, which are endless in the Honors College. But can you talk to us about some of the maybe unique opportunities you've had as an Honors College student that maybe you wouldn't have gotten in a traditional program?
So I've had a couple in the past year. So last October, Dean Scurlock and I, along with a couple other honors students, had the privilege of doing a conference in Virginia. So we presented at a national conference for minorities in honors, and the Honors College paid for the whole trip, paid for our food, our flights, our housing, and everything. And that was one of the opportunities where we got to meet other honors students around the country, see what they were working on, network with them, sort of get people's numbers for like future career, future grad school, stuff like that. And then I'm also a 2025 Barksdale awardee, so this means that I get $5,000 to sort of pursue a project that I'm passionate about. And I've been studying international studies and public policy and Arabic since freshman year, and I've had this like goal of comparing the Mississippi Delta to refugee camps in the country of Jordan in the Middle East. And that is that's a very expensive endeavor, and no one was gonna be able to fund it except for the Honors College. And with generous gifts that donors have given, I have been given the opportunity to be able to pursue that passion of mine and to pursue this project and sort of blend together all my interests that I've been curating for the past 3 years and everything I've learned in my classrooms, sort of put it into this passion project, and I could not be more excited to get started.
I mean, that paints a perfect picture of how the donors, the wonderful people that you at home that are sharing your donations with the school, how it transforms a student's experience. And so, such an interesting research topic that I want to turn to Dr. Skurlock now, and I want to talk about, there's a lot happening in the Honors College. Can you talk to us a little bit about these interesting theses happening and kind of some of the other things happening in the Honors College?
Absolutely. You know, in this climate, so many of us have been thinking about just one discipline making an impact. But when I look at the thesis capstone projects, which is an individualized project that students do one-on-one with their students, these students come from all over the country, and many of those capstone projects that research or that gifts help support are helping to change Mississippi. So I want to give just a brief overview of some that were completed last year. We had Alice Ann Hollingsworth in English, who did a study on climate change in Mississippi. Carol Trent Embler in management did a study of examined enrollment changes at our university. Bryce Barrett in physics did a soundscape of the grove on our campus. Danielle Connor in public policy examined school districts in Mississippi, and Nicholas Dean in pharmacy looked at some particular issues impacting pharmacists in the state of Mississippi. So no matter what discipline they are making us better as a state, they're making us better as a country, and they're having a global impact. So your gifts today are crucial to us in terms of helping our students in the Honors College go out and make a global impact and put Mississippi on the map of positive change and progressive growth.
A leader in research. We want to make sure that people are knowing what's happening in Mississippi, especially at the state's flagship.
Absolutely.
And I love how you mentioned and remind people that there's so many different majors and studies happening in the Honors College that can impact daily life, pharmacy. Maybe in a couple years you see something improve for a condition that maybe someone is suffering for, or management, things of the sort. So really just gives a great picture there. And Jana, what maybe is your favorite part? Well, you know, I've talked with students, and a lot of students are involved on campus, but what's your favorite part about the Honors College?
So like I mentioned earlier, it has this very close-knit community feel, and the classrooms are max 15 people in each classroom, so you get a very close relationship between professor and student. And then after class, they'll come talk to you, they'll walk you to your classes, they'll be like, come visit my office for office hours. You can just chit-chat about anything. And Dean Skurlock even mentioned they have an open door policy, so there have been times where I walk into her office and I'm like, I'm having a bad day, and I just need to vent to someone. And then also my parents were here a few days ago for a reception, and I was like walking around, people would be like, hey Jana, hey, 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 and they're like, how do you know all these people? And I'm like, it is literally because of the Honors College, because in your major, you know people just within your major, and I come from very small major, like my Croft major is very small, the Lot major is pretty small, whereas the Honors College, you have a blend, like a melting pot of all these different majors from all these different disciplines around campus, and you form these close relationships with them because of how close the classrooms are and how you become friends with every single person in your classroom. You talk to them twice or 3 times a week. You hang out with them after class, so you get all these connections that you would not get in any other institution on campus.
And you even hinted at some interviews we have coming up about the Lott Leadership Institute, the Croft Institute for International Studies. You all are going to see all parts of campus and really how your gifts make a difference. But you have been busy, I'm sure, with your majors and your minors. It's been great. And so I really want to wrap up our interview by starting with asking you both the same question. I'll start with Dr. Skurlock. But I guess what would be your message? What would you want to say to the donors that are watching today about why they maybe should consider giving or why they should give to the Honors College?
Any gift to the Honors College is a gift to the state of Mississippi. It's a gift to the leaders of the future. It's a gift that makes a global impact. And so whether that gift is $5, $500, $5,000, or $5 million, we'll take that too. No matter what it is, we're so appreciative and we're so thankful, and this work matters. We do it with compassion, with care, with heart, and we're going to make sure that every gift is given to a student that cares about being a real leader in this world.
Jana, what would you say to people watching about how it helps students like you?
So I mentioned that I got the Barksdale Award, and this was a gift that was generously given that allowed me to pursue these passions of mine and to curate a project based on everything that I've learned while I've been here. Also, as a student who is friends with fellow honors students, I've had my friends tell me about internships they've gotten, study abroad opportunities that they're like, I really want to go on this trip, but I just cannot afford it. And it is because of the Honors College and generous donations that have given them the opportunity to go on these trips, to build these connections, to do grad school prep courses, study abroad, meet all these new people, and be able to pursue what they're passionate about and make a difference in, like Dean Skurlock, both the state of Mississippi and America and the world through this money that they get.
Thank you so much, Jana Adrabo, a junior in the Honors College, and we are here with Dr. Ethel Skurlock, the Dean of the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College. Some great information. Thank you all both for being here. And make sure you head over to givingday.olemiss.edu. I'm going to keep driving you to that website. And hey, we got the team honors over here saying, maybe direct, you don't know where to put it, direct it towards the Honors College. And we'll see, check in with that leaderboard in just a bit. We'll be back with much more after this short break.
Hello, Ole Miss, and welcome back to Walking with Champions. I'm your host, Lucas Sweeney, and today we are joined with the newly crowned Miss University, Mackenzie Cox. Thank you so much for joining us, Mackenzie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, we're just gonna jump right into it. Could you just tell us what made you decide to enter the Miss University competition?
Well, this has been something that has been on my mind since I was thinking about coming to Ole Miss. I've seen the legacy that Miss Universities in the past have had on this campus and the way that it really lets you contribute to the place that's become home to me, and I wanted to be a part of that. So really thankful that it worked out that way.
Yeah, nice. All right, and then what are some of the things that you're kind of looking forward to doing during your time as Miss University?
It's a lot of really unique opportunities. My biggest goal for the year is just to get as hands-on as possible in serving this university. A lot of ways I get to do that. I've really enjoyed going to school visits so far, meeting with our administrators, but a passion of mine is promoting access to nutritious foods across Mississippi. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to working on this year in our community.
Okay, and is that your community service initiative?
Yes, it is. So it's called Sharing Food, Sharing Hope, and it's all about changing how we interact with our food system. So I get to work on that through policy, like targeting the Mississippi State grocery tax, also collecting and redistributing food into areas of need, like with our campus partners, Grove Grocery. It's been a great experience so far.
All right, very cool. And then how are you preparing?
Oh, we have a visitor.
Oh, hello, Starship. Very nice. Always a pleasure.
It's not a walk through the Grove without a Starship.
Oh, no. Okay, and then could you just tell us, how are you preparing for the Miss Mississippi competition this upcoming summer?
Right, well, I'm a big believer that the best way to prepare for something is to do the job. So I'm really lucky that as a title holder, I get to serve this community. I'm always seeking out opportunities for personal and professional development, performance opportunities, and just way to get involved here at Ole Miss. So just trying to do the best that I can to represent our great university in Vicksburg this summer.
All right, fantastic. Well, that is all I have for you today. Before we sign off, is there anything else you want to tell the people at home?
Hotty toddy, what a great day to be walking through the most beautiful college campus in America.
Exactly, hotty toddy, guys. And once again, Mackenzie, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And guys, at home, do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to stay up to date with all the new episodes of Walking with Champions. We'll catch you guys on the next one.
See ya.
Peace.
Welcome back, Revs. I am Jordan Karnbach, joined here with Mrs. Melissa Jones. She is the Associate Director of the Trent Lott Leadership Institute here at Ole Miss. How are you feeling this morning?
Doing great. It's been an exciting morning already.
Okay, wonderful. Well, that's glad to hear. We're so excited to talk about the Lott Institute. So can you share a little bit about the missions and the goals of the Trent Lott Leadership Institute and how it shapes student leaders here at Ole Miss?
Sure. So we at the Trent Lott Leadership Institute are developing young leaders. We're giving them tools for their leadership toolbox, whether it is young people from across the state of Mississippi, as young as rising ninth graders, all the way up through their undergraduate career. So really investing in them and giving them the opportunities and the support that they need to develop both inside the classroom and outside of the classroom to develop resume-worthy experience.
Absolutely. And there are so many things that set Ole Miss apart from other institutions. I want to talk about how does the Institute's approach to leadership education differ from other leadership programs across the country?
Sure. So we started the Leadership Institute with the rising ninth graders. And then students come back to us again as rising 12th graders. And then we've got a couple of other high school programs. And then we graduate from that point to moving them into either the leadership endorsement for all undergraduate majors or the Department of Public Policy Leadership, which is our academic arm. So what sets us apart really is the support, the holistic support that our students get, because students, when they graduate, they don't leave us. Once a Lottie, always a Lottie. And so we see these students that may start out in the rising ninth grade program, and now that we just celebrated our 25th anniversary, we're seeing members of those original cohorts come back, and they're joining as members of the Alumni Advisory Board. They're joining as mentors for our students in the various programs. And it's just really giving students an opportunity to break open the Rolodex, so to speak, of the generations all the way from Senator Lott moving forward. Staffers have come back. Some of Senator Lott's former staffers have come back and served as mentors. So the students are really getting a multi-generational support system there through the Institute. And what's, I think, my favorite thing about our alums is they're constantly asking what they can do to serve the next cohort of students.
Absolutely. And I love what you said, once a Lottie, always a Lottie. And I know you touched on the public policy leadership, so let's go into that. How do partnerships with departments like the public policy leadership enhance educational experience for students at the Institute?
So we're really fortunate that the faculty that we have in the public policy leadership department are dedicated to our students. So they are coming alongside students. They are helping them not only develop their skills in the classroom, but we've had instances over the years of students who maybe were not required to do a thesis through some other academic programming, but have chosen to. And our faculty have helped them, in those endeavors, have worked alongside them to be published. So they're really giving them that extra academic support. And with our program, the classes are conversation-based. There's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of practical application. So our students aren't just learning leadership theory. It's what does that look like in business, in DC, in the real world? How does that apply? How do they use that? And between the faculty and the staff, these students are getting these opportunities to have this resume-worthy experience that they're developing before they ever graduate, so they don't look like traditional college graduates.
Absolutely, and that's really special and something that will definitely set them apart when it is time to enter the career field. So I know there are a lot of parents and future students tuning in. So what makes the Trent Lott Leadership Institute such a valuable experience, and how can someone become part of this incredible community?
So most of our programs are application-based. We get referrals from not just nationally, we get referrals from teachers internationally. So we have, with one of our high school programs, the Rising 12th grade program, we have students that are international students that are coming to us. But really, when we start thinking about and looking at these students, we are looking at them holistically. What are they bringing to the table? What are their unique skills? What are their unique talents? And how can we come alongside them to help them polish those skills and get to that end goal that they've set for themselves? And I think one of the beautiful things about the Institute and the public policy leadership major is the fact that if you survey a group of 20 students, they all have different goals. It may be going on into DC, sure, but then some will go to med school, some will go on to law school, some will go into the classroom and teach. But with that, each one of them has figured out a way, because of the support that they're receiving through mentors and the faculty and staff here, how to reach those end goals and how to really gain those valuable experiences along the way.
Absolutely. Now, I want to move on because everyone loves a little competition, and I know that's going on right now. So we know that the lot is in competition with Croft right now during Giving Days. So tell us a little bit about it. What are the goals? What's going on?
Sure. So when you start looking at the students in the Lot Institute and the students at Croft, we do a lot of events together. And these are some of the most engaged students across campus. So they're doing really fantastic things. And we've had the opportunity to do some social events with them and things like that, but really tapping into not only the camaraderie, because we have students that are Lot and Croft, but not only tapping into that camaraderie, tapping into a little bit of fun competition. And so we've challenged the Croft Institute for number of donors for this year's Giving Day, and just tapping into a lot of fun that our students bring to campus through that friendly competition.
Absolutely, that's super fun. And I want to ask, how has the support of donors on Giving Day impacted the work and programs of the Trent Lott Leadership Institute?
Yeah. So one thing that we're very proud of at the Institute is we run a lot of programs very efficiently. So the funding or the gifts that we receive, which they go directly to student support, whether it is helping to fund a 12th grader in our Rising 12th Grade Credit Bearing program, where students are getting 7 hours of academic credit over the summer. And then we pack them up and travel with them to DC to meet not only government leaders, but industry leaders, leaders of nonprofits. Whether it's significantly scholarshiping students in those programs, or providing different programming opportunities through the leadership endorsement for all undergraduate majors, or providing scholarships for students in the public policy leadership undergrad major. All of the funding that we receive, those gifts are really an investment in our students. And I often say, coming to work every day is pretty special because I get to work with young leaders. And these young leaders, no matter what we see in the news, these young leaders give me hope every day, a renewed hope. And so gifts that we're receiving today, that's an investment not only in this university and in our students, it's an investment in the state of Mississippi, in the future of our country.
Absolutely, and we'll be joined by one of those leaders coming up next, Walker Jacklin. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but stick with us. We'll see you soon.
No matter how big or small your gift was throughout Giving Day, we sincerely appreciate you and your generosity. Know that your gifts will go to support students not only today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support of Giving Day. Your support means so much not only to our faculty and our students, but it allows us to do so many things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So thank you very much.
Thanks to your generous support, the Ole Miss Business School continues to make a positive impact in tomorrow's world. Thank you for including your gift.
We are grateful for your continued support of the Patterson School of Accountancy during Giving Day. Your gifts, along with the generosity of others, combine to make a lasting impact on the lives of Ole Miss students now and for generations to come. Thank you for your support.
The Center for Manufacturing Excellence at Ole Miss is a cutting-edge facility designed to prepare students for successful careers in the dynamic field of manufacturing. Located on the University of Mississippi campus, the CME offers a hands-on, interdisciplinary approach to learning, combining business, engineering, and manufacturing principles. Students gain real-world experience through state-of-the-art labs, industry partnerships, and collaborative projects that simulate real-world manufacturing environments. With a focus on innovation, sustainability, and advanced manufacturing technologies, the CME equips students with the skills and knowledge necessary to lead in the evolving manufacturing sector. Whether you're working on design, production, or management, the Center for Manufacturing Excellence is where education meets industry, creating tomorrow's leaders in manufacturing today. You can support the Center for Manufacturing Excellence today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
Alrighty, Rebs. Well, welcome back. I'm Jordan Karnbach, joined again with Mrs. Melissa Jones and Trent Lott Leadership Institute student Walker Jacqueline. How are you doing today?
I'm very well. Very excited for Giving Day today.
Okay, wonderful. Me too. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what led you to Ole Miss.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Walker Jacqueline, as aforementioned. I'm from Madison, Alabama, and really what led me to Ole Miss was special programming and really looking at it on what separated these different schools from each other. And Ole Miss offered the Trent Lott Leadership Institute. So immediately, I actually got to meet Dr. Jones my first time there, and it was fantastic to see really what separated it. In Alabama, they never offered a program that could have specifically raising young student leaders in order to really get them not only in the policy realm, but raising leaders, right? And being able to integrate both of those things. So that's really what I fell in love with in coming to Ole Miss, and that's why I loved the Lott Institute and joined it.
That's amazing. And I can tell your passion is so evident, you know, being a young leader here at Ole Miss. How has it shaped your own personal leadership journey?
Absolutely. I think that it really comes with the basis of community first, right? When you have that community, I think immediately you gain the confidence for that. I always say I came in from out of state. I knew 2 people coming here, right? But Lott offered me a sense of community to where I could go into leadership. And you think of student leaders who've been able to develop their experience over time, and you think the last student body presidents, they've all been from Lott. But why? It's the sense of community that it builds, and that's what I truly love about it. Currently, I'm our student body vice president, and again, it just attributes to what Lott really does in raising young student leaders in order to gain confidence, talk about real tangible changes that we can affect the university with, and that's what really has allowed me to gain the confidence in order to make changes here.
Absolutely, and I could not agree with you more. That community is everything. Also came from out of state, so finding that special group where you can fit in at Ole Miss is so perfect. I want to ask, how has your involvement in the Institute influenced your time at Ole Miss and your aspirations even beyond into the future?
Absolutely. It kind of goes into that sense of community. I'll kind of dig into that for a second, is the mentorship program we have here. My sophomore year, because of the impact it had on me in my freshman year, I was the chair of student affairs for our Trent Lott Leadership Student Advisory Board. But what Lott separates itself with is the mentorship program that we have, where we can raise up these young freshmen who want to feel that sense of community, and that's what really separates Lott from other special programs. I think Dr. Jones has been just absolutely instrumental in being able to show us how that can be done, and it's been amazing to see how we can offer people a sense of community, right? We have so many students who come in, and many in-state, but many come in from out of state. But what Lott offered me and many students who come in from out of state is that sense of community in the mentorship program, and you have a point of contact that's a student, and we love coming in and talking with different advisors who are in Lott, but being able to have a student who's there for you as a point of contact at any hour, we're always there for each other, and that's really what has been special for me and many other young leaders in Lott.
How does it make you feel having the opportunity to uplift the future young leaders here at Ole Miss with the Institute?
I think it's the greatest gift that I could have been ever offered, honestly. Like, there's no other program, I think, at Ole Miss, quite frankly, that is able to do that at the level that Lott does it. But it only comes from the top down. It's because of people like Dr. Jones and Miss Caitlin, Mr. Gottschall, many other leaders who are in Lott who are so passionate about raising these young leaders. And I think it's instrumental to know what Dr. Jones said earlier. It's not just these undergraduate students, and it's people that are in high school who are coming in and trying to figure out what they want to do inside of that future, and that's the investment that Lott gives in. It is the multi-generational output that come in from alumni and different sources, honestly, across the U.S., but it's all that sense of community, and that's what makes Lott so different from other programs.
Do you have anything that has stuck with you, or maybe a favorite memory that you could share?
I always say it just brings me back the first time I went into the Lott Institute. I was still a senior in high school, was still a little nervous about, what college I would choose. And there was nowhere that felt like home immediately except the Law Institute. And it was because of people like Dr. Jones who were able to have conversations with these students who were just hungry to figure out what they were passionate about. For me, what separates it is we can have dialogues in class and it's open conversations, but while you and I may disagree on a topic, it's never about that. It's about trying to figure out what the best impact for everyone is. And it's never hostile, but that, again, comes from the top down. It's about having those professors who are able to host these conversations without it ever being that way. And that's what our hope is for the future, that we can have young student leaders who are not just arguing with one another and having a hostile environment, but rather actually being able to have these conversations to see how we can reach a common ground in order to make effective change. So for me, it was immediately feeling like home, but how that continued on. And that's, again, what separates Lott from everywhere else is we look at our society and we say, it looks crazy always on the news, but when we have a program like Lott that can raise young leaders to make it where it's not as crazy, where it's people that you think of us going to DC and things like that, that's what gives me hope for my generation and in the future for how we can really change the U.S., honestly.
Absolutely. That sounds like an experience like no other. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now, before we let you go, I want to ask if there's a message you want to tell viewers about the competition with Croft. I know we previously touched on it a little bit, but how can students get involved?
Absolutely. Well, the support and the gifts mean so much to us. That's the sense of community that I've been able to have, and it's because of people like you, viewers at home. So what I would tell you is a support and a gift as little as $5 goes such a long way in order to make me feel that sense of community and many other student leaders at Lott to be able to have what we have here with the mentorship and many of those factors. What I would tell you is I'm just one leader who's speaking on that, but you talk to every single student at Lott and they have the same story on how they felt like they were able to find that community immediately at Ole Miss and be able to have those friendships and those special events to where they can immediately feel at home. And because of that, they're able to go out into the world to make real tangible changes, and that's what separates Lott from these other programs. So very thankful to share that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you both so much. I do want to mention before we go that the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College is in the lead for the Leaderboard Challenge, and the Trent Lott Leadership Institute is only one gift away. So keep in mind, making your gift is very easy. To make your gift, just head to givingday.olemiss.edu. We accept Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, all major credit cards, so really no excuses here. But up next, we're going to take a little commercial break, and up next, we'll be joined by our next interview, and we'll see you soon. Stick with us.
My name is Lisa Barnes. I'm from Port Gibson, Mississippi. My major is Allied Health Studies in Dental Hygiene, and I'm a freshman in the LSM program.
Hello, my name is Tania Buckley. I'm a sophomore electrical engineering major with the emphasis in manufacturing and a minor in math, and I'm a part of the LSM program. I would describe the LSM program as a safe place for people to build a community where they might not have had it before.
One of my biggest things coming in is it was the way that I was able to make friends and meet new people when I was a very long ways from home and I didn't know many people here. For academic and personal growth, it's definitely helped me in ways like one, learning how to study, learning time management.
I agree with that. Also, I really love to take advantage of the different resources they have through the mentorship program, the tutoring resources. I know coming in, we had really great connections with the professors on campus.
I am super grateful for our donors. Without the support, none of this would be possible. I came to the University of Mississippi, but Image has kept me here.
I'm really grateful to the donors that make this program a success. I really appreciate the stipend that we get for being active and participating in different webinars, presenting our research. We are getting support from doing better and taking the extra step in our academic careers. Thank you
for all your support
and your generosity.
Your career journey starts with the right first impression. Introducing the Career Closet at Ole Miss, your source for professional attire. Need the perfect outfit for a career fair, networking event, or interview? The Career Closet provides free, high-quality professional clothing for all Ole Miss students. From suits to blouses, ties to jackets, we've got you covered. Simply visit the Career Closet by appointment, choose what fits your style and needs, and take it with you. Because at Ole Miss, we believe every rebel deserves a chance to succeed. You can support the Career Closet today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The Career Closet, your professional image made easy. The more you know.
The fun continues here at the Gertrude C. Ford Student Union at the University of Mississippi this Giving Day. First, I want to start with an update on that leaderboard challenge. Y'all are really stepping up, and the Honors College has pulled ahead. Lot Leadership Institute in second. So remember that the unit that has the most donations, the most gifts at 11 o'clock will get an additional $1,000. But with us now is Martin Fisher, the Director of Campus Visits and Orientation Programs here at Ole Miss. And I'm excited to talk about these programs. They're really important to the campus. But let's start with, can you tell us a little bit about your role in this position?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Martin Fisher, and I get to serve as Director of Campus Visit and Orientation Programs. And so what we get to do is play a part in the recruitment effort of prospective students by hosting our campus visits, daily tours, special events like Admitted Student Days, Junior Preview Day, which we actually have coming up this Saturday with about 3,500 people registered to come visit campus. Just a few moments ago, right behind these cameras, we had about 15 college counselors walk by that are visiting campus today. And so we get to host prospective students, college counselors, a lot of stakeholders in the enrollment efforts through our campus visit programs, but then we also get to see new students and their families join the Ole Miss family, and so we get to facilitate the new student orientation programs, which are primarily during the summer, where we'll host 15,000 people in a summer as we get them ready to start life at Ole Miss, whether that's to set them up for academic success or to integrate them into the cultural, social cultures here. And so we get to do a lot of really exciting things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a transition when you come to college. So really, you all are that first face almost most of the time. And so, nationwide, we've seen that freshman enrollment numbers, they've been decreasing, colleges struggling to recruit, but not a problem here at the University of Mississippi. Our freshman class breaking records. And so what role really does the campus visits and orientation programs play in helping prospective students kind of decide, is Ole Miss right for me? Like, what exactly about them maybe stands out?
Yeah, students are applying to more schools than ever before, and so it's a competitive market. Students are oftentimes coming, whether they're from the region or from 15 hours away, they're coming and doing a swing of campus tours at once. Very rarely is somebody just coming to tour here. They're coming to Oxford, and then they're going down the road and further down the road and touring multiple colleges in a row. And so we have the opportunity to set ourselves apart and to showcase the Ole Miss story. And I think a lot of the work we get to do is elevating just that, the Ole Miss story, through oftentimes student voices. We've got a lot of awesome student ambassadors that are giving tours, and they're getting to interact with faculty, staff, administration when they're coming to campus. And so anytime we can set this place a part among the many other places that they're looking. We get to play a part in that effort. And so we have been fortunate that the interest in Ole Miss is at an all-time high. And so the demand of people wanting to come visit campus has been really high naturally, and so we get a chance to showcase that. And then in orientation, the job's not done. You know, students, sometimes they get to summer and they're still wavering between a couple schools. They deposit at more than one school, or even if they think this is where they're going to come, if they come to orientation and don't feel at home or don't feel like this is the right fit, then they may jump ship and go somewhere else. And so we know that that's part of the picture too, and getting them to the start of classes.
A big part of these programs really too are those orientation leaders, the student ambassadors, really some of the hardest working students on campus, and really their energy translates to people's first experience a lot of times here at Ole Miss. Can you kind of describe for people watching maybe what their role is, the training they go through, and the value they really bring to the special campus?
Yeah, and I mean, there is no doubt we could not do the work we do without our student leaders. I mean, we are really, really fortunate to have a lot of awesome students that want to do the work. And so we have two different groups we work with, and there's some overlap between the groups, but our Ole Miss ambassadors are the university tour guides. And so every year we have hundreds of students that apply to give tours of campus. And believe it or not, they're volunteers. I mean, they're giving of their time every week to give tours and to showcase why they love this place, and to tell their stories and the stories of their friends, and how this place could be a fit for the people that are touring. And so those students, we do a selection process every fall, and then they train for much of the fall semester before they're able to start giving tours. And the unique thing about ambassadors is once you become one, you can stay one for the duration of your Ole Miss experience. And so we have students that'll serve as tour guides, volunteer their time for multiple years, some even for all 4 years of their college experience. And then the orientation leaders is a different group every year. And so we hire a group in the fall semester, train them for an entire spring. They go through essentially a leadership course where they're meeting for 2.5 hours a week every week. And then they go into the summer and are working to help us run 20-something programs over a summer's time. And then there are a few of them that get to stay back for a leadership role the next year. But it's we're really fortunate to have a lot of students that want to do these things.
An important process too. I just remember even back in the day when I was in college, it was such a coveted job to be one of the orientation leaders on campus, but also a really important role. So we've kind of talked about these programs, how important students are to it. This Giving Day, a lot of people also looking, where do I want to share my donation? How can their support, or how has Giving Day or other donor support maybe supported the campus visits and orientation programs?
I mean, the work we do in visits and orientation is bringing Ole Miss to a concise experience. And so donations and Giving Day specifically impacts literally everything we do, whether that is the scholarship offerings that we're able to share with a prospective student, or a facility that has been built that we're able to showcase, or the naming of a faculty position, or there's so many things that, I mean, it touches every part of what we do, because we're trying to bring together the campus to show to prospective students or to new students and their families. And so for us to be able to compete with the other schools that we're competing with, we rely on the generosity of our alumni and friends to be able to compete.
It's important. I mean, there's even other SEC schools. We got to compete with them. There's schools across the nation, across the world. And so are there any specific areas that you all are hoping to improve, or maybe move forward with maybe the Giving Day donations? Is there something that really these donations will help breathe life into?
One of the things that's really exciting for us that's down the road is that the Alumni Association is going to build a new building, and it's been recently shared that we're going to be a part of that building and turning it not only into an alumni building but also a welcome center. And so being able to have a dedicated space to host our visiting students and families, and also our new students and families through orientation, is really, really exciting. And so that's something that I would certainly want to share, because a lot of people may not know that's happening, and would certainly want to make that known.
It's so important. I mean, you all provide resources for the students as they're coming in. The parents, I know my mom was like, I need every detail about the university before I let my baby son go there. So, I mean, really an important part, a great place to really funnel your funds, or, donate your philanthropic efforts. Martin, before we go, is there anything you would want to add or say to donors this Giving Day?
Yeah, I would just want to say thank you. I mean, it is, as was mentioned a moment ago, I mean, college enrollment across the country is declining at many universities, and we've been one that's been able to kind of go against that trend. And to be able to continue to do it, we have to have the resources to compete. And so I want to say thank you, but also just want to emphasize the importance of the continued giving for us to stay at the top and to continue to improve year after year.
All right, Martin, thank you so much. And the leaderboard challenge is going all the way until 11 o'clock. And so you will get an extra $1,000 for one of these units on campus. Whoever has the most donors, it doesn't have to be the most money. This is the most donors. So tell a friend of a friend, and we will check in with you to see who comes out on top. Last I checked, the Honors College was leading the pack. So we have much more and even some special guests coming up right after this short commercial break. So stick with us and make sure you head over to givingday.olemiss.edu.
The Willie Price Lab School at Ole Miss has been a cornerstone of early education for more than 43 years, providing high-quality learning experiences for young children. Located on the campus of the University of Mississippi, the school offers a unique setting where children learn in a nurturing environment while also giving the University of Mississippi students the opportunity to gain hands-on experience in the field of education. Operated by the School of Education and licensed by the Mississippi Department of Health, Willie Price Lab School is dedicated to fostering the intellectual, emotional, and social development of its students. With a focus on building strong foundations for lifelong learning, the school continues to play an integral role in the community and in the training of future educators. You can support the Willie Price Lab School today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards.
At the University of Mississippi School of Pharmacy, we believe in the power of education to transform lives and shape the future of healthcare.
Our commitment to excellence has consistently earned us a spot among the top 25 schools nationally, and we remain among the top 20 in federal research funding.
Our faculty and students have been recognized nationally and internationally, and our alumni make us proud every day with their accomplishments and the impact they have in their communities.
Our school's accomplishments are a testament to the dedication of the entire School of Pharmacy community,
including the support of individuals who share our passion for advancing pharmacy education.
Please consider giving a gift today that will serve as an investment in not only our school, but also the health and well-being of communities across the nation in the years to come.
Hello, I'm Nate Drury. I'm an exercise science major here at the University of Mississippi School of Applied Sciences.
At the School of Applied Sciences, our students are guaranteed real-world experience, turning their passion for helping others into a lifetime of career opportunities. Through internships, clinical and practicum experience, and service learning built into our curriculum, students have the opportunity to apply what they learn in the classroom to a practical setting. Our students find careers as researchers, social workers, FBI agents, speech pathologists, and hospitality managers, just to name a few. Graduates from the University of Mississippi School of Applied Sciences are improving the health and wellness of individuals and communities across the world. We invite you to support the School of Applied Sciences. Your gift will impact both current and future students, as well as what's to come for our school, including the upcoming renovation of the South Oxford Center. Make a gift or donate today by visiting the link on your screen below.
Welcome back, Rebs. I am so excited for our next interview, Jordan. I think we have the biggest celebrities in the house this morning. We have two of the wonderful students from the Willie Price Lab. That's the preschool, if you don't know, that is run by the School of Education here at Ole Miss. And these are my two new friends. First, can you guys tell us your name and how old you are?
I'm 5.
You're
I'm
5?
4.
You're how old?
4.
4?
And what are your names?
What Martin? My name's Bart.
We have Brett and Bart in here, and we are so excited to talk to them. A lot of people haven't heard of the Willie Price Lab. What's your teacher's name there?
My name is Miss Chelsea and Miss Joy. Yeah.
You have the same teachers? Tell me how they are. Are they nice or are they a little mean?
They're nice. It's so good.
So good. That's so good to hear. I'm so happy.
What's your favorite thing about Willie Price and your teachers?
That they're nice and I love them. They don't want their friends tell them the right thing.
Get to go on the playground.
The playground.
When their teachers tell them the right thing, they're so nice and good. And Willie Price is the goodest thing. The goodest thing ever.
It is the goodest thing ever. I would have to agree. When you go there, it's just kind of a magical feel to see everything there. But I heard at Willie Price sometimes, do you guys do yoga?
No.
You don't do yoga? Do you play with butterflies?
No.
You don't play with butterflies?
We don't have butterflies, but I have some play tables that you play with toys, and I have a lot of names. One's called Science. Dramatic plays the kitchen, and I play with all my friends in my class. I love really pricing to stay lights up and everything.
Oh yeah, that's so fun. Have you guys heard of the Ole Miss football team?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite player?
My favorite player is Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart?
Wow.
Brett, who's your favorite player?
I have an Eagles.
Eagles?
A.J. Brown.
Oh, okay. Yes. That is so great. I mean, what kind of things do you do at Willie Price? Do you guys ever go outside?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, we just
we
play on the playground.
Oh, play on the playground? Have you ever painted there?
Yeah. Yeah, I play with all my friends and I have other classes, and I'll just like really pricing stuff.
I bet you like it. So my real question is, do you think you're going to come to Ole Miss when you go to college?
Yeah.
You are?
Why would you come to Ole Miss?
Because it's in an outfit.
It's awesome.
It's awesome. I agree.
It's so awesome. Do you have anything else you may want to say for people watching?
Well, I just love the nighttime stadium and the fireworks and everything, and Ole Miss and basketball, the home floor. They'll take the floor, and it's just a great town to live in.
That's good. I mean, Brett, have you ever been on TV before? Have you ever had a microphone before?
Never. I haven't been.
I've gone on the Jumbotron before.
Oh, wow.
You were on the Jumbotron?
Yeah. One day at the Oklahoma game basketball this year in Oklahoma, I was on the Jumbotron. But I was like a statue there. Statue. He wasn't like way, but he was kind of smiling, that's all.
It was pretty cool. You all in the Willie Price Lab now. What do you want to be when you grow up?
When I grow up, I want to be a football player that's a quarterback.
Nice.
Ooh. Brett, what about you?
I want to be like in the dugout.
In the dugout. Baseball player.
Nice.
Football player. Exactly. Well, I appreciated speaking with you guys. You all are going to be some pretty good athletes. Football, baseball, and Ole Miss players.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, maybe you could play sports here at Ole Miss. That sound good?
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you both so much for talking with us. We appreciate it. And thank you so much, Willie Price, for allowing us to spotlight this wonderful program. Now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back, so stick with us.
Well, welcome back. We've had an exciting first 2 hours of Giving Day 2025 here at Ole Miss. I want to give a quick update because we told you about that first leaderboard challenge at 9. We said it went to 11, so it is closed now. And the winner is, drum roll, the winner is the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College. So they will get an extra $1,000. So we're going to be having those leaderboard challenges, matching gifts. That's a good way to really maximize your donation. They had the most amount of gifts for their school than any other part of campus. So we're really excited. I wanted to give a small update too. We've already raised about $50,000 plus, and we've had more than 400 gifts. So let's keep bumping that number up as we move along. And this is the end really of our first part of Giving Day, our first block, but we still have some amazing interviews in store for you coming up, still ahead, starting around noon.
Absolutely. Oh, it looks like we have some breaking news coming in right now. What could this be? Squirrel number 1 has been found.
The squirrel has been found. Just one, though. There's many more out there.
Absolutely. Well, Emma Merrill, a junior nutrition major from Long Beach, Mississippi, found our squirrel in the bookstore. That is $250 to the Ole Miss Mock Trial Fund.
That's really exciting. So there are these squirrels hidden all throughout campus. Students, you can get out there, you can go find them, and then bring them here to the Student Union. And then you get to make a $250 donation to, or we will make a $250 donation to any unit of campus that people would like. Super exciting to see that first squirrel found.
Well, up next, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll be joined by Dr. Mead and Dr. Wilkin for a fantastic conversation. And now is the perfect time to make your gift at givingday.olemiss.edu, and we'll come back and see you very soon right here. Stick with us.
Yeah, we'll be back at noon.
When we built this brewery together, we all had aspirations of, yes, we're a brewery, yes, we give people beer, yes, we feed people, but what can we do beyond that?
We kept saying, you know, why not Chattanooga? And why did Chattanooga not have the same amount of breweries as like in Asheville, North Carolina?
One of our favorite things to do was to go to different breweries, and to this day we still do. And I always love to read mission statements or see what they're doing within the community. And so when we opened up, I said, that's definitely something I want to be a part of.
So I chose Ole Miss, and really it came down to visiting and be able to see it in person and just the beauty of it, the atmosphere. And I mean, let's be honest, you go down to one sporting event, no matter what the sporting event again, and it's just absolutely captivating.
It was the only place, like Jake said, that people made you feel welcome. We do, a lot of the times when we'll go into restaurants here in Chattanooga, when we're in the airport, we do yell hotty toddy, and that always leads into a conversation of when were you there, how long were you there, what was your degree in, and then naturally, were you in Greek life?
So the beer world for me really started when my brother left the University of Mississippi and enrolled into Charlotte School of Law, and I would go up and visit him. Essentially, I brought back a lot of the knowledge and the kits and the components to brew beer when I'd go and visit them and bring it back. And later on, that hobby kind of just kept picking up and going. And when I left Ole Miss and entered the oil and gas field, I worked a rotation where I was on the job site for roughly 21 days at a time, and I was home for 21 days at a time. And during that time off, it was just the right amount of time to be bored enough to continue that hobby. We'd come back, land from being offshore, and would brew a beer while enjoying a beer that I had previously brewed.
One of my favorite desserts is a s'mores. And we're like, okay, let's do a s'mores beer for our wedding. Well, Jake woke up one night in the oil rig, 2 in the morning, calls me. He said, moon pies are local to Chattanooga. Moon pies are essentially s'mores. So let's brew a moon pie beer. Everybody raved over this beer, said, y'all need to open up a brewery. We said, no way, we're poor, broke college kids, not gonna happen. From that night, somebody told us this building came up for bid. And this is an old trolley factory foundry. And so we submitted hand drawings, thinking no way we're gonna win, of what we thought the concept of this building could be, because it was just a blank canvas. We got a phone call about 2 weeks later. We didn't even have a house in Chattanooga. Said, hey, you won the bid. And that is when it all started. We moved to Chattanooga. I finished with my master's, and then the build out for this happened.
So when we started Naked River, like I tried to shy away from doing food, but ultimately at the end of the day, you've got to have something that keeps people here. And if I was going to do something, it was going to be something else that I was passionate about. And we teamed up with a couple other people that had kind of similar passions, and we launched the barbecue brand of the business. And it's not easy. We cook roughly 250 pounds of brisket, 300 pounds of pulled pork, 200 pounds of turkey, 200 pounds of chicken, and a whole bunch of other things on that smoker every single week. It has been an absolute honor to be able to start this company and get to where we are. And what makes us keep fighting forward and keep trying to expand and grow this company is the love and support that we've gotten from our community. We get every single time people coming in, and so appreciative of what we're trying to do and our ultimate goal of becoming, you know, the best brew pub in the Southeast, becoming the ultimate community brew pub. The amount of donations and activity that we've given back to the environment, and really just the fun that we have as a team here together is really shining through. I mean, from day one we set upon a mission before we even made a profit at the brewery that we were going to give back a large portion to, you know, certain funds. And I think when we first started out, we worked with a land conservation group here that basically bought up land to make sure that kept from development. I think we year one, we gave over $10,000 back to them, and then we moved on to different animal projects, working here with the Tennessee Aquarium, which is a world-renowned aquarium that really does a lot with rehabilitating species and trying to reintroduce them back to the environment, and teaching and education are all big parts of that and big parts of us and why we wake up every day. And we're almost up to another 20 grand just the aquarium alone.
Every year we introduce a new beer, and what we do, we pick a territory on the Tennessee River. Starting with our gorge, we did the Gorge Land Trust, and on the side of the gorge can is a part of the Tennessee River of where we gave back to that community. Then we did one after that, and it's called the Sturgeon General, and that's when we started giving back to more of the water system. So we done land, so far water. And we helped reintroduce sturgeon into the Tennessee River. For our third year, we stuck with the Tennessee Aquarium, and the year 2020 was the year of the turtles. So we did turtle conservation, and it's called Cosmic Turtle. So Cosmic Turtle is that third stack to our series of beers, giving back to the turtles of reintroducing them into the wild, conservation, research, and education.
Every bit of that really builds into why we come back every day. It's a pride of knowing that we started this place for all the right reasons, and we were able to make it work. We were able to do those things. We were able to have a fun environment, be serious in distribution, become one of the larger breweries in the South almost overnight, but still doing the right by the community and have them appreciate us for it.
You plus 2. Who? You plus 2. That's right, folks. For this donation, you'll have to prove you're an influencer because you need a donation from you plus 2 of your closest friends. Send your friends your unique influencer link, and once they both donate, you'll receive an exclusive throwback pennant that says, Flim Flam. Who? Oh, shoot, I forgot who. Who is it again? Alright, it's you plus 2. If your combined donations amount to at least $250, we'll also throw in this versatile silicone cup. Take it to class. Take it to the Grove. This cup is virtually indestructible, so there is no stress involved. For the pennant and cup, what do? Just remember, you plus 2.
The Thomas Mayo Lab at Ole Miss is a dynamic space dedicated to empowering students to engage in meaningful conversations about health and wellness. Through open discussions and collaborative learning, the lab fosters a supportive environment where students can explore a wide range of topics, from mental health and physical well-being to social connections and environmental factors. With a focus on building empathy and active listening, the lab encourages students to share their personal experiences and challenges, promoting a culture of understanding and self-care. By providing tools and resources for students to navigate their health journeys, the Thomas Mayo Lab creates a community where individuals can support one another and grow together in their pursuit of holistic well-being. You can support the Thomas Mayo Lab today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
Welcome to the University of Mississippi's Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, celebrating 10 years of inspiring the next generation of business leaders. For the past decade, we've helped students turn their ideas into reality with our comprehensive programs designed to ignite their entrepreneurial spirit and provide the tools they need to succeed. Have questions about getting started? The CIE Mentor Network connects aspiring entrepreneurs with experienced business leaders, offering guidance, industry insights, and networking opportunities. After meeting our mentors, the students are encouraged to participate in our Shark Tank-like business competitions. With top prizes reaching $20,000, we give them a platform to develop a business plan, practice their pitching skills, and gain funding for their business. The entrepreneurship major and minor programs offer courses focused on innovation, opportunity assessment, and value creation, equipping students with essential skills for launching and managing their ventures. Our reach goes far beyond just this. We offer pop-up shops, Rebel Venture career tracks, entrepreneurial speaking events, and more. However our students need support, we are there to uplift them. As we celebrate 10 years of innovation and impact, we're excited for the future of entrepreneurship at Ole Miss. Are you ready to be part of the next decade of success?
Hi, my name is David Rock, Dean of the School of Education at the University of Mississippi. I want to personally thank you for your amazing support. Your gifts on Giving Day truly make an everlasting impact on education in Mississippi and beyond. Our faculty, staff, and students are tremendously grateful for your commitment to education. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you for your gift to the School of Pharmacy during Giving Day. Your gift, along with the gift of others, makes a huge impact for our School of Pharmacy and for the university, now and for generations to come. Thank you for your support, and hotty toddy.
I'm Viola Acoff, Dean of the School of Engineering. I want to take this time to thank each and every one of you for your gifts for Giving Day. Your gifts and support will go a long way to help our students in our programs. Thank you so much for all you do.
What is going on, Ole Miss? Welcome back to Walking with Champions. As usual, I am your host, Lucas Sweeney, and today we are joined by Mr. Ole Miss, Dakota White. Thank you so much for joining us. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, Lucas. Thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, we're just gonna jump right into it. For our first question, could you just tell me, how does it feel knowing you were elected by your peers, the student body of Ole Miss?
Man, that's a hard feeling to describe, for sure. I mean, the fact that not only I'm getting the honor to serve as Mr. Ole Miss, but it was my peers and friends, whether it's people I met during the initial campaign week or people I've known since freshman year. You know, they found me worthy enough to serve as Mr. Ole Miss this year. That almost means more than getting to serve. The fact that they thought that highly of me.
All right, and then what made you want to run for the position of Mr. Ole Miss in the first place?
So I am really big on letting people know how I feel at the moment whenever I feel it. I think there's a lot of power in spoken word. Also big on letters. I think that was pretty apparent within my campaign. But I mean, whether it was the relationships, the joy, the love, also very reminiscent of my campaign that I had felt the past 3 years. I mean, getting a chance to showcase and to celebrate all of those things on a platform as big as a campaign like a Mr. Ole Miss homecoming campaign, that sounded really, really lucrative to me. You know, obviously I had other people speaking into the decision, but that was probably the main motivator.
Very cool, very cool. All right, and then you work here in the campus visits office, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, could you just tell us, what do you enjoy about the work you do with prospective students and their families?
Yeah, so honestly, working with students, whether that was students coming in through orientation or prospective students, you know, working with the campus visits office, that's kind of how I got my, I guess, involvement start on campus. And so it's really been full circle, not only to kind of think back on my experience as a prospective student and putting myself back into those shoes, you know, 4 years later, but also just to have such a vital role in, you know, the eventual decision of a student, whether that's obviously, hopefully here, but that's a decision that's been very formative for me, and college is, some of the most formative years of your life, and so the fact that I get to play a part in that is really, really cool.
Yeah, you're kind of step one
Yeah,
in this process.
that's a little bit what it feels like, yeah.
Yeah, all right. And then as an ambassador for the University of Mississippi, what is an important message that you would like for people to know about Ole Miss?
I try to say this on my tours, and it doesn't always happen, but I think hopefully the tour that I give, it kind of comes across this way at least, but Ole Miss is a really, really, really special place. I think there's almost like a shift you can feel as soon as you cross the Oxford city limits, that not only that Ole Miss is a special place now, but that it's been a special place and it's only getting more special. And I think the invitation to be a part of something bigger than yourself, and to be a part of something as special as our town and our city and our campus, I think it's unmatched in regards to really any other institution in the nation. And I hope that that's one thing students get, after touring our campus.
Yeah, I definitely agree, definitely. All right, and then part of your duties will be community service. What are some of the initiatives that you'll be working on this school year?
Yeah, so the nonprofit that I selected as my philanthropy as a part of my campaign is Oxford Love Packs. They provide supplemental food for kids in the school system that can't necessarily afford it. And so been working with them, obviously, throughout the duration of the campaign, whether that was volunteering with them or raising money, food donations, etc. So we're going to be continuing that throughout my tenure as Mr. Ole Miss, but also me and Betsy, this year's Miss Ole Miss, have the opportunity to kind of work on a project in tandem with both of our philanthropies. And so we actually have a meeting about that pretty soon, and it's really exciting to get to talk about some of the things we want to do and some of the changes we want to see made, and really kind of harboring our own individual distinct impact during our time as both Mr. and Miss Ole Miss. So going to be a lot of community service involved, like you said, but also, the ability to be a part of something bigger than ourselves, I think is what is probably the most welcoming.
All right, so it sounds like you've got a lot coming up on the horizon here.
Sounds like it, huh?
Yeah, okay, well,
I'd say so.
Those are all the questions I have for you. Before we sign off, is there anything else you want to tell the people at home?
Yeah, man, kid from Gulfport, Mississippi, I never would have imagined in my wildest dreams that, 3 years later, this would be where I am. But I'm so grateful, I'm thankful for the opportunity, and I plan to serve well, I plan to serve diligently, and I'll serve as long as you'll have me.
All right.
Hotty toddy.
Hotty toddy, guys. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure. And you guys at home, do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to stay up to date with all the new episodes of Walking with Champions. And I guess we'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
And when I'm up here by myself, especially, I feel like he's here. And I don't know how to explain that in any way, but it's like, I'll be working and I'll just feel like, okay, he's got this. Like I know I'm not doing this alone. My mom and I are obviously doing it hand in hand, but there's definitely someone watching out for us. So my dad took over the donut shop originally from his dad, but my grandpa is the original. He started with the Spud Nut shop in 1960, which was a franchise that he kept up for probably about a decade. Spud Nut eventually transitioned into Tater Nut a few years later. My dad actually came up with the name Tater Nut, and my grandpa took that and ran with it. And we use potato flour in our donuts, and that came from the Spud Nut, Spud, Tato, and that's both kind of combined together to get Tater Nut. It's pretty close to a regular donut. It is your basic yeast donut, but we do add potato flour to our regular donut recipe, so it does make for a lighter, fluffier donut. We do make cake donuts as well, so we do have a really big variety of donuts. But our Tater Nut, which is what we're known for, it regular flour mixed with potato flour. My dad has 7 brothers, so him and all of his brothers were kind of all involved with the donut shop and his dad, and they put him to work. That was easy employees for him kind of thing. But my dad was really the only one that showed interest in it as much as compared to the other brothers. He also had his own little showcase that he had cookies and like cupcakes and stuff in there too. So he was doing his own little thing on the side, which is kind of like where I see myself doing now, which is crazy that he was doing the same thing. So he was the main one out of the boys that actually showed interest in taking over. He took it over in 1983 when he was 23 years old. And I actually kind of took over with my mom at the same age, 23 years old. So it's kind of crazy how that played out. My best friend and my neighbor, their families diehard Ole Miss people, and I went to visit in the fall of my senior year, and I was sold. There was no question. I didn't apply to any other school. I was like, I will be at Ole Miss, and I did teeter with the idea of pharmacy school because I really liked chemistry and stuff, but I just ended up not loving it as much as I love marketing, and I'm glad that I went with what I did because here I am now. 2020 was my senior year. I left for spring break. Right before spring break, my best friend and I is also a marketing major. We both accepted jobs to move to Disney and work there for an internship. And that was the plan, to just kind of move, get a change of scenery, like do something different because this is the most experience I've ever had. I was like, I need to work for somebody else. I need to learn something different. So that was the plan. We were supposed to move in August, but then COVID happened and they immediately put everybody on hold. There was no new hires happening indefinitely. So I came back here and was helping them. We went to curbside for 2 months during COVID, and it was me, my mom, my dad, and then like 3 other employees just trying to operate to just sell whatever we could. We knew things were going to be serious for us. My dad was diagnosed in 2019 with lung disease. So COVID was a serious thing, which is why we straight went to curbside immediately. We wanted the least amount of people interacting with him as possible. We all wore masks just strictly for him. We did take a 2-week break in August just to kind of take a breather because we were like, wow, this is a lot. How are we still functioning? And we just went to the beach and just hung out as a family, just like not trying to be as low-key as possible. Came back, things were going mostly normal. We were open in the store again, but we were only letting like 6 or so people in the building at a time. Went through Christmas and we're ready to gear up for Mardi Gras in January of 2021. And my dad started running a fever. And so my mom was like, okay, he needs to go to the hospital. So she took him to the ER. No one really was thinking that much of it. Like, we were just like, okay, gotta kick this in the bud. Like, whatever. I came to work and tried to get things ready, like decorations and stuff for Mardi Gras, not worried about it. He passed away within 48 hours of checking into the hospital. So all of us were completely taken off guard. No one had no plans or anything ready for the donut shop. We ended up being closed all the way through June of 2021. In that time, we did do a full remodel of the store, which is nice that we had that opportunity to be able to do that. We hadn't done any kind of remodeling in 20 years, so it was time. But at that point, I was like, oh my God, okay, like the pressure's on. Like I'm an only child now. There's not another person that I just can't see it being somebody outside of our Moeller family. That doesn't feel right. So that was June is when we first reopened, and I got called back in August, but I was so sold in on just what we had operating here, and I just can't see myself being somewhere else. It just doesn't feel right. The community gave us grace. They understood that it was not gonna be an easy thing to do. The first probably month that we were open, I had to go out every day and tell people that were down the sidewalk. I was like, there's a few dozen left. You might not make it to any by the time you get in here, so you can wait if you want. And that went on for almost the whole summer of 2021, which, I mean, we can't be more grateful for the support that we received, but that's what keeps me going is the community support, and like people are still wanting the donuts, so. When we reopened in 2021, I added a donut of the month to the menu, and I've added a lot of more interactive things. We do like kits for kids to decorate. We do donut hole cakes for birthdays, holidays, everything like that, rather than before we were just doing strictly the basics donut kind of thing. So I want to try to keep the balance of a basic donut shop and more of a boutique donut shop in the same store. So hopefully that growth and like impact of just trying to keep the crowds of both coming back for generations to come, and hopefully they'll keep growing from what I've come up with. The fact that my grandpa started it and now I'm technically 3 generations in, there are families that are 3 generations into Tato Nut. I personally have a really good friend of mine that her parents and grandparents grew up coming here. So, and that she's married now and is probably having a kid soon. So she's gonna bring her kid, like it's just like a staple part of their life, Tato Nut is, and that's a Saturday thing. I mean, we have plenty of our regular business that comes like before work and stuff on weekdays, but Saturdays are like, you have to get your Tato Nut on Saturday fix. So that's just become people's routine. To have that part of it missing, I know that would be hard for people. So I understand that Tato Nut has grown up with them, and I want it to keep growing with their family generations to come too. I just feel like having a place that feels like home and comforting. And we have a group of old men that come for my whole life almost. They've been here, they'll be here tomorrow morning, every single morning. And they're just waiting for us to unlock the door, and they have coffee and they just chit chat every morning. And it's just like part of their daily routine. And that's a place that feels like a second, which this is my second home pretty much. But for other people to feel that way too, that's just like a special thing. There's not a lot of places that I could say that could hold that kind of an impact on people's lives.
Did you know that in the Ole Miss Grove there are tens of dozens of squirrels that roam around completely nameless? How would you feel if you didn't have a name? However, all of that can change for our furry little friends, because from 2 to 4 p.m., a donation of $50 or more will allow you to give any name you'd like to one of these cute little scavengers. Names such as Trash Can Cane's Box Combo Thief, Sir Pufftail III. There's no limit to your imagination. Fill out your name when submitting your gift to receive a personalized squirrel name certificate.
On Giving Day at Ole Miss, you have the special opportunity to make a meaningful impact and leave your mark by signing the turret at Ventures Hall when you give to the College of Liberal Arts. While renovations of the building restored Ventures Hall to its original Victorian splendor, this area was left alone and closed off, allowing the memories to live on. On Giving Day, you get the opportunity to leave your mark. Your donation supports the college's ongoing mission to provide exceptional education, research, and resources to students and faculty alike. By contributing, not only do you help enrich the academic experiences of those within the College of Liberal Arts, but you also become part of a long-lasting legacy at the heart of Ole Miss. Signing the turret is a unique way to celebrate your support and be a part of the community that values growth, knowledge, and the future of the university. Students will be chosen at random on Giving Day. You can support the College of Liberal Arts today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards.
I want to thank every one of you who have responded to our Giving Day Fund Appeal with deep and sincere gratitude for the difference you're making. Our supporters not only sustain us, they inspire us. And your generosity will notably advance the missions of our acclaimed academic museum and our National Historic Landmark Literary Heritage Site. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the graduate school and investing in our graduate students on Giving Day. We appreciate your continued support now and in the future.
Thank you for your gift on Giving Day. The most important thing we do here at the law school is focus on our students. When you give, you help our students succeed, and that success transforms lives. Thank you for all you do for our students.
Hello, I'm Julia Aubrey, Director of the Ford Center. Thank you so much for your donations on Giving Day. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to see new spotlights in our theater. And thank you for everything that you do for the arts.
At Ole Miss, we believe every rebel deserves the tools for success. Introducing the Lyceum Locker, your free school supplies resource. Access essential school supplies at no cost. Notebooks, TI-30 calculators, Scantrons, pens, pencils, canvas bags, and more. Supplies are available to fill in the gaps for students who are unable to purchase all the supplies they need. Conveniently located at Johnson Commons East. You can support the Lyceum Locker today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. Because at Ole Miss, we're all about supporting each other. The more you know.
The Ford Center hosts more than 150 events each year, and many of those events require the use of follow spots as an integral part of lighting a show. Our spotlights are now over 20 years old and must be replaced.
Light a rose, oh, light a rose, oh. Light a rose and more in rose to get the sunlight in the sky. Dream of a rose, about 1,000 kisses shy.
You can see from this video how an overall production is enhanced by lighting, specifically with the use of spotlights. Richard C. Ford Foundation and members of the Friends of the Ford Center are funding a Giving Day challenge to raise the money needed to purchase 3 new spotlights. Please respond to their challenge today to ensure that the Ford Center can continue to present high-quality performances that our audiences have come to expect.
At the University of Mississippi School of Pharmacy, we believe in the power of education to transform lives and shape the future of healthcare.
Our commitment to excellence has consistently earned us a spot among the top 25 schools nationally, and we remain among the top 20 in federal research funding.
Our faculty and students have been recognized nationally and internationally, and our alumni make us proud every day with their accomplishments and the impact they have in their communities.
Our school's accomplishments are a testament to the dedication of the entire School of Pharmacy community,
including the support of individuals who share our passion for advancing pharmacy education.
Please consider giving a gift today that will serve as an investment in not only our school, but also the health and well-being of communities across the nation in the years to come.
Dr. Donald R. Cole and Dr. Maurice Eftink, past leaders of the graduate school, valued the recruitment, retention, and success of all students, including those underrepresented in graduate education and the professoriate. We created the Cole Eftink Fellows Program to honor their legacy and continue their important work.
I'm Roger Davis Jr. from Anguilla, Mississippi, and I'm a third-year PhD student in higher education. The Cole Eftink Fellowship Program has impacted my academic journey in various ways. Immediately stepping on the campus of the University of Mississippi and receiving this fellowship has allowed me to have a network of support.
Our Cole Eftink Fellows participate in a number of professional development opportunities, including formal and informal networking.
So the Cole Eftink Fellowship has allowed me to become aware of many different opportunities for doctoral students like myself. In the summer of 2022, I was able to get a junior fellowship internship at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. And I've also been able to meet different people across the campus and in the community that have played a big part in essentially the success of the University of Mississippi. I want to personally thank all of the generous supporters of the Cole Eftink Graduate Fellowship.
We thank you for supporting the Cole Eftink Fellows Fund on Giving Day.
Hello, Ole Miss, and welcome back to Walking with Champions. As usual, I am your host, Lucas Sweeney, and today we are joined by our 2024-2025 Miss Ole Miss, Betsy Vice. Betsy, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Excited to do it.
Okay, well, let's just jump right into it. For my first question, how does it feel to know that you were elected by your peers, the student body of Ole Miss?
It's been really sweet and really unreal. But I think even more than that, it's really sweet to be known by Ole Miss's student body, but no one would have ever voted me if my friends hadn't supported me. So it's really cool to see through the election process how people I knew really well, people who I didn't maybe know as well beforehand, really came around me to give me this opportunity. I really still can't even believe it, but people showed up for me day in and day out and used their talents and gifts so that I would get to do this for a year. and that's just really been insane. So the student body's sweet, of course, but it never would have really been possible if it wasn't for my friends. So even more grateful to them.
I'm sure that's pretty special, pretty special.
Good.
All right, and then as an ambassador for the university, what is an important message that you would like people to know about Ole Miss?
Yeah, okay, I think Ole Miss is a place where so much good is happening. I love that. This is so corny, but you know the email we all get at like 5:30, like the today? I love to like almost start my day reading that because it's just like a little highlight reel of so many like cool little opportunities that are going on. So whether it's like the research that we're doing here or like the involvement things, like I feel like everywhere you turn, and even if you dig a little deeper, there's so much just good and movement that's happening. And I love that about Ole Miss, and it kind of makes me wish I had like 8 million years to be at school here so I could have time to like dive into each little thing. But I don't. You know, we're all busy as it is, I'm sure as you know.
Yes.
But we're doing our best.
All right, fantastic. And then what are some of the community service initiatives that you'll be working on this school year?
Yeah, so I mentioned kind of like unknown opportunities. And so through my election, I had to choose a philanthropy. And I ended up choosing UN Crew, which is a research center on our campus that basically uses our resources and connects them with communities throughout Mississippi to do their community-based projects. They've done a lot of work with student security and health, and I knew absolutely nothing about them before deciding to run for Miss Ole Miss. And no one I knew outside of me knew about them either. So it was really cool to kind of uplift the work they were doing. And I kind of helped start this fund for student involvement. And so I really just want to kind of hopefully maybe get to work with them myself in the future and get more students involved with that. Honestly, after elections, I need a little bit of rest, so I haven't done anything since. But looking forward to the end of this semester and to next, I just want to kind of see if I can keep working with them.
Wow, that sounds very exciting.
It was awesome.
All right, for my last question, we're just going to throw in a little segment here. Could we get some advice with Betsy Weiss?
Okay, my best advice, and this is honestly from a friend, is that it's so fun if you walk to class not on your phone. Every time I walk to class or I walk from my car, I love to put my phone. I used to put it in my water bottle pocket, but then it had got a hole in it, so I should put it in the very back pocket. And just look straight forward and see who I see and wave. It just makes me so much happier, and it just makes, I don't know, I just see people I know, and it makes the Ole Miss community feel stronger. So please do it. Wave to me if you need someone to wave to, but it is just really fun, and that's my best advice.
Now, how do we feel about headphones walking to class?
That's hard because I do love a good music listen.
Very nice.
You know what? I think music, I'm fine. As if your eyes are forward, you can still give someone a little nod. That's good with me. Wear your headphones.
Okay, so we're looking up from our phones, guys. We are listening to some music on the way to class. Look around for some people you know. All right, well, those are all the questions I have for you. Before we sign off today, is there anything else you want to tell the people at home?
Yeah, I just say I'm so grateful. I'm grateful for Ole Miss, and just like the past few years, it's meant the world to get to call this place home. And I'm grateful for my friends and the community here that supported me and continue to support me. So yeah, gratitude, I guess, and hotty toddy.
Hotty toddy, guys. And once again, Betsy, thank you so much for coming out today. It's been a pleasure.
It's been awesome.
And you guys at home, do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to stay up to date with all of the new episodes of Walking with Champions. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.
Somebody asks you like, hey, we're gonna do a big event where you're the center of attention, my immediate is to say no. But after talking with these guys and talking about, you know, the things they get to do with the kids and stuff, there's no way I can say no to that. And so, yeah, I'm giddy about it. That's awesome.
Under executive authority that Ryan, Will, Josh, and Adam Rogers are officially Ole Miss Wish Kid presidents of the University of Mississippi.
I think to highlight the spouses that stay at home and keep things running, especially with kids, is probably one of the biggest, that doesn't get talked about enough. And my wife's a stellar example of that. So, you know, while I'm away, it amazes me every day that I view her service in this whole endeavor as probably the most sacrificial. Taking the most out of, you know, that takes the most effort. She's the biggest, I would say the biggest champion in this journey we've had. I don't know how she does it. She does it with a smile on her face, rocking it the whole time. I can't wait to be back with them. I would say I just missed my wife and kids the most, just being around them, family, friends. I don't know what to expect. There's gonna be a whole bunch of thoughts. Is what's gonna be running through my head. Don't cry. Yeah, and don't trip when I run out in the field. So, no, it's gonna be excited. I can't wait. I've been wanting to hold the boys for a while now, so hopefully it'll be pretty cool. Everybody enjoy it.
Oh, I missed y'all so much. Say I miss. Hey, buddy. It's good to see you. Hey, buddy.
It amazes me to this day how blessed I am that all these people come together to put on an event, or going back to community, that just off of a whim, and then now we're here, and I'm super grateful for that.
Hi, Rebels.
Happy Ole Miss Giving Day. The University of Mississippi has given me so much in my 4 years here. This place has supported me, challenged me to broaden my horizons, inspired me to dream bigger and strive harder.
But most of all, I'm reminded daily that caring for other people unites our Ole Miss family and strengthens all of us.
In my time here, I've met many donors who invest in the future of Ole Miss and its students.
Our Ole Miss donors are inspired by different needs and different schools, units, and programs. But no matter where we give or how much we are able to give, every single donor helps Ole Miss thrive.
Today, on Giving Day, our global Ole Miss family unites to give to the people, places, programs, and special experiences that make this the spot that ever calls.
Giving Day starts today, April 8th, and lasts until 5:48 p.m. tomorrow, April 9th.
Ole Miss students are calling on everyone, alumni, faculty, staff, friends, parents, and even our fellow students to make a gift for Giving Day.
No matter what I needed in my 4 years here, from scholarships to tutoring or counseling to mentorship, Ole Miss was here to support me.
On Giving Day, we all have a chance to support Ole Miss. Now,
are you ready?
Welcome back to the Giving Day live stream 2025. I'm your host, Jordan Karnbach.
And I'm Marvis Herring.
And if you're joining us, Giving Day is our annual celebration of Rebel generosity. It's going to last 1 day, 8 hours, and 48 minutes. It's a giving sprint where alumni, students, faculty, staff, and friends from around the world come together to support the people, programs, and places that make Ole Miss so special. And one of the best parts of Giving Day are matching and challenge gifts. Now, we talked about this earlier, but just to reiterate, with a matching gift, your donation is automatically doubled, okay? So, for example, a $50 gift becomes $100 thanks to a donor who's pledged to match contributions dollar for dollar. And a challenge gift unlocks additional funds when certain milestones are hit. For example, like a specific number of gifts to a program for reaching a dollar goal. These opportunities help your gift go further and faster, fueling scholarships, research, student experiences, and so much more. And remember, gifts of all sizes come together to make a very transformative impact.
Yeah, it's so important about each and every one of those gifts, whether somebody wants to give $500 million, hint, hint, or, $5. We'll take anything like that. But we just want to see these donations grow. We want to see our donor base grow as well, but we've been seeing a lot of money coming in, Jordan. Right now, I just got this update. We're at $73,969 raised.
That's amazing.
So impressive.
Yeah.
Even more impressive is the amount of people, or are the amount of people that have really been donating. We have 527 gifts already this afternoon. And you may have heard us talking about our squirrel scavenger hunt. And I have to let you guys know, all 3 of those squirrels have been found. Jordan talked about the first one that was found. And then Ellen Waits of Jackson, a biology major who is a junior, had found one of the squirrels as well. And then Melanie Moody, a freshman from Madison, Mississippi, elementary ed major in the School of Ed, also found one. She found hers, Grover, the squirrel, over at the Lyceum. So lots of people getting out on campus, and those students actually got $250 to choose they got to choose which part of campus that they wanted to donate to. And you can choose too. Just head over to givingday.olemiss.edu. We are continuing our live. We have a lot of exciting things coming up for you all in the next 2 hours, really, with some important interviews about how your gifts make a transformational change and transformations here at the University of Mississippi. So again, we're going to be talking more about those matching challenges, those leaderboard challenges coming up. And just in a little bit, you'll hear from the provost, and you're also going to hear from Dr. Shambhoda Mead. And so we really are excited to speak with them coming up, Jordan.
Absolutely. I'm super excited. So be sure to stick with us, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Hey, and welcome back to Giving Day 2025 here at the University of Mississippi. It has been an exciting day already, and I'm excited to have our next guest here, which is Dr. Shambhoda Mead, Vice Chancellor for the Division of Access, Opportunity, and Community Engagement here at Ole Miss. You really have been busy. Y'all have been doing some award-winning work in that office. And so first I wanted to start, though, with you introducing yourself to our wonderful audience watching from really all over the world right now. Tell us a little bit about who you are and how you ended up here at Ole Miss.
Yeah, thank you, Marvis. So yes, I've been here at the university since 2014. I came here and launched the Center for Inclusion and Cross-Cultural Engagement. And I am a native Mississippian from South Mississippi. And so for me, coming back here to the university and serving the university and advancing the mission of our division, there's just no better place for me to do that work, to serve my state and to hopefully make a difference and impact in my home state. And so that's who I am, and that's why I do this work and why this work means so much to me, to give back and to support the students on our campus, to help them be successful and hopefully stay in the state and serve the state of Mississippi as well.
Oh yeah, building up those leaders and retaining them here in the state of Mississippi to make those economic changes, those changes we see in society. And it's your home state.
It's my home state. No better place to be. Yes.
And no better place to be.
Right.
And for our audience too, can you give us, I know this is always my hardest question when I ask people to kind of summarize their office's work, but can you just give us a brief maybe introduction to the Division of Access, Opportunity, and Community Engagement?
Yes, so the division is simple. Our mission is to help our students, faculty, staff, and any member of our university community be successful. To help them have the tools, the resources, the opportunities that they need to reach their goals and really thrive. So beyond just coming here to university, it's really about helping them be successful so that they can go on and be contributing members of the state and beyond and really make an impact wherever they land. And so we just really help provide programs, resources, services, and activities to really create and foster a welcoming campus environment, again, where they can be successful and do the things that they want to do and the things that they may have never dreamed of doing, just to be successful and go on and make impact in the world.
And I mean, really from the community engagement part of this, even I've seen Dr. Sweet in your office recently getting a national award.
Absolutely.
I mean, that just shows the work that you all are doing. So can you kind of just even maybe talk about how the programs do promote that supportive environment, but also really that community engagement, the work that solves problems in the communities that we're in?
Yes, so partnership is key and critical and central to everything that we do. And as a university community, we're committed to not only, serving Oxford, but really the entire state and beyond, right? And so community engagement allows our students to gain that real life and real world hands-on experience and do incredible things that not only, that really connect them and help them make a difference in those communities as well. And so, it's been some transformative work projects. It gives students just this out of classroom experience that really elevates their overall experience here at the university and hopefully cultivates just a love of community either in this state or wherever they go to really serve and give back and just make their communities better. Yeah.
It makes a big difference because, as you mentioned, making communities better are solving the issues that they want to solve, not coming in and just bulldozing through and saying, hey, I know how to fix all your problems. It's listening and it's working together. And so speaking of working together, it is Giving Day. We would love to see some of those funds coming into the Division of Access, Opportunity, and Community Engagement. But people right now are maybe holding on to those funds saying, how do I want to spend, how will I make a difference? Can you maybe talk about how the donations that people are sharing today, the gifts that they're giving, can help your mission?
So what we really see any gift, no matter the size, as an investment back in our students. And so it goes directly back to support student programming and engagement and scholarships. Again, just helping making sure that students, if there are barriers that might prevent them from being able to really realize that full potential, the support and the work of our division, and with your generous support, helps us alleviate some of those barriers. And so any gift, big or small, goes directly back to the benefit of our students.
Oh yeah, and you talked about even removing barriers. I think that's a
Yeah.
perfect transition to really discuss the brand new initiative. We heard the Chancellor launch that earlier this morning to kick off Giving Day, not Living Day. And it is called the Let's Book It Fund initiative, just launched today. So you don't say you already know about this.
Yeah.
I want you to maybe kind of walk us through a little bit more about what the Let's Book It Fund is, how it was created. What does it do?
Yeah, so Let's Book It will directly support our Ole Miss Opportunity Scholars, who are students who are high-achieving Mississippians who just needed a little additional financial support to navigate the university and to hopefully earn their degrees in a couple of years. So the Let's Book It Fund was created to help remove that last barrier, and that's purchasing books. So we, from student stories, we heard students who don't go to class for those first couple of weeks or just get behind in their classes because they can't afford the books. And so affordability is an issue that impacts higher education all over. And so this Book It campaign is just our really practical strategy to get students books in their hands early on at the start of the semester, so they have the tools they need from the onset, that they don't get behind, and that we can continue that progression towards graduation and earning that degree.
Which makes a huge difference. I mean,
Yeah.
nowadays we're talking AI, we're talking technology. You may be an education major, but you need certain software, or you need, these books are not cheap. And
Absolutely,
so
they are
if
not.
you're trying to make sure you have your books for that first day of class, you may be working extra hours. That means you're not studying or
Absolutely.
participating in campus life, which can really, shape your college experience a lot
Absolutely.
differently.
Yes.
So this is really potentially closing gaps for students to be able to focus on their studies,
That's right.
to really be able to embrace college fully.
Yeah.
I wanted to say too, the cost of tuition, it often goes up, and this is really closing a gap for them. But Mississippians really have a choice, more choices than ever, where they want to continue their education. How does this fund help the University of Mississippi make sure that Mississippi's best, brightest, and most
Absolutely.
innovative,
Yeah.
choose Ole Miss?
This fund just helps furthers our commitment to invest in our Mississippi residents, to help make higher education more affordable. And we hope that we can, continue to scale it, and that we can continue to even, provide these resources to more students who might need them. And so, yes, students have many, many choices, but I think they'll find here at the University of Mississippi, through the work that we're doing in partnership with so many others, that we are committed to their success by helping remove that barrier to access to textbooks. And particularly for our Ole Miss Opportunity Scholars, we want to make sure that once those barriers are out the way, they can really focus on their academics. We can help remove some of that stress of, how do I afford this $100 textbook, and if I don't get it, then what does that mean, right? And so this campaign will really help us alleviate some of those challenges that many students have, particularly our Mississippi residents.
And it's such a big deal. I mean, I have friends in college that were like, "Oh, I'll get my textbook in week 4. Like, I'll be paid."
You're already behind at
and
that
you're
point.
already
Right.
behind. You
That's
can't
right.
get the work
That's
done.
right.
So this is really a really important fund. The Let's Book It Fund, one that you can find on givingday.olemmiss.edu. And we've talked a lot about Giving Day, a lot about Let's Book It, but I want to know your favorite parts. I mean, you're working with students, you're working with community partners. I mean, when I see all that falls under that umbrella,
Yes.
you stay busy. What is your favorite part of your job?
Oh, I can't answer that question. But what I would say, I think all of it, right? I love, the reason I do this work is because I want to help students be successful. And the members of my team are also committed to that same mission. Many of my team members are also Mississippians as well. So whether it's the most conferences that brings in students, rising high school seniors across the state on campus and gets that exposure. We have a Magnolia Federal Work Study program that gets more students connected to work study jobs. We have a new program, the Hotty Toddy Tech Pass, a laptop loan program, helping get students who can't afford a laptop, getting that in their hands. And so there's so many others, and I didn't list them all, but they're just every aspect of what we do. The mission is really the same. It's about helping students be successful, getting them the tools, the resources they need to navigate higher education, to navigate our university community. And just we know that just sometimes there are students who might just need that extra, right? Like that little extra, a laptop or a work study job or accommodations through our student disability services. So no matter what it is that they might need, we want to make sure that we connect them to the right resources. And so I love all of that, right? Because that means you're getting to change the trajectory of students' lives by maybe that one additional support program or resource that makes all the difference.
I know that is the toughest question ever to ask. I thought maybe even describing the programs was tough, but always saying, you know, the favorite part is difficult because there's so many enjoyable things happening here at the University of Mississippi. Well, I mean, we've talked about a lot, but I want to make sure that I have covered, you know, everything this Giving Day. So is there anything you would like to say to specifically people who maybe are considering, you know, I've heard something, this laptop rental program, or, you know, I want to support students with disabilities and make sure their barriers are taken away. You know, what would you want to say to someone today maybe considering making a gift on Giving Day?
Yes. So first, thank you for just the consideration. And, you know, again, any gift, big or small, because of the mission of our division is consistent across all of the programs. So whether it is the Bonner Leaders Program or the laptop loan program or student disability services or Let's Book It, all of those funds, all of those gifts will go back directly invested back into our students. And so we are just grateful for any donor who would consider supporting and investing in the lives of our students, who many are Mississippians, many from low resource backgrounds and families. And so it gives us an opportunity to help remove those barriers to their success. And so your gifts directly support that for us and allows us to continue to grow, to continue to expand. And what we love is that when we hear about a challenge that a student is having, to have the resources to then do something about it, right? And that's really what Let's Book It is about. We heard the challenges and we knew that we needed to act. And so with your support, we can continue to do that in really all different aspects of student life and helping all of our students, whoever needs it, you know, get connected to the right resources.
And we all need help at some point. You never know when it may be. It may be before you start college. It may be after. And so it goes a long way. I do want to mention for the Let's Book It Fund, you know, that is supporting the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship, which is going to Mississippi residents. Those are getting, again, the best and brightest students in the state of Mississippi. This is helping people who maybe have some sort of hardship. And personally, for me, I had a major family emergency the year before I went to college, and it completely reshaped my economic ability, and I know scholarships went a long way, and so I'm grateful even to people that gave and made that opportunity possible. So I can speak from experience of how big of a difference it can make in people's lives.
And we hear so many stories from us students, right? And the beautiful thing, and maybe this is what I should have said is my favorite part, those who graduate and go on and do amazing things and earn masters and doctorates and serve the state and the other communities. That's my favorite part, is because we know with just a little bit of support, they can go on and be successful, or the student who was the first in their family. And so Flagship First Gen is also a part of our division, and the work that we do is supporting first generation students. And so just seeing students who were the first in their family to earn that degree, but we know they won't be the last, right? And so those are the beautiful things, like to just see how those small investments into their success can really change their lives.
Yeah, I mean, and you now see why it's called the Division of Access Opportunity and Community Engagement. Y'all really are creating that access opportunity and engaging the community. And so if you maybe heard something, you want to support some of these causes or even find out more information, you can find that on the website as well. We're so happy that you're here with us this Giving Day, Dr. Mead. Hopefully you've got some donors I know that have tuned in and heard something that they love. So a great interview with Dr. Mead. Don't go anywhere. We have much more coming up. Just after this short break, we're going to have Dr. Noel Wilkin here to speak with Jordan. So stick with us.
Thank you.
The University of Mississippi School of Journalism and New Media is home to over 1,800 students studying journalism and integrated marketing communications. Our journalism program is over 75 years old, but work by student journalists on campus date back even farther to the creation of the Student Yearbook in 1897 and the student newspaper in 1911. Our IMC program has only been around for just over a decade, but has grown tremendously, proudly serving as the largest residential IMC program in the country. No matter what degree you choose, the School of Journalism and New Media is home to the best of the best. With our rich history and growth, 2024 is the best time to support us as we prepare students for thriving professional careers through superior education and hands-on real-world experience. From support for scholarships, travel opportunities for faculty and students, to even providing financial assistance to our S. Gale Dinley Student Media Center, your gifts, no matter the amount, will leave a lasting legacy on our programs.
Legacy isn't just about where you're from, it's about where you're going. So where are you going?
I'm going to Ole Miss.
I'm going to make a difference.
Just like my granddad.
I'm going to make the bestseller list.
And I'm going to help him get there.
I'm going to win a championship.
Again!
I'm going to break the world record. I'm going to take the next step.
I'm going to give back to my community.
And our alma mater.
I am the first in my family to graduate.
Ole Miss. Build your legacy.
The Center for Manufacturing Excellence at Ole Miss is a cutting-edge facility designed to prepare students for successful careers in the dynamic field of manufacturing. Located on the University of Mississippi campus, the CME offers a hands-on, interdisciplinary approach to learning, combining business, engineering, and manufacturing principles. Students gain real-world experience through state-of-the-art labs, industry partnerships, and collaborative projects that simulate real-world manufacturing environments. With a focus on innovation, sustainability, and advanced manufacturing technologies, the CME equips students with the skills and knowledge necessary to lead in the evolving manufacturing sector. Whether you're working on design, production, or management, the Center for Manufacturing Excellence is where education meets industry, creating tomorrow's leaders in manufacturing today. You can support the Center for Manufacturing Excellence today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
Welcome back, Rebs. I'm Jordan Karnbach, joined here with Provost Noel Wilkin, who is also the Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs here at Ole Miss. How are we doing today?
Doing great, Jordan. Thanks.
Of course. Wonderful. Well, I'm so excited to get into our conversation, but first, we hit a milestone today. I want to share that we are over $100,000 raised with 575 gifts. Now, we are so proud of this number, but let's keep it going, Rebs. Now, let's get into this interview. Provost Wilkin, tell us a little bit about yourself. Let's start there first.
Sure. Well, thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. And first, I probably should start by saying I've been a faculty member administrator for 29 years here at the institution, and started as a faculty member in the School of Pharmacy and have had various roles on campus over the years, and just really enjoy having the opportunity to be the provost and help move our academic programs forward and the things we're doing in research and student affairs, and also the academic units working with the deans.
Absolutely, and we'll talk about a lot of that, but this morning there was something super exciting. We heard that announcement from Chancellor Boyce about the new Let's Book It Fund. We've talked a lot about it today, but it expands the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship to help cover the cost of textbooks and course materials. So I want to ask you, why is this kind of targeted support so important for student success?
Well, first I should say that the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship is one that supports Mississippians with financial need, and having all the resources available to them to be successful in college is so critically important. And so in addition to the scholarship, which covers their room and board and tuition, having that book scholarship is so important to ensure that they have the resources to learn alongside the material, or learn the material that's being covered in class and do well. And so with the generosity of donors, we're able to provide that resource to our students and help to ensure that they get the best opportunity here at Ole Miss.
Absolutely. Equal opportunity is so important here for every single student at Ole Miss, so everyone can succeed. And I want to talk a little bit about academic centers. So one of the ways that Ole Miss delivers an exceptional education is through our academic centers and institutes. So can you talk about how these centers provide unique opportunities for students to create specialized and personalized courses of study?
Right. Well, our university is made up of departments that hire experts in certain fields, and in those fields they are the experts, and they have deep knowledge of what they do and what the field covers and what they're able to contribute to the knowledge base there. And our centers and institutes pull faculty from different departments together to work on some of the world's greatest challenges. And so the centers and institutes enable us to have an impact in other ways outside of one particular field, where we might be pulling biologists and chemists and biomedical engineers together to look at the development of nanoparticles or other things that are of benefit to society. And so those centers and institutes are so critical to us maximizing the impact we have in the world.
Absolutely. And we've also seen remarkable investments in our academic infrastructure in recent years. So from STEM buildings to renovated learning spaces. So what's the vision behind making sure our campus is ready for the future? That's kind of a big question.
Yeah, well, there's so many ways that we look to the future to figure out what our objectives are and how we will make those contributions. And I think we need to ensure that we never lose sight of the critical role that higher education plays in society. I was watching a clip of Michael Crow not too long ago, and he's the president of Arizona State University, and he pulled an iPhone out of his pocket, and he said many people attribute the development of this iPhone to the genius of Steve Jobs. And he said, but what they don't look at is the over 5,000 faculty research groups that created technology, innovation, and advanced the knowledge necessary to make that iPhone possible. And so while Steve Jobs really did play a role in advancing the iPhone and bringing it to the world, it was those faculty at institutions around the country who made significant contributions. That's the true impact of what our researchers and faculty can be doing. And so our objectives for the future are to try to push the envelope in the fields of our faculty, to try to make advances in the way we teach, we educate, and we keep people engaged to pursue their education while they're here, and continue to transform lives for Mississippi, the region, and the nation.
Absolutely. Now, we talk about the innovation of technology, but we can't forget arts and culture. So the arts are such an important part of the student experience here at Ole Miss. How does access to resources and venues like the Gertrude C. Ford Center for the Performing Arts enrich both academic life and the cultural vibrancy of our campus?
Right, so I'll say that first of all, the fact that we're a liberal arts institution, which means that we liberally or generously interpret what an art is, and we don't lose sight of the arts that got all that started. And so the arts are so critically important to who we are as a campus and into a region. We're excited about the contributions that have been made in the arts, and in fact, that is made up of the performing arts with our theater and film department, the music department, and also our art and art history department. And I meet with them on a regular basis to discuss the things that they have coming up and the things that they're trying to accomplish to ensure that we're working well together, and also to help make sure that they're getting the attention they need to help that area of our campus thrive. What I love about a campus community and campus environment is there's so many different people from different perspectives coming together to advance knowledge, understanding, and perspectives, and the arts are a valuable part of what we do there.
Absolutely. I think that's definitely what makes Ole Miss so special. And even beyond the stage, Ole Miss is home to incredible cultural resources like the University Museum in Roanoke. How do these spaces enhance learning and build deeper connections with the Oxford community?
You know, we get tens of thousands of visitors to Roanoke every year, and it's just amazing to me how far they come to visit that destination. And so we need to remember our literary background and how it contributes to our ability to move the works of literary giants forward. And so the museum and Roanoke do a lot to help bring the community to campus and also advance their understanding and appreciation for the arts. And I would say the Ford Center does that as well. As a destination for the performing arts in North Mississippi, it brings acts that people won't see in other places, and also opportunities for people to engage with the arts that they may not have experience to see. So I'm very excited about what they do for our campus community and bringing the arts to the region.
Now, we've talked about a lot of amazing things today, but I want to continue as we celebrate Giving Day, ask you what you would like to know, what you would like for our viewers to know about the specific impact their support makes in student lives.
Yeah, so we're a nonprofit organization, which means that every dollar that we bring in goes into our mission to achieve the mission of what we're trying to accomplish, to advance knowledge, to advance research and science, to help support the arts, and then to also provide academic experiences that are transformational to our students. Simply, we can't do this alone. We need the support of donors to help us to achieve those objectives and to help ensure that we're maximizing the transformational experience that students get while they're on our college campus.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for this insightful conversation today. Your passion is very evident. I always see you around campus doing all sorts of types of different things, so I appreciate your time. And I want to let you know that we're going to commercial, but stick with us because we'll be right back with more amazing conversation.
What's that I spy? A golden little statement piece could spice up your life. Your 8 a.m. lecture crush won't be able to keep their eyes off you with this shiny red and gold Lyceum lapel pin dazzling in the fluorescent lights of the classroom. All it takes is a monthly recurring donation. Just select recurring at checkout and this fine piece of jewelry is all yours.
I think anybody who looks at Ole Miss First will say this is a model program for helping students who need assistance to achieve the goals that they can achieve.
Ole Miss First is a wonderful scholarship, but beyond that, it's offered me the opportunity to meet new people. So I was able to learn all the wonderful opportunities here in the Oxford community, that being community service, whether through St. Peter's or Leapfrog. I've learned all those through Ole Miss First.
Ole Miss First is really kind of like a little community, and a lot of the speakers and their messages have like really stuck with me. So it's definitely very impactful.
I think that Ole Miss First has really helped me get a community of people outside like my small group of classes, and I think that I could not have really blended into Ole Miss near as well without this scholarship.
This is an opportunity for us to really invest in an important, productive, successful program. You can think about, as we did, putting Ole Miss first and support this program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Revs, we are continuing the excitement this Giving Day at the University of Mississippi, and now with us is Caitlin Childress, Associate Director of Development for the Center for Manufacturing Excellence, and you can see she has two special guests with her. Those are two of the CME students, Kara Hildebrand and Lauren Sitt. We're so excited that all of you are here. We're going to hear from each and every one of them, but Caitlin, I want to start with you. First, can you kind of tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about what the CME is?
Sure. Well, I'm Caitlin Childress. I am Associate Director of Development for the Patterson School of Accountancy, actually, and so that's kind of my tie into the CME. Is a good number of our students are minoring in manufacturing, so it's been very neat to work with the CME and get to know the incredible alum and their industry partners and just really see how special this program is.
Yes, that is Associate Director. That was my bad on reading for the School of Accountancy. But a lot of exciting things happening at the CME, which is why we even have students here to kind of talk about their experience. So Lauren, can you maybe just kind of tell us a little bit about kind of what inspired you to get involved with the CME?
Yeah. I would say it was actually the CME itself. So I was very blessed with having a sister being a part of the CME program. So she kind of told me all the benefits of being in the CME and what it has to offer and how it extremely invests in the students. And so that's kind of what made me pursue a minor in manufacturing through the CME program.
All right. And can, Kara or Lauren, can you kind of tell us a little bit about, for people, they say, what is the CME, Center for Manufacturing Excellence? What types of things are happening there? Can you kind of fill us in on, some of the programs, some of the hands-on things you've gotten to do through the CME?
Yeah, of course. So one of the big things about the CME is that we have students from accountancy, business, and engineering disciplines. So for me, I'm a mechanical engineering major, so we get to constantly work on interdisciplinary teams on solving problems not only like in the classroom but also on the manufacturing floor. So we get a lot of experience working with machinery and tools that are commonly seen in industry and can kind of translate that from our schoolwork into real-world applications once we graduate.
Oh yeah, a huge deal, and we all know Mississippi has a big manufacturing industry with a lot of those businesses here like Toyota, things of the sort, and those partnerships really come to life at the CME, and really some hands-on experiences that you all get that you can really market as you look for that job after college. And so Caitlin, for maybe parents, prospective students, grandparents, people who maybe randomly clicked on this live stream and they're like, what's going on at Ole Miss today? Can you maybe share why they should consider giving to the Center for Manufacturing Excellence?
Yeah, well, the CME is a special, unique program in that it gives, like she was saying, it's very interdisciplinary, so a lot of different majors all across campus you learn through the lens of manufacturing. With great programs comes great resources, and so there's always a need. On Giving Day today, we are focused on student scholarships, and so we have a lot of challenges and fun things going on for you to be involved. I would say as a parent or a prospective student, whoever may be watching today, to look into the CME and see really all the cool things that we have happening. Do you want me to go into the giving challenges?
I was going to say, you said challenges. I want to know more about these challenges.
I figured that was your next question to me. Yes. Okay, so I brought my notes to make sure I tell you guys for sure. But so the first thing we have going on, the Scotsman Manufacturing Company from Laurel, Mississippi, they are supporting, this is their second year to support Giving Day. They're giving a $5,000 gift once 25 gifts are made to the school. So gift of any size, just 25 different gifts, they're going to unlock $5,000. So second time to do it, so big shout out to them. Thank you.
That's great.
That's the first one. And then for anybody that's watching, anybody at all who cares about the CME, students, parents, faculty members, a gift of any size, you get to vote to name the CME robot. And so you girls know what the robot is. I had to ask some questions about the robot. It's used on the CME floor. It's used for outreach. It's very important, so it needs a name. And so as you give a gift today, you can vote on the name for the CME robot.
No, that is really exciting. I'm the type of person that names my plants, so
Yeah.
I love an opportunity to name something.
I named my car.
Exactly. My car has a name, everything. I mean, that's really exciting. These specific challenges that, as you mentioned, really unlock even more money. So it's really a way for people to maximize when they want to give to the CME or when they want to give to some of these causes. It's really a big deal. And I want to ask the students, and really either one of you can take this answer, but do you have one experience or one specific experience that stands out at the CME that's something that was hands-on or something that you wouldn't have been able to do through another program?
So I'll share one of the things that comes to mind is the experiential learning classes that we get to do. So with my cohort, we actually got to go to Toyota, and we actually got to see what it's like to manufacture the Toyota Corolla. And so it's an opportunity that students get to be exposed to the manufacturing environment. And what I love about the experiential learning classes is that a lot of times in the classrooms you learn different material, but sometimes it's a lot harder to kind of see the bigger picture or how the things you're learning really does impact a career that you will eventually take part in. So at these experiential learning classes really do hit home the classroom knowledge, but with the application. And so there is yet a program that I've been a part of that has done such a good job in connecting the two.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really huge. For me, experiential learning is the best way. I love a good textbook, but getting to get my hands in there, getting to see and even talk with people who do the job. Here, what do you like? What don't you like? I think that goes a really long way. And so really do all of your donations at home. You heard Caitlin mention whether you want to get $5, $500, I said it earlier, $500 million. We'll take it all. I think y'all would take that over at the School of Accountancy.
Yeah.
Y'all have a lot of momentum going, even, with the new building and things of the sort. There's a lot going on there, a lot going on in the CME. So there's so much you can help with and see your impact come to life. Caitlin, I want to ask you before we head into our break, kind of if you have any last words you would want to say to donors who are watching today.
Yeah, I want to say thank you, first of all, for tuning in, for supporting. It's such a wonderful program and a lot of great things going on at Ole Miss in general right now. So thank you for tuning in. Thanks for your support, and I'm very glad to get to talk to you guys today.
Some great stuff there, and Caitlin really already mentioned that there are some challenges that they have underway. So we want to see those gifts coming in to the CME. I think it was 25 gifts, was it, that unlocks the 5,000 extra?
Yes, and then gift of any size to vote. And then we are also doing a giveaway.
Ooh.
So if you give a gift of $250 or more, you're entered into a giveaway, which is an Ole Miss fire pit that was designed by CME students.
Now that is amazing. Who doesn't like a good bonfire or having a fire pit at the house? So I thank you all three ladies for being here with us. You really illustrated how donor gifts really go a long way and make a huge difference on student success here at the University of Mississippi. So that website is givingday.olemiss.edu. You want to check it out. You want to share it with a friend so you can get those 25 gifts to the CME. We have so much more coming up still here on our Giving Day live stream. Stick with us. We'll have a short commercial break.
Past leaders of the graduate school valued the recruitment, retention, and success of all students, including those underrepresented in graduate education and the professoriate. We created the Cole Efting Fellows Program to honor their legacy and continue their important work.
I'm Roger Davis Jr. from Anguilla, Mississippi, and I'm a third-year PhD student in higher education. The Cole Efting Fellowship Program has impacted my academic journey in various ways. Immediately stepping on the campus of the University of Mississippi and receiving this fellowship has allowed me to have a network of support.
Our Cole Efting Fellows participate in a number of professional development opportunities, including formal and informal networking.
So the Cole Efting Fellowship has allowed me to become aware of many different opportunities for doctoral students like myself. In the summer of 2022, I was able to get a junior fellowship internship at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. And I've also been able to meet different people across the campus and in the community that have played a big part in essentially the success of the University of Mississippi. I want to personally thank all of the generous supporters of the Cole Efting Graduate Fellowship.
We thank you for supporting the Cole Efting Fellows Fund on Giving Day.
Welcome back, Rebels. I'm Jordan Karnbach, joined here with John McDermott. He is the director of esports here at Ole Miss. How are we feeling today?
I am feeling great. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful day out here in Mississippi. We were just talking about where I came from, and up there right now it's like 40 degrees. So, having a nice mid-afternoon of like 60, 65 is so nice.
Absolutely. It's freezing in the morning, but then it warms up
Yeah.
and it feels fantastic. So you're here to talk about esports, and I'm so excited to learn more about this because I feel like I've been hearing this everywhere and I have no idea what it is. So can you give people who don't know a little bit of background about what esports is?
Yeah, sure. So with esports, the very layman term of it is basically like competitive video games. So if you think about playing like football or sports or something like that, the football side of it, like, it's just a game. But what makes football so special, especially here at Ole Miss and in the South and the SEC, is the competitive value that is attached to it, which makes the games entertaining. And esports does a lot of the same, where there are a ton of different games that are played, but in those games, we have the opportunity to make them competitive through leagues, conferences, everything that you would see in traditional athletics, that we play for that. And then on top of that, what we do here is we add on extra levels of this. So in terms of career preparedness within students who are not necessarily the players, and then more importantly, we have the opportunity for education in terms of a academic minor housed in the business school, and then obviously our club and community outreach programs.
And how would you say that the Ole Miss esports program has impacted student life and the broader university community?
Yeah, I mean, I think esports as a whole is transformative to Ole Miss. I think when you're looking at it, this is a large school with a very diverse population of students, and because of that, not every student is going to fit into that box of being a jock or wanting to go out to the football games or wanting to go join a Greek life fraternity or sorority. And we offer an opportunity to get those students involved here on campus, whether it be competitively through our club programs or even competitively through our varsity programs, and then also through our club and community outreaches, where it gives students of any type, way, shape, or form ways to get involved here and stay on campus, basically.
Absolutely. Inclusivity is so important, and it's very prevalent here at the University of Mississippi, so I completely see why the esports program would sound perfect for some students. What are some significant accomplishments of the Ole Miss esports program?
Yeah, so I mean, it's funny you say that, because we're really experiencing a ton of success right now across the board. So obviously, the most well-known probably for everyone out here is our esports Egg Bowl. That occurs every year, just like the traditional Egg Bowl. And we either host it here, or we host it, or Mississippi State hosts it for our club teams to participate and sort of get that SEC rivalry going. On our varsity level, our two teams the two varsity teams we have, which are League of Legends and Rocket League, are incredibly successful. Currently, our League of Legends team, as of today, is the number 4 team in the country. And I'm pretty transparent. I haven't looked to see what our national ranking is for Rocket League, but we have never been below the top 20 in the country. Then, more importantly, for our League of Legends team, which has made an awesome opportunity for the university, is that our League of Legends team this past fall actually signed professional contracts.
Wow.
So one of the things that makes esports different from a traditional sport is that we don't have NCAA involvement, so we don't have to worry about amateurism. And because of that, if you are successful, which Coach Brandon Colomer has done an amazing job making a successful program, we are able to build a program that can go out and sign to professional teams. So this past December through February, we signed a contract with a company called Supernova, or Players did. And in that, basically, they joined a league called NACL. And in that NACL league, to put it into traditional conversations, it's like being signed the whole of the baseball team being signed to a AAA organization, and that organization or affiliation now becoming Ole Miss's as a AAA team, which is amazing to see for our players, because on the playing side that means they're one step below realizing their dreams. And then from like a school standpoint, it gives such an opportunity for our students to get involved on the professional levels that most schools don't have the ability to do. We can do things that other universities can't, which is amazing thanks to the size of this university and, a wonderful alumni base.
Absolutely. And we spoke about some fundraising efforts off camera a little bit, but I want to ask you if you have any specific goals or anything for fundraising efforts for the esports program.
Yeah, of course. So I think one of the things that we're really looking to sort of help grow and sort of solidify within our facility in the EF Yerby Conference Center is our console section. So obviously one of the things that is important is, like we talked about earlier, is inclusivity. One of the most ways to be the most inclusive with esports is through console games, right? Because almost everyone at some point or another has played a console, but maybe they haven't used a computer to play video games. And so building out that sort of system by purchasing PS5s, Xbox Ones, Xbox X Series, Switches, and now I guess after last week, the Switch 2 when it comes out, we have that opportunity to really grow and develop our program.
Are there any other primary needs for the esports program right now?
I think when we're sitting down and we're sort of talking about it, in terms of our long range groups, we really want to work on two things, I think. One, on the club level, I think that's important is to help our club travel to experience more sites, because it's not just competing, right, on the level of like a football team where like they all travel. There's a ton of different groups that have a ton of different opportunities year-round to travel. And then I think the next level really would be in terms of expanding our varsity base through opening up other scholarship programs.
Absolutely. And is there any key takeaway from this interview that you want people to know, donors to know, alumni, whoever, when it comes to the esports program? Anything you want to tell the viewers before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I guess two things. One is obviously thank you guys so much, and thank you so much to the Payne family for sort of helping start this. And then I think more importantly, I think esports has done such a great job of helping this university and solidifying this university as a mainstay in the, esports space. And so thank you for that. And then I think also as well, be on the lookout for us. We actually have an incredibly packed end of the semester coming up. So, and I'll actually give me a second because there's so much going on here that I just want to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hit all the points.
So we have coming up in terms of an opportunity for alumni and students and parents to get involved. We are actually actively going to be hosting a Smash tournament on the eve before Double Decker, which will have an opportunity for a cash prize as well as introductions and playing on the school. So be on the lookout on our social media accounts for the signups for that. I want to also take this moment to congratulate our varsity Rocket League team. Last night they qualified for the NACE Grand Finals, which is actually our main conference here our main conference, which will help us travel to Orlando, Florida. So we're going to get a nice little break at the end of the year. Then this Saturday, in fact, our League of Legends team is going to be playing in the NECC League Finals. Which will help us, solidify our chance to be a #1 seed in our national championship. The national championship, which we are, planning on attending in South Carolina, is going to be on May 31st. So be on the lookout for that. And then also with Mississippi Day coming up this weekend, be sure to check out our two booths right out in front in the Student Union and then in the Student Union as well for a little play experience.
Well, there are clearly some great accomplishments coming out of the esports program here today, and we have had some amazing contributions already. So if you would like to donate, making your gift is super easy. Just head to givingday.olemiss.edu. We accept Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal, all major credit cards. So if you would like, consider donating to the esports program. And thank you so much for joining us today and spending your time with us.
Yeah, thank you so much as well, and thank you so much to the alumni.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see you very shortly after this commercial break.
A is for Are You Kidding? B is for By Golly. C, D is for Crazy Deals because everybody is talking about F, flagship chords. This jaw-dropping weaved rope will have all of your peers seething with jealousy as the premium tassels blow so eloquently in the wind. Not only will you be the most stylish graduate on stage, but this reward also includes a bonus of becoming an inducted member into the University of Mississippi's flagship society. If you call or send in an email right now, you get all of this for the low donation of $24.99. And for no additional charge, you get to direct your hard-earned funds to your department of choice. Had a professor you loved? Send the donation to their department. Had a professor you loved? Not as much? Send the donation to their arch enemy's department. There is no wrong way to give back to your community.
I want to thank you for your gifts to the Division of Outreach during Giving Day. Your continued support helps generations of Mississippians. You help us provide high-quality learning experiences that are designed to appeal to a wider variety of Ole Miss students, including working parents, place-bound individuals, and people re-entering college after a significant time away from their studies. Thanks again for helping students from elementary age to college to lifelong learning.
Thank you for all of your gifts for the Sally McDonald Barksdale Honors College. Your gifts will make a difference today and for generations to come. Thanks.
Thank you for contributing to the School of Journalism and New Media on Giving Day. Your gift will make a meaningful impact today and beyond.
Thank you for your gifts in support of the university libraries. Your gifts are greatly appreciated by our students, and they use them every day that they come in here.
Did you know that in the Ole Miss Grove there are tens of dozens of squirrels that roam around completely nameless? How would you feel if you didn't have a name? However, all of that can change for our furry little friends because from 2 to 4 p.m., a donation of $50 or more will allow you to give any name you'd like to one of these cute little scavengers. Names such as Trash Can Cane's Box Combo Thief, Sir Pufftail III. There's no limit to your imagination. Fill out your name when submitting your gift to receive a personalized squirrel name certificate.
Thanks for joining us. There is still lots of time that you can give to the University of Mississippi here this Giving Day. I did want to give a quick update before we introduce our next special guest. We have had 680 gifts made this Giving Day so far, so that is pretty exciting. And right now, we've seen $125,000 in donations. So let's see if we can keep that number going. Let's get those donors up. That's one thing we really want to see, the amount of donors really increase this Giving Day. But we have a special guest now. Joining us is Dr. Donna Strom, the Dean of the School of Pharmacy. And in just a little bit, too, we're going to hear from 2 pharmacy school students about their experience. But we want to start with the Dean first. And so, Dean Strom, this is your fourth Giving Day at Ole Miss as the Dean of Pharmacy. And I have heard the School of Pharmacy is a pretty competitive group when it comes to Giving Day, and they're pretty active, too. Tell me a little bit about you all's strategy this Giving Day 2025.
Yes, thank you for having me. So we are a competitive group of people as pharmacists, and I guess as my first year as dean, the development officer at that time really went all out and really wanted to beat the School of Law, and we did it.
Oh, yeah.
And we did it. And so that sort of set the pace, and now we have a team of people, Laura Gullett, Sage McNamara, Natalie, and a whole bunch of others that are like, we want to be the best. We like to be the best in everything, really. So that includes Giving Day. So we have challenges. We have John Bentley's challenge, Ben Banahan's challenge, Mike Repka's challenge. I have a challenge, the Dean's challenge. So please invest in the School of Pharmacy and give to the Dean's account, which supports students. The Dean's Fund supports students. So we'd be grateful for that.
Yeah.
And
just a lot of challenges going on there too, and that helps maximize the gifts this Giving Day. And so for people maybe who aren't as familiar with the School of Pharmacy here at Ole Miss, can you tell us a little bit about the School of Pharmacy, its mission, and really just how it supports students?
Sure. So the School of Pharmacy is a dynamic place. We have a PharmD program, so we're educating pharmacists. We also have graduate programs, so we're educating in the pharmaceutical sciences. We do research anywhere from drug discovery all the way through population and rural health and everything in between. And we do a lot of service and community engagement. We provide services. We do blood pressure screenings. We provide immunizations and a lot of other services for the community. So we're a busy group of people. We like to say that we elevate excellence. We continue to try to make Mississippi and beyond a healthier place. And whether that's educating our future healthcare professionals, whether that's discovering a new drug that can be helpful, whether that's going out and providing service and patient care to the citizens of Mississippi. That is our mission, is to help the world be a healthier place.
Yeah, I mean, really, the school is bridging all sorts of experience in academics as well as professional growth as well. And that may mean, going in a number of different areas. As I've read about the School of Pharmacy, even seeing, programs where they get to see, how Medicaid and things like that work is really something you don't, when I think pharmacy, it's something where I go to my pharmacy and I need something when I'm sick. But like you mentioned, it's a wide ranging group of people who are committed to excellence. And so really, I wanted to ask you about some of maybe the more exciting or some of the most exciting developments or maybe new initiatives that are happening in the School of Pharmacy.
Sure. So I'm going to go back and, we think of ourselves as medication experts. And so whether that's medication helping Medicaid, or whether that's helping an individual patient or discovering a new medication, it's all of that. And so it is a bigger world in the School of Pharmacy than perhaps what many people perceive.
Yeah, the stereotypical part. Yeah.
So we were named a Community Pharmacy Center of Excellence back in July by the American Association of Colleges of Pharmacy. And so we are looking at how do we continue to advance the practice of pharmacy in community settings. So we had a pharmacy summit this past year, and we hope to have another one this coming year. We received a donation recently on sports pharmacy. So how do we advance pharmacists in the role of helping both the competitive athlete, like here at Ole Miss, as well as the average citizen that wants to run, that wants to run a marathon, and you've got questions and issues, whether it's acute or chronic diseases. So that's an exciting initiative. We have a new cannabis center, research center, so we're really looking at medical cannabis and trying to understand the evidence or create evidence on when it is effective and how to use it safely.
Yes.
We're doing a lot in managed care, back to the Medicaid. How do we help society make decisions about really access to medicine and the cost of medicines and that policy? And so those are some of the
running
new
the gamut.
initiatives.
I mean,
yeah,
but also
yeah.
as you mentioned, that excellence. I mean, getting that designation and just really getting this recognition, but also moving the needle forward when it comes to research and groundbreaking research. As you mentioned, getting evidence. You know, we're academics.
Yes.
We operate based off of evidence, based off of fact.
Yeah.
And so I've been really excited to see a lot of that research and the opportunities coming out of the School of Pharmacy. And so, I mean, there's hands-on experiences like internships or community work. Can you tell us a little bit about, for people at home who say, you know what, I've heard some things already, but how can these donations on Giving Day help, directly help the School of Pharmacy?
Yes. So, like our challenge gifts and all general, you will invest in the School of Pharmacy. It really is to help the students have those experiences. And when I think of the experiences, I think certainly of our organizations, and it provides them the resources to go out and do those service projects or travel to a national meeting. Our AAPS, our ISPOR, ASHP, APHA, Kappa Psi, all of those organizations won national awards. So your gift to us helps our students have the resources they need to do the service work, as well as travel to these meetings and be part of the pharmacy
pharmacy world, but also to be excellent at it. I mean, to get that national recognition, not just doing the work, but doing it great.
Doing it great.
Yeah.
Elevating excellence. That is our sort of motto. Because the other thing about pharmacy that you need to know is we are a family. That's with the PH.
I love
so,
that.
We're a community and supporting each other. And so gifts to the school today help our students, both our pharmacy students and our graduate students, have those type of experiences. But we're also looking for them to have research experiences or community engagement experiences or the travel experience to different. We have 2 students that were selected into an independent pharmacy ownership camp, so to speak, this summer. And so we're going to provide some resources so they don't have to foot the whole bill to travel there, stay 5 nights in a hotel, etc. So
it gets expensive.
It does. So anyway.
That's some exciting things happening there. And I mean, you kind of got me excited about this Dean Challenge. Can you tell us a little bit about how people can get involved in that, or what exactly that is as well?
Yes. So it is $1,000, and then I will donate $1,000 to that Dean's Fund for student support.
Yes, and as you mentioned, it's going right back to students.
It is.
And so that's a huge point.
And the other challenges as well go to different other
other parts that touch students, really. I mean, it may be programs in different ways. And so, really, I mean, you drive home a good point. This is a good time to remind you how to give. You can go to givingday.olemiss.edu, Apple Pay, Venmo, major credit cards. I don't think there's any excuse. So really, we would love to see you consider giving a gift to the School of Pharmacy. Obviously, you all are doing some great things. And before we go, I just want to ask you as Dean, what's your favorite part of being Dean? You're not just Dean, you're Dean of the School of Pharmacy. I mean, what's your favorite part? You talked about being a family. What makes your job so special for you?
What I love, so one, I am an alumnus of this program. So it's the people. Yeah. It's the students. We have the best students. They are engaged. They want to make a difference in the world, both our pharmacy students and our graduate students. And they're passionate about what they're doing, and they always have new ideas, and they're creative. And then the other part, though, is they eventually become our alums. And we have awesome alums that are willing to give, not just Giving Day and the financial, but they give our time. They come back and mentor students, they precept our students. So my favorite part is getting to interact with people that are excellent at what they do, and I'm in awe of sometime of how they've created a cosmetic company, or they are, the CEO of a health system in Connecticut, or whatever it is that their passion is. that's my favorite part is the people.
Such a special thing that you get to see, and I'm sure you get to see even returning, students giving back as an alumni. And so, alumni at the School of Pharmacy, I'm really expecting you all to step up after getting a shout out from Dean Strum today. Well, I really appreciate you being here with us because, it's so important that people see and understand that, this money doesn't just go, anywhere. It goes and it directly helps students, and it directly helps our programs be world renowned. And so some great information from Dean Strum, but we also are going to hear from some pharmacy students just after this short break. So make sure you stick with us. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
You plus 2. Who? You plus 2. That's right, folks. For this donation, you'll have to prove you're an influencer because you need a donation from you plus 2 of your closest friends. Send your friends your unique influencer link, and once they both donate, you'll receive an exclusive throwback pennant that says, Flim Flam. Who? Oh shoot, I forgot who. Who is it again? Alright, it's you plus 2. If your combined donations amount to at least $250, we'll also throw in this versatile silicone cup. Take it to class. Take it to the Grove. This cup is virtually indestructible, so there is no stress involved. For the pennant and cup, what do? Just remember, you plus 2.
The University of Mississippi Museum and Historic Houses boasts the largest collection of fine arts and artifacts as any academic museum in the state of Mississippi. Situated on the university's campus, the museum offers visitors a rich, diverse range of exhibitions that highlight both historical and contemporary works of art, along with fascinating cultural artifacts. With its expansive collection, the museum serves as a vital resource for academic exploration and community engagement, offering a space for reflection, learning, and discovery. From American and European paintings to archaeological treasures and decorative arts, the University Museum is a cultural gem that enriches the intellectual and creative life of the university and beyond. You can support the University Museum today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
Welcome back, Rebs, to Giving Day 2025. You all just heard from Dr. Strum, Dean of the School of Pharmacy, but now with us is Rachel Ricketts and Victoria Jones. Both of them are students in the School of Pharmacy. So we're excited to hear from you all about your experience, especially on Giving Day, because really it's all about the students, supporting students. But first, I guess, Rachel or Victoria, whoever would like to start, but can you tell us a little bit about how you ended up in the School of Pharmacy at Ole Miss?
I can go first. So I come from like a huge Ole Miss family, like always in the Grove, and I didn't know I wanted to go to Ole Miss or do pharmacy exactly, but my mom actually found out about our early entry program, which starts when you're in high school, and so I ended up applying to that. I learned I loved pharmacy, and I've just stuck with it for the past I guess it's been 6 years now, and I've loved it more than anything. It's a great place to be.
And an early start. I mean,
Yes.
getting a start, and really
was
that's
pretty
for
nice.
me was huge. You know, getting an introduction to maybe where you want to, what you want to
Mhm.
do in high school can make a huge difference. Victoria, what about you?
So my family was not a huge sports family growing up or big fan base or anything like that. But my mom also heard about the early entry program, and it's close to home. We're both from Memphis. So it was just an amazing opportunity. And like Rachel, I've fell in love with it. And now my family is the biggest Ole Miss fans you've ever met now. And I think it's all thanks to the pharmacy program and all the amazing connections and opportunities here.
Well, and I'm sure that your family gets a firsthand look at some of the opportunities, some of the classes, some of the instructors that you all get as well. Can you talk to me a little bit about maybe some of your favorite parts of the education or maybe even training that is setting you up for your future in healthcare?
So the way our training is set up right now, we learn in modules. So we'll have like 4-week extensive classes about like cardio or infectious diseases or something like that. And it's very much so the feel like the professors really care about us. Like we will go over to their houses and have dinner. Like they want to get to know us. They want to help us. They all want us to succeed. And if we're interested in anything, like Dean Strum or any of our professors are going to connect us to the people and the faculty and any of the graduates at the school who can help us succeed in that way.
Oh,
So
yeah. That
it's a very
support goes a long-
close-knit school, and they give us everything we could need to succeed.
Are there any specific, I guess, opportunities or experiences that you've had that in the School of Pharmacy that you kind of stick out for you?
Oh, for sure. So they really encourage us to get involved with organizations. We're both a part of the American Pharmacists Association, the student chapter. And we've had amazing opportunities. A couple weeks ago, we actually got to go to Nashville for the national convention and meet pharmacists from all across America and network and hear from really awesome keynote speakers. And I just feel like that's a really cool thing that we get to do in school and that our professors pour into us, is to get involved locally and nationally.
And really, we heard Dean Strum talking about how Giving Day empowers students. You know, the money is touching students in many ways. You just even talked about going to a conference and being able to connect with people in the industry and pick their brains a little bit as well. And hopefully maybe say, you know, I'm gonna be graduating a little bit. I might need a job down the road. And so I guess for donors watching, people trying to decide, where do I want to give my money this Giving Day? Why would you say to consider the School of Pharmacy? Why would you say, hey, you should send your money over to the School of Pharmacy?
I mean, like Victoria was saying, we do get to use it for different conferences and stuff, and I know a lot of us wouldn't be able to go otherwise, and we get to learn, like we learned so many even just career paths that I didn't even know were available through going to these conferences, and we get to meet people, and then on top of that, like a lot of us receive scholarships that we're able to receive, and I mean, a lot of us couldn't go through school without it, so I mean, it's pretty special that that money helps us become and get the degrees that we want.
Yeah, it takes that extra headache away too. You don't want to. I never wanted to miss a field trip in fifth grade, let alone missing a field trip in college, where again I can get face to face with employers, with professionals that are leaders in the industry. I think it really does go a long way. Victoria, I guess people at home are probably wondering, what are they doing after graduation? Can you tell me a little bit about maybe plans that are in the works? What would you like to pursue post-graduation?
Sure. Right now, my plan is to pursue a residency after I graduate. So that could be 1 or 2 years. And like Rachel said, we've learned about so many different career pathways in pharmacy. I'm interested in pediatrics, so we'll see. But I'm always keeping an open mind. Our 4th year of school is we complete rotations. We complete 10 rotations, and each month we're somewhere new, learning something different, shadowing, learning what it's like to be a pharmacist in the real world. And so I'm definitely keeping an open mind for that year to just really try out everything there is and see what I like and don't like. But it's really a huge field and so many different career paths that I'm excited to look into.
Yeah, and that's exciting. Another exciting part about being a part of Ole Miss's School of Pharmacy, to make sure that you see everything. You know, before you start just jumping into something, we can always adjust, but you know, you have a better idea of this is what community pharmacy is like, or this is what you mentioned, infectious disease, things of the sort. So it really does go a long way. And then Rachel, what about you? Post-graduation, or do you have any future plans in the works?
So right now I'm actually in the dual degree program at Ole Miss, so you get like your PharmD while you're getting your MBA. And so with that, I don't know exactly how I want to use it, but I know there's a huge like pharmaceutical industry world, and I'm looking to go into that. Don't know exactly what it'll hold, but excited to use both of those degrees.
And y'all have some time. You know, I love that you all kind of are making sure that you explore all of it. That's what college is all about. And it's why these donations make a huge difference. These gifts are really a gift because they come and provide new opportunities for students that maybe weren't able to do that. Well, Victoria and Rachel, I'm so glad I got to speak with y'all. Y'all look like y'all are, I know y'all are in the right field because those white coats look right on y'all. So excited to talk to students about that. And again, if you do want to give to the School of Pharmacy, or if there's a specific area of campus you want to give to, you can head over right now to givingday.olemiss.edu, and we take all types of payment, major credit cards, Apple Pay, Venmo. There's really no barrier, no excuse there, and we would love to have your gift this Giving Day. It would be so special for everyone here at the university. So thank you so much for being here and speaking with me.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
All right, we'll be back with much more after this short commercial break.
The University of Mississippi celebrated the grand opening of this exciting resource on February 12th. It's not just about opening doors. It's about opening doors to opportunity by providing students with free professional clothing. Whether it's stepping into the classroom or acing their first big job interview, Ole Miss is here to help students feel confident and ready for anything. Want to learn more or find out how you can donate? Click the link.
Gonna be a hot one out there for move-in weekend, Ole Miss. Good luck this year, Red.
You did it. You're home. I can't wait for you to discover the true meaning of Hotty Toddy. It's a cheer that connects us all to the red and blue. It's the moment that begins when you step on campus and continues long after you turn your tassel. I can't wait for you to discover your legacy and make the world a better place.
The Trent Lott Leadership Institute at the University of Mississippi offers a diverse array of leadership and outreach programs designed to inspire and empower both high school and undergraduate students. Through its comprehensive programs, the Institute fosters the development of strong leadership skills and civic responsibility, equipping students with the tools they need to excel in their academic, professional, and personal lives. The Institute continues its commitment to leadership education by partnering with the Department of Public Policy Leadership at Ole Miss, providing students with the unique opportunities for mentorship, community engagement, and hands-on learning. With a focus on shaping the next generation of leaders, the Trent Lott Leadership Institute serves as a catalyst for positive change, encouraging students to take on leadership roles, both locally and globally. You can support the Trent Lott Leadership Institute today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
Welcome back, Rebels, to Giving Day 2025. I'm Jordan Karnbach, joined here with Michelle Hanlon, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Air and Space Law here at Ole Miss. And I want to ask, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Jordan. What a gorgeous weather we're having, right?
Absolutely, yes. Okay, so I need to ask you about this dress that you're wearing. It has moons on it. It's the first thing I noticed when she walked in. It's spectacular. Tell us about it.
So moons, right? We're going back to the moon, and that's what's really exciting about this dress. I like to remind people every day, if you look up and you think about it, there are so many things on the moon already, and we've got so many spacecraft going, and we're sending humans back by 2028. I mean, this is just a really exciting time to be alive.
Absolutely, and such an interesting topic that I can't wait to get into. So tell me a little bit more about the missions and goals for the Center for Air and Space Law Ole Miss.
So Jordan, we are really focused, and this is going to sound very sci-fi, but it's not. It's like next year. We're really focused on creating the bridge to make humanity a spacefaring species, a truly multi-planetary species. And so that sounds really high and mighty and woo, but it's not, because we're really talking about making the rules that we need to make sure the steps we take into space are foundational and that they work properly. And one of the most important things that we do here at Ole Miss is that we really focus on the industry. So what we want to see is the space industry and the drone industry and the aviation industry continue to form the backbone of our economy here in the United States and in Mississippi. And so we're really focused on helping get the rules out that we need that will support commercial industry and support our growth in space and support a new economy that's based not on fossil fuels, but on metals that we can get out in space but we can't find here.
Absolutely, and we talk about the importance of support. So how does the center prepare students for careers in air and space law, and what unique opportunities does it provide that sets us apart from other universities?
So one of the most exciting things about our program is how old we are. We are the very first university in the entire country to teach space law. We started teaching space law in 1965. That's 60 years ago this year. So we're really excited by that. We have this tremendous tradition of space law at the University of Mississippi, and no other university in this country comes close to us. Not only that, but Mississippi is the gateway to the universe. Every single Apollo mission had to come through Stennis, and so Mississippi needs to take its rightful place in the history of spacefaring humans. Our program in particular is a fantastic program because we offer, I'm very excited, we offer a JD concentration. No other university does that. So you can come to us as a JD student and learn all about aviation law and space law and drone law. We also have an advanced degree in LLM program. And one of the things that we need your support for is the fact that, we are a very, very economical program, but it still costs a lot of money. And we really want to bring more Mississippi students into our law school and into this quickly growing industry. And so one of the things we are looking for support for is scholarship opportunities for Mississippi students.
Absolutely, and it's hard not to get excited about a topic like this because there's so much to explore here. Now, you told me that Ole Miss might have a relationship with Space Force. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So this is another really exciting thing. We are educating the JAGs, the lawyers who advise the Space Force. And so this is really key right now when you think about what's going on in the world and in space. I don't want to be, it's not political, it's strategic, right? We're in a race with China. And Mississippi is right in the middle of that race because along with sort of the arms race and the strategic geopolitics, there's something we call lawfare. And that's where both governments use the law to support their positions. And so we have the honor of training the lawyers who are using the law to help support our national defense and our national security. And so not only do we have this wonderful special relationship with the Space Force, our students go to class with lawyers who are going to be advising the Space Force. What an incredible opportunity it is for our students.
Absolutely. That definitely sets Ole Miss apart. And I want to talk to you about some of the most pressing legal challenges facing the air and space industries today, and how does the center's curriculum address that?
So Jordan, I get 3 questions when I go out and about in public.
Okay.
Who owns the moon? Can I shoot that drone down? And what happens if somebody spills coffee on me on an airplane?
Oh, no.
So these are the questions that we get, and these are the things that you want to think about. Now, I'm going to start with the on the coffee. You know, that's just a tort. We do have special laws if it's an international flight, and this blows people away. But we teach our students how to litigate, how to protect passengers on airplanes. Can you shoot that drone down? No. So. But we are teaching our students to help evolve the law. What's really exciting about drone law and space law is that they are not a lot there. And so as lawyers, it's really challenging because we get to form the law and we have to think about its impact 40, 50, 60 years from now. So no, you cannot shoot that drone down, but we are working to make sure that your privacy is secured. Who owns the moon? That's a little bit harder. Yeah, we're working on that still. Everybody owns the moon, I always say. It belongs to all of us. But you know what? A lot of people are going back to them, a lot of countries, a lot of private companies, and we have to think about how we're going to protect things like mining for water on the moon. What if the United States and China land right next to each other? Who gets that rare earth metal, right? And so these are the rules and the laws we're looking at, and we are especially well poised because we have the opportunity to go to the United Nations 3 times a year and talk about these laws and help evolve them, even at an international level.
When we talk about specific projects or initiatives in the Center for Air and Space Law, what are you currently working on that you may be particularly proud of right now?
So there's so many. I won't bore you. First of all, we are really proud to be working with Mississippi State. I know, don't boo hiss, they're really good. On a drone initiative. We are trying to work to bring more drones into emergency response. We're really proud of working with the Lafayette emergency response teams to build a video that will encourage taxpayers to understand how important drones are in emergency response. Everything from helping find missing people to crowd control after football games. We're really proud of our effort with the journals themselves. We have the oldest and the only space law journal in the world, and we have the only journal focused on drone law and policy in the world. So we have so many firsts in what we're doing that it's really hard to just sort of say, well, let me pin it down.
Absolutely. And what role do donors play in ensuring the continued growth and success of the Center for Air and Space Law, and how can they help support the next generations of legal professionals in this field?
So donors are so important. One of the things that we've found is that the interest in space law and drone law is growing. Right now, Mississippi is the #1 university law school to come to if you want to study drone law or space law. But guess what? A lot of other schools are starting to realize, oh, we need to teach space law because space affects us every day. It's going to be so important to understand the laws that are going to guide us into the future. And so we need support. We want to host conferences here in Mississippi. We want to bring people to this gorgeous town of Oxford and show them not only that we have a great football team, but we have the answers to the future. We want to educate more people in Mississippi. We want to bring scholarship students from our own towns right here in Mississippi and make them realize you don't need to be an engineer to go to space. You can be a lawyer and go to space. We want to go into high schools all throughout Mississippi and teach children right from the beginning, right before they even go to college, to make them aware of the universe that Mississippi is on the threshold of. And we want. We can also, we want to have a endowed faculty chair so that we can confirm that this program that has been here for 60 years will be here for the next 60 and the next 60 after that.
Well, I'm a communication specialist here, and you are making me want to go to space now and completely do a 180. So there are a lot of parents and future students tuning in today. So what makes the School of Law's Center for Air and Space Law such a valuable experience, and how would one go about pursuing this concentration?
So first of all, one of the most wonderful things about the center is that it's at Ole Miss, right? I mean, we have a gorgeous campus. The law school is very small and intimate. We really take care of our students. We have a real kindred spirit with our students. At Ole Miss, you have a really unique opportunity to be in classes. My next class is a drone law and policy class, where I have 4 students who are mid-level professionals interacting with my JD students. So as a JD student, you are going to be interacting with people who are in the field right then and there. We also offer more space law classes than any other university. So we have different aspects of space law, and we also offer very few universities do are practical skills classes. So our JD graduates are actually getting jobs at NASA, at ULA, at the FAA, right after law school.
That's so amazing. Now, Dr. Hanlon, is there anything that we didn't talk about that you want to bring up, or a key message you want to send to our viewers?
So I just want to remind everybody that space law starts and drone laws start here in Mississippi, and I think it's a legacy that we have too often forgotten, and it's something that we at the Center for Air and Space Law are working very hard to produce again. We should take huge pride in Mississippi's role in getting humanity to space, and we should take even huger pride and take a real step forward in making sure that the laws we have in space that govern humanity are laws that are based on Western democracy and not something else. And that's what we're really trying to do at the Center for Air and Space Law, and we appreciate any support that we can get.
And thank you so much, Dr. Hanlon, for being with us today, talking about such an interesting topic. And don't forget, now is the perfect time to give. You can make your gift at givingday.olemiss.edu, and we will see you shortly after our break.
Thank you.
The University of Mississippi School of Journalism and New Media is home to over 1,800 students studying journalism and integrated marketing communications. Our journalism program is over 75 years old, but work by student journalists on campus date back even farther to the creation of the student yearbook in 1897 and the student newspaper in 1911. Our IMC program has only been around for just over a decade, but has grown tremendously, proudly serving as the largest residential IMC program in the country. No matter what degree you choose, the School of Journalism and New Media is home to the best of the best. With our rich history and growth, 2024 is the best time to support us as we prepare students for thriving professional careers through superior education and hands-on real-world experience. From support for scholarships, travel opportunities for faculty and students, to even providing financial assistance to our S. Gale Denley Student Media Center. Your gifts, no matter the amount, will leave a lasting legacy on our programs.
Did you know that over 30% of Ole Miss students experience food insecurity? Thanks to the Grove Grocery, no student has to worry about where their next meal will come from. Last year alone, they provided over 10,000 pounds of food to students on the Oxford campus. You can support the Grove Grocery Food Bank today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. Together, we can make a difference, one meal at a time. The more you know.
Did you know that in the Ole Miss Grove there are tens of dozens of squirrels that roam around completely nameless? How would you feel if you didn't have a name? However, all of that can change for our furry little friends because from 2 to 4 p.m., a donation of $50 or more will allow you to give any name you'd like to one of these cute little scavengers. Names such as Trash Can Cane's Box Combo Thief, Sir Pufftail III. There's no limit to your imagination. Fill out your name when submitting your gift to receive a personalized squirrel name certificate.
Today, and we're about to show you some more fantastic content, but before we get into that, we want to address some of the milestones that we've hit today. So from 2 to 4 p.m. Central on April 8th, help your favorite academic area climb to the top of the leaderboard, okay? The unit with the most gifts will earn an additional $2,000 thanks to the generosity of Vice Chancellor for Development Charlotte Parks.
Yes.
And don't miss out your chance to make a big impact, and every gift counts. Remember that no matter how big or small, every gift counts. To make your gift, visit givingday.olemiss.edu. We'll repeat that so many times throughout the day just so you don't forget. And you can always use Venmo, Apple Pay, PayPal, any major credit card. Like Marvis said earlier, there are no excuses this year. So don't forget, you can also become a monthly donor and keep the memento going all year long.
Yeah, make sure to share the live stream too. You know, you never know which one of your friends are looking for their philanthropic opportunity. And Jordan, the leaderboard, that new challenge just started, the Parks Leaderboard Challenge. But something else just started that I think a lot of people are going to be excited about. It's time for the Name a Grove Squirrel Challenge. So this is one of the most talked about Giving Day traditions. Even before, this is our first year at Ole Miss, but even before Giving Day, I was already hearing about the infamous squirrels on here. So you can name one of the squirrels on the Grove. And again, it's a super popular part. So you're going to have to jump on this. This goes from right now until 4 o'clock. This is today only. You see those cute squirrels on your screen right now. And when you make a gift of $50 or more, you get to name a Grove squirrel. So $50 gift not only supports our amazing causes on campus, it also earns you that right to name one of the squirrels. So if you want to name one Marvis and Jordan, I mean, you can throw that out there too, so we can live on. You can just do that by making your gift at that website, givingday.olemiss.edu.
Absolutely. And May 2025 grads, listen up. This one is for you. For just a $25 gift on Giving Day, you can join the Flagship Society, one of the most prestigious annual giving recognition groups here at Ole Miss. And as a thank you, you'll receive a special graduation honor cord to wear at commencement. That's very special, marking your generosity and rebel pride. Who doesn't want that? To qualify, be sure to make your gift using olemiss.edu student email address, and flagship cords will be available for pickup in the front of the union, and students will receive an email with all the details, dates, and times.
Some other things we want to mention before we continue, though, are we have some exciting news from the the liberal arts students. So if you're a liberal arts student, maybe your child is a liberal arts student, you need to let them know as well. Ventress Hall, one of the most iconic buildings here on campus, is just absolutely beautiful too, but there's a tradition there. So during the early 1900s, when the School of Law, back in the day when they used to be housed there, students started leaving their signatures inside the building's turret. This practice, it has continued all the way to 2025. We're keeping it going. Hundreds of names adorn the walls, including one of a Civil War veteran from Arkansas who inscribed his name and military unit near the top of the tower. So now's your chance to be part of this legacy. I know I wish I was there. I'm a product of the liberal arts programs. So on today, starting today, I guess you can 3 of the liberal arts students. So 3 liberal arts students. Not many are going to get to sign this, but 3 special students who make a gift of any size to the College of Liberal Arts, they will be randomly selected to go inside and sign that John Hancock on there and be part of the history here on campus. I'm talking leaving your mark literally here in Ventress Hall. So you can go ahead and make your donation there if you're a liberal arts student, and you can join over a century of University of Mississippi students who've left their mark there. And The winners, they will not be announced today, but they will be notified and invited to sign the turret tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Absolutely. That's super cool. Who doesn't want to be a part of history here at the University of
I think it's so
Mississippi?
cool.
And this is something we have talked about multiple times throughout the day. It's so important, the Let's Book It Fund Challenge. Let's talk about one of the most impactful new initiatives at Ole Miss, the Let's Book It Fund. This fund is an extension of the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship, which helps Mississippi students attend Ole Miss by covering the cost of tuition, housing, meals. You know, that can be very expensive, limiting a lot of students, so that's absolutely so essential. But even with that support, many students still struggle to afford textbooks and supplies, essentials they definitely need to succeed in the classroom. So that's where the Let's Book It Fund comes in, right? So this fund provides up to $500 for Ole Miss Opportunity Scholars to purchase books and school materials. And this fund is all about removing barriers and opening doors for these students. So help us unlock $150,000 in challenge and matching funds. So go ahead and make your gift now, and let's book it for those students.
Let's book it. And so really we've been talking all day, Jordan, about how people can really maximize their gifts. So, you know, you can give a gift, and then with these challenges and the matching gifts, sometimes you may see it turn into 2-3 times more what you got. So some really exciting things. We're going to be breaking down how the matching challenges, the leaderboard challenges all work. We don't want you to have to memorize that, but if you are going to memorize something, memorize givingday.olemmiss.edu. And we really are just so excited, so amped. I know there's already been more than 500 gifts made this Giving Day, and I think we can get 10 times that by the end of today and tomorrow, where we really are showing you parts of campus and how your gifts make a difference. Still a lot more ahead. We want to take a short break from just the live, but we have a lot of interesting content coming up. We will be right back in not too long with a lot more interviews live here from the Gertrude C. Ford Student Union at Ole Miss, but we will see you in just a bit.
What's that I spy? A golden little statement piece could spice up your life. Your 8 a.m. lecture crush won't be able to keep their eyes off you with this shiny red and gold Lyceum lapel pin dazzling in the fluorescent lights of the classroom. All it takes is a monthly recurring donation. Just select recurring at checkout and this fine piece of jewelry is all yours.
All right, y'all. This is it. Paycheck time. Most importantly, I think, now is just to have fun with it. You are ready for an audience. You need the pressure of an audience. Stay focused. Help each other out. Mistakes will be made. You know, that's just part of the process.
Usually the night that we open, and every night before the students go on, I gather them in the back of the theater, and we have one little pep talk. And usually the advice is, you know what to do. You know the show, keep it honest, keep searching for new discoveries, but have fun with it, you know.
Thank you all very much. Congratulations on opening night of the last show of the season. Yeah, we finally made it. We sure did. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy the fruits of your labor, okay?
And I think that's kind of the advice I could give them, even outside of a show, is just enjoy the story that you're telling, whatever it is. I grew up in a small town in Campbellsville, Kentucky, and the arts were very important in my family. My father is a musician and taught music at the local university, so we just grew up in a very musical household. And we didn't really have any performance as far as theater avenues, really, until I was about 11 years old, and the local university was putting on a children's show, and I auditioned, and that was it. That's all I needed. As a student at Campbellsville University, I decided I needed to seek elsewhere. I was interested in a different point of view theatrically, and I had a friend who was in the grad school down here at Ole Miss for scenic design, And he mentioned that the undergrad performance program was very, very strong, and so I came down and auditioned, and I would be a transfer student, and they mentioned to me that they enjoy transfer students. So they offered me a nice scholarship, and the rest is history. So I chose University of Mississippi. For me, it was the students and the faculty. I recognize when you come into a program like the theater program, or particularly liberal arts program, you have a family built in. In the theater, we had all the other actors and designers and whatnot, so we had an immediate family as soon as you got here, whether you knew people or not. And I think Ole Miss nurtures that. The university nurtures that, and I think that's the connection with the town as well, that everyone is welcome. Come see what we got and be a part of it. So that was something that I kind of felt immediately, feeling so secure in this little bubble as a student. I didn't really get to see then how the influence the university has on the community until I was in the community and got to see the great relationship between the two. The discipline that I learned was enormous, and it's exactly how I live today and how I drive my own students today is what I learned at the theater at University of Mississippi. Thinking, oh my goodness, my day literally goes from 7 in the morning until sometimes 11 midnight. That memory stands out. I'm so thankful that they treated us like professionals, even though we were not. We were trying to be. So I graduated Ole Miss in December of '99, and they had a fill-in. Their drama teacher at the time quit on the mid-academic calendar. So a friend of mine encouraged me to apply for it. It was just for a few months to finish out the rest of the school year, and I did. And while I was here, I was given the opportunity to direct their annual musical, which at the time was a very big tradition for the school and the community. Really the biggest performing opportunity of the year. The entire school was really involved during those months. I also got hired for a small theater in Michigan, and that was to start at the end of May. So I moved to Michigan, and while I was there, I was invited back for the following January to guest direct their next annual musical. I had developed a great relationship with their choral director and their musical coordinator, Ava Bonds, and I took the opportunity to come back as a guest and direct that musical. And while I was here, I noticed that the classes that I was teaching before normally would have 28 kids, and it was down to like 4 or 7, and it really bothered me. There was a senior who was kind of ushering me around, kind of like a chauffeur. He was in the musical that I directed the previous year when I was a faculty member. And I asked him if he was taking any of the theater courses. And he said no. He got into one of them and didn't like it, and he didn't know that I wasn't going to be there, and that just kind of struck, a chord with me. And so I thought, well, here's this kid who's going to go off into his world, and he will never have this opportunity again. Not that he should make it his life's mission, but he's going to graduate from high school, and he's never going to have an opportunity for this theatrical world or performance art world to be on his landscape, because his world's going to get too busy, and it's possible that he's not going to even watch it anymore. He's not going to be a spectator. So that really bothered me. I thought, okay, so this kid who had an interest, but it didn't turn out to be what he thought it was going to be, it's going to slip through our fingers as his last opportunity. And so when Ava called and said, the position is open again, would you be interested in returning? I thought about that kid. I thought, well, maybe for a few years we can try to, make the net a little tighter. So I thought, sure, why not? My instinct was that it was just for a few years to rebuild the enrollment of the classes and whatnot. So that was nearly 23 years ago. For me, at least, being an arts teacher, it's about inspiring the students enough that they will continue to keep it a part of their lives regardless, whether they are producing it or supporting it in the community where they choose to live their lives. That's more important to me than anything, is that they continue to support it wherever they are. By the time for me to step down, I hope to be able just to leave the next person something that they can build on to. I hope that there is an appreciation for maybe the focus of quality and the attention to the necessity of why we need to have programs like this.
Your career journey starts with the right first impression. Introducing the Career Closet at Ole Miss, your source for professional attire. Need the perfect outfit for a career fair, networking event, or interview? The Career Closet provides free, high-quality professional clothing for all Ole Miss students. From suits to blouses, ties to jackets, we've got you covered. Simply visit the Career Closet by appointment, choose what fits your style and needs, and take it with you. Because at Ole Miss, we believe every rebel deserves a chance to succeed. You can support the Career Closet today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The Career Closet, your professional image made easy. The more you know.
No matter how big or small your gift was throughout Giving Day, we sincerely appreciate you and your generosity. Know that your gifts will go to support students not only today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support of Giving Day. Your support means so much not only to our faculty and our students, but it allows us to do so many things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So thank you very much.
Thanks to your generous support, the Ole Miss Business School continues to make a positive impact in tomorrow's world. Thank you for including your gift.
We are grateful for your continued support of the Patterson School of Accountancy during Giving Day. Your gifts, along with the generosity of others, combine to make a lasting impact on the lives of Ole Miss students now and for generations to come. Thank you for your support.
A is for Are You Kidding? B is for By Golly. C, D is for Crazy Deals because everybody is talking about F, flagship chords. This jaw-dropping weaved rope will have all of your peers seething with jealousy as the premium tassels blow so eloquently in the wind. Not only will you be the most stylish graduate on stage, but this reward also includes a bonus of becoming an inducted member into the University of Mississippi's Flagship Society. If you call or send in an email right now, you get all of this for the low donation of $24.99. And for no additional charge, you get to direct your hard-earned funds to your department of choice. Had a professor you loved? Send the donation to their department. Had a professor you loved? Not as much? Send the donation to their arch-enemy's department. There is no wrong way to give back to your community.
Howdy toddy, and thanks for being with us this Giving Day 2025. We continue to introduce you to some of the special people here on our campus as we showcase the resources and parts of campus that makes Ole Miss special. Now we are joined with Dr. Tony Avant, the Director of Career Services. I'm so excited to talk about this. There's so many fun things and exciting and even new things happening in the Career Center. But I want to start looking big picture. Some people maybe don't know exactly what the Career Center does, or they think, oh, we'll make your resume for you. Tell us a little bit about what services you all offer at the Ole Miss Career Center.
Okay. Well, we offer a wide array of services, actually, and we start with our students in their very first year all the way through their fourth year. And sometimes we have a few students who still need a little bit of assistance after they complete their studies here. So we work with alumni too on a case-by-case basis. But our office is broken up into two primary functions. So we have a developmental piece where we work with students who are still in the throes of deciding on academic majors and what careers might be a good fit for them. So we'll meet with students individually and walk them through that process and do a little bit of coaching with them. And then, of course, we offer all of the services that most people know that are very popular with our operation, the resume reviews. We'll coach students through mock interviews if they want to practice interviewing with us before they get to their actual interview for an internship or an full-time employment opportunity. We can talk to students and work them through a practice interview that mimics something very similar to what they will experience when they go on their real interviews.
Oh yeah.
And we offer, a number of programs and services for our students that are technical in nature. So we have some technology resources that we provide for students that they can access 24 hours a day when our office is not open. We have something called Big Interview where students can practice virtually if they would like to do that. We have some interest inventories that students can take to see how their interests align with majors and career opportunities.
Yeah, because you talked about really even students are coming who are undecided. I was an undecided major at one point, and then I was like, I'm just gonna pick this. But those really research verified or research backed tests that can help you say, oh, you think you just like to play music, but maybe you more are looking for a creative job or things of the sort. Those can be foundational, and really that's what a lot of people are here for is to make sure they're building that foundation so that they move into a job that they can sustain their lives and their families. You just kind of really hit on the fact that you all have such a wide variety of services.
Yes, and we want our students to be able to make good choices for themselves and informed choices. And so as a student myself here at the university, I didn't necessarily take advantage of all the resources that were available. And at the time, the Career Center focused more on job opportunities for students, and we expanded those services to make sure that we could be inclusive of students who were still deciding on academic programs and career paths, and making sure that we could provide some services for them to help them make good choices for themselves so that they wouldn't have to stay here an extra year in order to graduate. And we have students that will walk through the doors to say, I thought I wanted to study or pursue a career in this area, and now I'm not so sure anymore, and I need some assistance with transitioning into a different space academically so that they can pursue other career interests that they may have. And so on the back end of that, while we do all the preparation work with our students to help them get ready to compete for internships and full-time career opportunities, we also bring in a number of employers to campus every year to begin the networking process. So we just hosted a STEM Career Expo for our students, and then we have several other activities planned for next week for students that are in all majors, where we'll have an expo available for our students to come and meet and talk with employers and find out what opportunities are actually available to them. And so we bring, well over 200 employers to campus every year to speak with our students, and then some of them will conduct interviews, follow-up interviews with students. So our goal is to make sure that our students have a means to connect with not only with employers, but also with graduate admissions officers from all over the country that come here to talk to students about their professional programs and their graduate school programs, so that if our students decide that they want to continue their education, they have a means to start networking with some top colleges and universities for those opportunities as well. So graduate admissions, including our own university, of course, but other areas too that students may have an interest in. So we run the gamut of
Really serving students in every
Yes,
way, in every capacity.
yes,
Because I
from-
mean, as you mentioned, students maybe don't know what that next step is, and it may be graduate school, it may be a major change sophomore year, it may be a major change junior year, and maybe asking, is this possible? But even the mock interviews, like you mentioned, it's maybe better than just trying to guess what those questions are. You all have a very talented staff. I've met some of the staff in the Career Center. They know what those questions may be, or you know what, after looking at a job description, what you may need to add to your resume. You know, you were in this club, you may want to add this on there. So I just know how invaluable those services are. I want to talk about one of the newer resources that has launched in this academic year, or really just grown, the Career Closet. Can you tell people a little bit about this resource? I think it is just such a hidden gem right here on our university's campus.
Okay, yeah, sure. Several years ago, our staff, we were sitting around the table brainstorming about ways that we could expand our services. And one of the suggestions that came out of that conversation was initiating a career closet for our students on campus, because we do have students who have wardrobe needs, who may not necessarily know how to dress in professional attire, or what is professional attire, what is business professional versus business casual. And so we thought, well, we could, you know, create a closet if we could find a space to do that. And so when the South Oxford Campus Center opened up, we made a pitch to the provost's office to say, hey, we would like to provide a closet for our students where they could come in and select wardrobe items, either on the business professional or the business casual side, so that they wouldn't have to struggle with purchasing clothing on their own if they didn't have the means, the financial means to do so. And so the closet was born. It started as a pop-up shop until we got our space renovated. And so we would host pop-up shops in the Career Center in Martindale Cole. And it became very popular. Our students seemed to show the need for it, first of all, and then they were excited about coming in to be able to select clothing. A couple of weeks ago, I was in our actual closet that exists over in the South Oxford Center now, and two students walked in and they said, oh, we learned about, you know, I came out and greeted them and said, how did you find out about the closet? And they said, well, we found out about it in our first year experience class last semester. But we just didn't believe that you could come over here and actually pick out things, and do we have to pay for this? And I said, no, everything in here is complimentary. If you find something that you like, and that if it fits you, you get to take it home and keep it. And they were just beside themselves. And one of them walked out with a complete suit, from head to toe, including a belt and everything else.
That's what I was going to say, including the belt and even, you know, a tie, or, you know, maybe the blazer to go over a dress to, you know, dress up for an interview a little bit more. That goes a long way. I mean, even when I started to enter the real professional world, I would often see maybe in my 22-year-old years and 23-year-old years where somebody would come and say, oh, I didn't have a brown belt, so I just, you know, didn't wear one, or whatever it may be. But not just getting that resource, I think it's also delivering a sense of confidence. And I think that's important when you're getting ready for a job.
Absolutely. And we don't want students to be deterred from attending some of our networking events because they don't feel like they have the proper attire to participate. And if that is going to cause them not to come, we wanted to try to solve that problem on the front end to make sure that they knew that they could come to a place. It looks like a boutique. It looks like they're going shopping in a you know, a very nice boutique, and they have a good experience when they come in, because we have staff that will help them with the selection process, to make sure that things look as they should for the students. But yeah, it does. I do think that if you feel good about how you look, that the confidence sort of comes along with that. And our students tend to have a better experience when they come to our networking events with employers. And some of them will come by and say, I got this in the closet. And I'm so excited that I get to wear it today. And they're smiling and they're really happy about their experience in the closet. And that's what we want for our students. You know, success is at the forefront of everything. Student success is at the forefront of everything that we do for our students through our office. We want to make sure that the students look good, feel good, they feel confident in how they are able to articulate their skills that they've developed as a result of the sum total of their experience here at the university. So they get that practice, but we also want them to look good. So when they walk into the room, and our students are very talented individuals, and sometimes they just need a little bit of encouragement, you know, in different ways. And so if we can be there to support them in their effort to transition from college into the workspace, that's what we're here to do.
Oh yes, the cherry on top of already getting that degree from the state's flagship university. We know you're getting a good education here, but also making sure that you feel good and can deliver all the way through. So many great things happening in the Career Center, from, you know, the help with the resume. I mean, even with ATS tracking, sometimes you don't know. You think your resume looks great, but it's not performing well in that, to the mock interviews, to the career closet, and all the events and job connections that you all have. There's a lot going on there. For people watching, it is Giving Day. You know, how can people maybe get involved with some of the initiatives or really support the Career Closet?
Oh, the closet itself.
Or the center, excuse me.
The center and the closet, both. There's so many ways that folks can give back to the university to support our students. You know, monetary donations will allow us to purchase additional clothing for hard to fit sizes, or some of the very popular sizes that tend to leave the closet quickly. We have our campus community and our university community, our alums and parents and friends of Ole Miss have donated gently used or new clothing articles to the closet, wardrobe items for our students to be able to select from. So they can make a monetary donation, clothing donations, gift cards if they choose to do it in that format, to some of the popular stores that would they would have some of the clothing that would benefit a career closet. What would you want to wear to an interview, or what would you want to see at an interview, which is always important with any sort of donations as well. Exactly, because I think sometimes people think that all work environments have sort of transitioned into this very casual kind of a workspace, but the information that we receive, the feedback that we receive from our employers, is that they still expect our students to dress in professional attire when they're introducing themselves for the first time to employers. So that attire is important. I would even ask, I know it's Giving Day, so we can give in lots of different ways. We can give our time and our talent. If we have folks that are interested in supporting our students by sharing information about their industry, if they're in a position to hire students for interns or for full-time opportunities, would love it if you would come back and share your information, share your knowledge with our students, so that they know what to expect when they get ready to go in the workplace. Anything that would help them to prepare for life after college is invaluable information for our students, and would certainly be welcomed if they have an interest in coming to present. We're actually getting ready to work with someone right now that will hopefully do a financial literacy presentation for our students. So if our donors have an interest in just sharing their expertise, that's another way to give back as well.
Investing time goes a long way, and you stole the words out of my mouth. I had forgotten to mention internships being a big part of that. So if you will maybe have a business that students can connect with and, you know, get that experience, because you can't always get a job without the experience, and internships and externships really go a long way. Just really a lot of great things happening. I wanted to ask one more quick question, and that's just, you seem extremely passionate about this work. For people watching, I guess, why did you want to get involved with the Ole Miss Career Closet? And I will say Dr. Avant is an Ole Miss grad.
Yes, this is home for me. And I am a 3-time graduate of the university in several different phases of my career and my life stages. And so I have a great love for the university as an alumna of the university, but also in this work that we do every day. It's important. It's important. I've been involved in career services for, I'm going to just say 20 plus years. I'll round it out a little bit longer than that, but we'll stop at 20. And I love to see the light come on for the students, the proverbial light come on for students when they walk into the office and they may not be certain of what question they need to ask, and to help guide them through this process of taking what they have learned here as a student in the classroom and through their co-curricular experiences, and being able to share that information in a positive way with employers that just shows that they can be as competitive as any student at any university. We have top talent here at the university, and we want our students to be able to showcase that in the best way possible. And I just feel like the work that we do in the Career Center helps helps our students to develop that level of confidence, so that they can go out and present themselves in a manner where it would be too hard for an employer to say no to them.
Yes, and that's right. We have top talent, and that is a great response. And we're so thankful for your service here at the university for just a little while. That's what we'll say. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Avant, and thank you for joining us. This is a great investment to give what you can to the Career Center, but we have so many more guests, and we've been able to speak with great guests here at Ole Miss. So stay with us this Giving Day. We'll see you soon.
Remember, Rebel Nation, it's not the size of the gift, but the number of gifts that count today. The time is now. Make a gift and help your favorite areas around campus. Gifts can be made through PayPal, Venmo, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. To make a gift, visit givingday.olemiss.edu. Help us spread the word once you've given, and post about it on social media using the hashtag Ole Miss Giving Day. Hotty toddy.
The Ideal Lab at Ole Miss is a dynamic makerspace open to all students, faculty, and staff, where creativity and innovation come to life. Whether you're a beginner or an expert, our team is here to help you get started on a wide range of projects. From working with Arduino electronics and 3D printing to video editing, sewing, and designing research posters, the Ideal Lab has all the tools and resources you need to bring your skills to life. This is the perfect space to explore new skills, collaborate with others, and turn your visions into reality. Whether you're working on a class project, personal hobby, or something entirely new, the Ideal Lab is here to support your creative journey. You can support the Ideal Lab today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all other major credit cards.
Way down south in Mississippi, there's a spot that ever calls,
where among the hills enfolded
stand old alma mater's halls,
where the trees lift high their branches to the whispering southern breeze.
There, Ole Miss is calling, calling to our hearts, fun memories.
With united hearts we praise thee, all our loyalty is thine.
And we hail thee, alma mater, may thy light forever shine.
May it brighter grow and brighter, and with deep affection true.
Our thoughts shall ever cluster round thee, dear old red and blue.
May thy fame throughout the nations, through thy sons and daughters grow.
May thy name forever waken,
in our hearts a tender glow.
may thy counsel and thy spirit
ever keep us one in this,
that our own shall be thine honor.
now and ever, dear Ole Miss.
I hope that my impact here is not something that is necessarily on paper, but it's kind of engraved in the hearts of other people. When I started looking at colleges, I knew where home was. I was always going to Ole Miss.
Ole Miss was a place that I could marry my two interests and passions perfectly, and I've been able to do that here at the university with a really generous scholarship that has allowed me to really focus on being a student, which is what I truly wanted to experience in college.
To me, I would say Ole Miss represents opportunity. For many of the students here, the opportunity is there.
As a first-generation college student, senior of high school, coming here felt like coming to an Ivy League. This was really one of my only colleges I had in mind. I knew I was going to stay local, I was going to stay in the state, and the connections that this university has provided me with, the organizations I've been able to get involved with, and the education of a lifetime that I've been given here is something that isn't comparable to anywhere else. And I would say, as a senior now, if you were to still ask me what Ole Miss means, 4 years later it would still be opportunity.
Ole Miss means everything to me. I've felt, learned, and grown within this institution in the past 4 years. Ole Miss provided me with a platform to have this amazing opportunity.
The people that I met just for Honors Welcome Week, the very first week of class, I remember feeling like these friends were going to be my best friends for life. The professors that I talked to, I would be in class, I would go talk to them after class, and they wanted to support me in every endeavor that I had. I would mention something, they're like, yes, I'll do whatever I need to help you.
What Ole Miss means to me, it's friends, it's familiarity, it's growth, personal growth. I've grown a lot here, both as an individual and as a scientist. The scholarship opportunities, specifically I got something called a STAMP scholarship that has allowed me to travel a lot. So it means new opportunity, new chances for growth and exploration.
When I think of the people here, I think of the saying, it's the people that make the place, which is kind of a cliche saying, but I do think that that really speaks to just the community that I found here. I always prayed that I would find a community that could build me up and encourage me, even in times that maybe I wasn't going to commit to those things or have the confidence to do those things myself. It's been something that has been such a huge aspect of my college experience. I think of the friendships that I've built through Special Olympics and just those people and how they've made me a better advocate, a better friend, a better person, and I think that that's something that I'll take through the rest of my life with me.
I think about my 7-year-old self. I started baseball camps here at Ole Miss, and I remember meeting Mike Bianco, our head coach, and I remember time after time, year after year, I kept coming back, and eventually I got so old that they wouldn't let me come back anymore. Fast forward 2021, I went to apply for college, and I remember walking into the Swayze Stadium and remembering for the first time, wow, this stadium is really electric, and the community here and the university and their connectedness is so amazing. Ole Miss already felt like home to me, so it was the easiest decision for me.
It's a people, it's a community as well. It's not just a place to come get a 4-year degree and get out. It seeps down into your DNA and it stays there and you can feel it. To be leaving now, it's probably the most pure definition of the word bittersweet that I could ever imagine, because on one hand, it's been the greatest 4 years that I ever thought I could have, but also too, I'm really excited for the journey of dental school next year as well. But the good thing is, and I think it's written in the union, one never really graduates from Ole Miss. So I know I'll be back. It's still gonna be with me. I'm still gonna bring my family here when I'm older. My little kids will be running around in Ole Miss, Jackson Dart gear. I have that comfort knowing that I'll still be here.
Coming here from halfway around the world, Ole Miss has truly been in home for me for the past 4 years. So I have made amazing friends, gathered amazing memories. So it's kind of sad to go, but we all have to leave somewhere to be somewhere. But I feel like I'm gonna get one of the best experience of my life as I go, and that is going to stick with me forever.
It's really hard, I think, to sum up what Ole Miss means to me in one word. It's been the education of a lifetime here. Being a student, the community here has been so much more than I expected it would be coming. Growing up, moving so often, community was something that was hard to find, and when I found it, I just had to hold on. And so coming here and finding community in so many different places really has just let me know that higher education is so much more than just the education. It's learning how to be a good citizen and impact my community and find my place, but also have the opportunity to learn from leaders and get educated at a place like Ole Miss, where people come from so many different walks of life, and I truly feel that I have gotten to grow so much more as an individual and as an educator. And I know as someone who wants to be an educator in the future, I've met tons of people who I will be bringing to speak to my class to inspire the different students that I'll get to work with each and every day.
My father passed when I was 14. He was the first administrative Social Security judge that was black in Mississippi. So just having that type of lineage before me, it just made me hold myself to a higher standard. I'm going to continue to make my father proud no matter what. And that's kind of the mindset that I came here with. Let me live in his name, in his image, you know. With that in the back of my mind, I hit the ground running. And fast forward, 4 years later, here I am sitting in this room talking about the University of Mississippi Hall of Fame. And, you know, it's another moment where I can say, I know my father is proud.
I have a feeling that I've gotten the most out of college. I've really learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about the people around me, and I've learned a lot about how I can make an impact on this world. And as far as graduating from an undergraduate institution, I don't think you could ask for anything more than that. Everyone has written a little bit into my heart, and I hope that I'm able to kind of emulate that by those around me.
To me, if I had to describe Ole Miss in one word, that word would be opportunity, which I think is interesting because I always point out on campus we have the James Meredith statue, which depicts him coming into the university with courage and leaving with opportunity. And I think that that is so telling of majority of our students' experience here. And so that was definitely my story. I never would have thought that I would be doing half of the things that I've gotten to accomplish or, you know, do or see or anything today. And so that really is just kind of what sums up my time here and what I always explain to students. If you are looking for somewhere where you can kind of take what they're giving you and run with it, this is the place for you.
To be leaving Ole Miss after my last 4 years is devastating, but I think I'm always going to be rooted in Ole Miss no matter where I go.
I'm really sad about graduation. I think it'll hit me after, but I'll always have, you know, Ole Miss and how it's defined me. Now I'm empowered and emboldened to know that I can make an impact on this world, and I think that Ole Miss has taught me that. And for that, I'm incredibly grateful.
I don't remember when the line blurred, but I remember being home in Madison. I remember telling my mom, oh, I'm going home tomorrow. And she was like, you are home. And then I was like, no, I mean Oxford home. So I think that's the most beautiful thing about an institution is where the people can really create a home away from home. And I feel so comfortable being here and who I am and pursuing what I'm passionate about, knowing that I have a support system that will take me anywhere I want to go.
I appreciate this honor, and a thank you to obviously everyone that got me here to this point.
Did you know that in the Ole Miss Grove there are tens of dozens of squirrels that roam around completely nameless? How would you feel if you didn't have a name? However, all of that can change for our furry little friends because from 2 to 4 p.m., a donation of $50 or more will allow you to give any name you'd like to one of these cute little scavengers. Names such as Trash Can Cane's Box Combo Thief, Sir Pufftail III, there's no limit to your imagination. Fill out your name when submitting your gift to receive a personalized squirrel name certificate.
Hi, Rebels.
Happy Ole Miss Giving Day. The University of Mississippi has given me so much in my 4 years here. This place has supported me, challenged me to broaden my horizons, inspired me to dream bigger and strive harder.
But most of all, I'm reminded daily that caring for other people unites our Ole Miss family and strengthens all of us.
In my time here, I've met many donors who invest in the future of Ole Miss and its students.
Our Ole Miss donors are inspired by different needs and different schools, units, and programs. But no matter where we give or how much we are able to give, every single donor helps Ole Miss thrive.
Today, on Giving Day, our global Ole Miss family unites to give to the people, places, programs, and special experiences that make this the spot that ever calls.
Giving Day starts today, April 8th, and lasts until 5:48 p.m. tomorrow, April 9th.
Ole Miss students are calling on everyone, alumni, faculty, staff, friends, parents, and even our fellow students to make a gift for Giving Day.
No matter what I needed in my 4 years here, from scholarships to tutoring or counseling to mentorship, Ole Miss was here to support me.
On Giving Day, we all have a chance to support Ole Miss. Now,
are you ready?
All right, welcome back to Giving Day. We still have about, 2 hours left of Giving Day, Day 1. So you still have plenty of time to give to the University of Mississippi. Just got to head over to givingday.olemiss.edu. But first, Jordan, before we bring on, Jordan's going to be speaking with Mr. and Miss Ole Miss in just a minute. But let's go over a couple things that we want to make sure you're aware of.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited for that conversation. But before we go there, I want to talk about Name a Grove Squirrel Challenge. Now, it's time for one of the most talked about Giving Day traditions from 2 to 4 p.m. today only. Remember that when you make a gift of $50 or more, you get to name a Grove squirrel, okay? So that's right, your $50 gift not only supports an amazing cause on campus, but it also earns you the right to name one of the iconic squirrels that call the Grove home. Be creative, be clever, be classy, whatever you want, that squirrel is yours to name. And this is your chance to make a lasting and hilarious mark on Ole Miss Giving Day. Just go to givingday.olemiss.edu to make your $50 or more gift between 2 and 4 p.m. today only, and we'll send you a digital certificate with your squirrel's name. So don't miss it. Those squirrels are waiting.
And our alumni, our students, our parents, they love the squirrels in the Grove. And I want to talk about the Let's Book It Fund. We started Giving Day speaking with Chancellor Glenn Boyce about how this Book It Fund is going to really support the Ole Miss Opportunity Scholarship. And that really supports students here in Mississippi. And that scholarship covers, everything from housing on campus to tuition, things of the sort, meals. But this Let's Book It Fund is really closing the gap to help pay for their books, their supplies. We know that really can be a barrier for some students. So listen to this new challenge, challenge number 1. So thanks to an anonymous donor, for every 15 people who give any amount to the Let's Book It Fund, that's what you're going to want to look for on our website, you will unlock $10,000 extra dollars, all the way up to $100,000. So for every 15 people who give any amount, you got $10, give that amount. And then when we get those 15 people, that will be an unlocked $10,000 extra, all the way up to $100,000. So you really can turn that $1 billion gift, that $50 gift, or really if you have $10 to give, that can trigger thousands in support for our students here on campus. So that's really what Giving Day is all about, seeing how your gifts really impact our students. But there's a second challenge, triple your impact. We've been talking about how you can maximize your giving. And so the Madison Charitable Foundation is matching every gift 2 to 1. For people, I was a comms major, but let's break down the math for you. So, if you give $25, they will give $50. That's triple the impact, up to $50,000 in matching funds. So this is really an amazing opportunity. Again, if you're feeling like, all I have is $15, that's great. It still helps. And with this Book It Fund, Let's Book It Fund, your $15 really is tripled in that. So it can be really, really exciting to give this Giving Day. There are so many opportunities, and this new fund is one of many that's really, really exciting.
Absolutely, and I'm super excited for our next conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Ole Miss, so stay tuned. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
All right, let's go.
I would also say
University of Mississippi School of Journalism and New Media is home to over 1,800 students studying journalism and integrated marketing communications. Our journalism program is over 75 years old, but work by student journalists on campus date back even farther to the creation of the student yearbook in 1897 and the student newspaper in 1911. Our IMC program has only been around for just over a decade, but has grown tremendously, proudly serving as the largest residential IMC program in the country. No matter what degree you choose, the School of Journalism and New Media is home to the best of the best. With our rich history and growth, 2024 is the best time to support us as we prepare students for thriving professional careers through superior education and hands-on real-world experience. From support for scholarships, travel opportunities for faculty and students, to even providing financial assistance to our S. Gale Denley Student Media Center, your gifts, no matter the amount, will leave a lasting legacy on our programs.
Did you know that over 30% of Ole Miss students experience food insecurity? Thanks to the Grove Grocery, no student has to worry about where their next meal will come from. Last year alone, they provided over 10,000 pounds of food to students on the Oxford campus. You can support the Grove Grocery Food Bank today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. Together, we can make a difference, one meal at a time. The more you know.
I want to thank every one of you who have responded to our Giving Day Fund Appeal with deep and sincere gratitude for the difference you're making. Our supporters not only sustain us, they inspire us. And your generosity will notably advance the missions of our acclaimed academic museum and our National Historic Landmark Literary Heritage Site. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the graduate school and investing in our graduate students on Giving Day. We appreciate your continued support now and in the future.
Thank you for your gift on Giving Day. The most important thing we do here at the law school is focus on our students. When you give, you help our students succeed, and that success transforms lives. Thank you for all you do for our students.
Hello, I'm Julia Aubrey, Director of the Ford Center. Thank you so much for your donations on Giving Day. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to see new spotlights in our theater. And thank you for everything that you do for the arts.
Welcome back to Giving Day 2025. I am joined here with Bessie Weiss and Dakota White. Thank you so much for joining us today for Giving Day. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing well.
Thankful to be here.
This is the current Miss and Mr. Ole Miss, so a very big deal here at the University of Mississippi. Can you both tell us a little bit about your background, where you're from, and why you chose Ole Miss?
Do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I am from Gulfport, Mississippi, born and raised about 5 hours south of here. A little bit about myself. I'm a senior, majoring in integrated marketing communications. And Ole Miss has become home to me for sure. Thinking back to why I ended up deciding on Oxford, man, I'd only come here once before I came for orientation, and that was my junior year of high school. Never came on an official visit or anything like that, but that singular time that I visited, and it was the first time I'd come to Oxford, it sounds kind of cheesy, but there truly was something about the campus, about the city of Oxford, and about all the students that I got to interact with that drew me back in, during the college decision process. And there also is just something so captivating about this place. It's almost magnetic that you really can't deny whenever you cross the city limits. And, as I was toiling through different colleges, I couldn't shake that feeling. And so it led me to choose Ole Miss. I'd say that was the main thing.
Cool. I guess I kind of have a similar story. My name is Betsy Weiss. I'm from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and I'm also a senior. We've got like a month left, which is so sad. And I study Arabic and international studies. And being from Tuscaloosa, the question of why did you come to Ole Miss about every time I introduce myself. So I've got a bit of a practice answer, I guess. I guess in general, it was kind of, I think when I toured Ole Miss, I'd already toured a few schools, and it didn't really feel like there was any sort of mix of all that I wanted. Growing up in an SEC town, I wanted that kind of SEC experience. I wanted to tailgate before a game and maybe do Greek life and kind of have that big atmosphere and all that access to resources. But if not, my major isn't obvious. I really also wanted a really small, maybe liberal arts challenging environment. And so I would go to these big schools and I'd go to these small schools, and I just didn't feel it at any of those until I came to Ole Miss. And I toured it also as a junior on like this cold winter day. And if you know me, I hate the cold. It's part of the reason I studied Arabic. I was like, it's got to be warm there. And I just kind of was like, wait, this is what I've been looking for. And so then after a year later, as I met more Ole Miss people, and I just felt so much more sure as everyone kind of welcomed me along the process. And applying to other schools, I feel like nowhere else also supported me as much financially as Ole Miss. And so kind of as the pieces came together, I just kind of took the step towards this. So that was kind of my experience. I think the academics were a really huge draw as well, but it kind of made it really easy.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And it's so surreal, I feel like, to look back at, thinking your decision making, why you came to Ole Miss, and now you're Mr. and Miss Ole Miss. Like, what does that mean for y'all?
It's been really sweet. My mom went to Ole Miss, and so when I was running in the fall, she kept bringing up the people she remembered running when she was in college. And it was just so surreal to think, like, okay, if I win, like, I'm a part of their ranks a little bit. I think it's one, maybe recognition of the community we've built through our time here, because it's kind of this whole election process we do in the fall.
Yeah.
And it kind of takes a village to get to run. I keep telling people, like, getting to run was the biggest gift I've ever been given. So I think it's like, it was a recognition of that, which has been really, really sweet. And then I think throughout the process of doing the Miss Ole Miss and Mr. Ole Miss stuff, I've just gotten to fall more in love with Ole Miss throughout the process. Even getting to do things like this, and I don't know, the more and more I talk about Ole Miss and why I love it, and how much this has meant to me, and why my experience has been so great, I'm daily reminded why it's been so sweet. So I think that's been really cool about the experience of being Mr. and Miss Ole Miss. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree. The actual race was just so exciting. And it truly was like a culmination of the past 3 years, and like the people you had met, the things you had gotten to do, the relationships you had formed, all that had kind of come to a head. Mm-hmm. And then, you get to kind of express that to the Ole Miss community in a week, 2 weeks. And obviously it turned out well, and I'm so thankful. But I can also agree on, what's followed since our win. It just means everything. Kind of mentioning my parents as well. Neither one of them went to Ole Miss, but, it was really cool to kind of figure out, man, what does it mean to be Mr. Ole Miss? What does it mean to be involved in these things? And so as I'm learning what it means to be, a part of the Ole Miss family, they're learning as well. And so that's almost allowed us to share in how special it is. Like my dad, anywhere we go, he is so quick to tell even a stranger, like, oh, you're from a town that's like an hour south of Oxford, so my son goes to Ole Miss, he's Mr. Ole Miss.
I never know what to say when people bring it up, too.
And
It's
I just
so
like
awkward.
smile and laugh. But it's so sweet to know that like so many people are proud of you, and to have done something and to be a part of something that's gonna outlive us. And like Betsy said, to be a part of things like Giving Day and just to share and reflect on why we love this place so much. You get really reflective as a senior. And so to get to do this as a senior, it's just meant so much. It's been everything for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Senior year is so special. It's so much to think about. And that sounds exactly like my mom, too. Like, we'll take any chance to, you know, boast for your child. So that's amazing. So what role do scholarships, donations, and financial support play in your academic and personal growth here at Ole Miss?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you had the first question asking us about what drew us to Oxford. And I remember late in the game, it had to have been around March or early April. I was really between here and maybe a couple of other schools. And at that point, for myself and a lot of other students, it comes down to financially, you know, what's smartest. And so I'm just so grateful for the scholarships I was able to receive from Ole Miss. And once again, you get extra reflective and think about the people you've met, the things you've done, getting to have this honor bestowed upon us. It all started with the scholarships and the money we were given in order to come here. And so without that, I mean, technically none of this would have happened. And so it's really the reason behind everything, if you think about it that way. What would you say?
Yeah, I think for me too, like the high school experience of receiving those made me step into Ole Miss with a lot of confidence of like, okay, they already believe in me and like my potential. But also like as I've been at Ole Miss, donations and scholarships and just financial support have really hit me at critical times when I didn't really believe in myself and given me a lot of opportunities. I mentioned I'm an Arabic major, and the Arabic program here is really attractive and really strong because of a lot of financial support. And so after my freshman year and after my junior year, I got to travel to Morocco and I got to travel to Jordan. And these experiences just like really developed my Arabic in a way that I'm gonna be able to use it in the future. And then also just kind of fueled me for when I returned to Ole Miss, or I was at Ole Miss. And it's a Tuesday night and I've got to prioritize my Arabic vocab for a presentation the next day. And that just wouldn't have been possible without financial support. And then even after my freshman year, I never interviewed for this certain scholarship for the Croft Institute. They have this big, they have scholarships for all these entering freshmen. I never even got an interview. They didn't want me. But then I did get, after my freshman year, this one specific scholarship that's for like the top freshmen who aren't receiving any scholarships at the time. And so that too hit me at a moment where I was like, wait, wow, like in just 1 year, I've proved myself. I've shown that like I have grown a lot as a student. And so I think that hit me at a critical time and kind of fueled me for the rest of my college experience of like, if I could grow this much in 1 year, like how much can I grow for the 3? And then I think finally looking to next year, Ole Miss is one of the few Arabic programs in the nation that supports their students to do this capstone year abroad. And so I'm looking forward to going to Morocco and studying there and kind of finishing out my Arabic education. And a huge part of that is because it's like financially accessible to me, and that's because of Ole Miss. So I think study abroad is a really specific example I can give, but also just the scholarships that have hit me along the way to fuel me in my studies and motivate me have been really huge and just life-changing in general. I never even left the country before I came to Ole Miss. I'd barely left the Southeast. And so, like, it's just completely changed my world and changed my life to see another side of the world.
Absolutely.
So that's been really huge.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about donations and financial support. So how important is it to leave that legacy for the next generation of Ole Miss students?
I think it's really huge. We've been mentioning earlier, one of our favorite parts about being a Mr. and Miss Ole Miss is we talk at all these admitted students days. So it's these days that Ole Miss hosts where a bunch of high schoolers come in when they're trying to decide, do I want to go to Ole Miss or do I want to go somewhere else? And basically for minutes, we just talk about like the experience we've had and how awesome it's been. And I think donors ensure that the experience that we're selling to these high school students is true. And it's awesome. And like all the different little and big things we've enjoyed are going to continue for as Ole Miss grows and as Ole Miss changes and shifts. I think support means that, I guess we're not liars, that what we're doing is continuing.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking back to, man, that was so good about what you said about people believing in us, and kind of sensing our potential, before we even step foot on campus. And I do think it was so much of that. But you do have to kind of set a certain amount of belief and hope in the next generation that they'll follow through on whatever you bestow upon them. But a lot of myself starts to think of, the gifts that I was given, the financial support. What does that mean if I don't go and give it back? And so I think remembering that it doesn't stop with us, but that in ways it can begin with us, to increase, to take it up. And hopefully, the next generations, the classes to follow us will have that same mindset. So I think it's really important.
That's great. And in the spirit of Giving Day, how can alumni and supporters continue to make a difference here at Ole Miss?
Continue to make a difference. I think just by being generous when they can. I'm a student, and every year I look forward to Giving Day because there's this chance if you give to liberal arts, you might be entered in a raffle to sign the turret. And I think I've been trying, I guess, to give to Ole Miss as I've been able. I remember freshman year I gave $5, and then the next year I gave $10, and then maybe this year we'll know how much I give. But I think generosity is important if you're able to, and so just continuing that can be impactful.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It doesn't matter how big or small the gift is. Everything makes a difference in that raffle. Doesn't matter, what size the gift is. You still have the opportunity. Dakota, did you want to chime in on that too?
Yeah, I think really getting a good sense of what your impact really truly can be definitely can serve as maybe a principal motivator and encouraging people to continue to give. Because if you see your gift as a one-time thing, which it might be, but not really taking the time to think about, man, not only that this might impact one student, but the multitude of students that this might impact and how they're going to impact people in ways that can go beyond gifting. And so I think maybe pulling back the multiple layers that a gift can have, it's much more than a dollar amount. I think it's lives being changed, it's stories being told, and it's seeing this place become better. And so I think as long as we remember those things, it becomes a lot easier to give. Definitely. And it gives you a really good reason.
Well, you two are definitely leaving your lasting impact here at Ole Miss. And before we let you go, I want to ask, is there anything we didn't talk about, any key message you want the viewers to know here on Giving Day that they can take with them?
I've been really blessed, I think, both me and you, to be able to see the effects that philanthropy can have on us as students, but also just as people. And it's been really cool to see friends of ours in different organizations find a passion for philanthropy and for that to either directly tilt their career paths or to further invigorate whatever it is that they have a passion for. And so we have both been impacted, more than words can say, I think. And so more than anything, I would like to say thank you. And that can only say so much, but I don't think anyone will truly know the impact that gifts have had on my life and for the lives of all the students on our campus.
I'm going to steal a line from Dakota because for almost every Mid-Students Day, he's been saying to these people who are seniors in high school, if they're trying to struggle with their college decision, to to go with confidence. And so I'm just going to say to give with confidence. I think Ole Miss is just, it's so wonderful. And I think gifts and donations are being used in a way that really stewards the best in the different students and the different programs. I mean, you just scroll on the Ole Miss website, and I feel like we were talking even before this about how many opportunities are here that, I mean, I'll probably look back in 10 years and be like, wait, that was there when I was a student. I didn't even know about it. There's so many good ways gifts are being used. And so I think you can give with confidence and know that the love that you probably have for Ole Miss when you're giving is being given through those gifts to different students and different organizations and things like that.
I absolutely love that. Give with confidence. We are going to steal that for the rest of the day, so thank you
I'm
both
stealing
so
it
much.
from him, so I can't take credit.
Thank you, Dakota. We
Inspiration
appreciate
from her.
Okay, it's from both of them. All good. Well, thank you so much, Betsy and Dakota, for joining us today. Mr. and Miss Ole Miss, you two are fabulous, and you have done so many amazing things here at the university, so thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
But stick with us because we have so much more fantastic conversation coming up, and Marvis will be with you with Mr. Jackson next.
At Ole Miss, we believe every rebel deserves the tools for success. Introducing the Lyceum Locker, your free school supplies resource. Access essential school supplies at no cost. Notebooks, TI-30 calculators, Scantrons, pens, pencils, canvas bags, and more. Supplies are available to fill in the gaps for students who are unable to purchase all the supplies they need. Conveniently located at Johnson Commons East. You can support the Lyceum Locker today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. Because at Ole Miss, we're all about supporting each other. The more you know.
I want to thank every one of you who have responded to our Giving Day Fund Appeal with deep and sincere gratitude for the difference you're making. Our supporters not only sustain us, they inspire us. And your generosity will notably advance the missions of our acclaimed academic museum and our National Historic Landmark Literary Heritage Site. Thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the graduate school and investing in our graduate students on Giving Day. We appreciate your continued support now and in the future.
Thank you for your gift on Giving Day. The most important thing we do here at the law school is focus on our students. When you give, you help our students succeed, and that success transforms lives. Thank you for all you do for our students.
Hello, I'm Julia Aubrey, Director of the Fourth Center. Thank you so much for your donations on Giving Day. We're looking forward to having the opportunity to see new spotlights in our theater. And thank you for everything that you do for the arts.
A is for Are You Kidding? B is for By Golly. C, D is for Crazy Deals because everybody is talking about F, flagship chords. This jaw-dropping weaved rope will have all of your peers seething with jealousy as the premium tassels blow so eloquently in the wind. Not only will you be the most stylish graduate on stage, but this reward also includes a bonus of becoming an inducted member into the University of Mississippi's flagship society. If you call or send in an email right now, you get all of this for the low donation of $24.99. And for no additional charge, you get to direct your hard-earned funds to your department of choice. Had a professor you loved? Send the donation to their department. Had a professor you loved? Not as much? Send the donation to their arch-enemy's department. There is no wrong way to give back to your community.
Whenever you're
Welcome back to Giving Day 2025 here at Ole Miss. We have had so many wonderful guests, and I'm super excited for our next guest. With us now is Joe Jackson, the Instructional Assistant Professor of Musical Theater Dance here at Ole Miss. And we've been chatting a little bit off camera. I think you know I'm a little excited about this interview. But for, maybe people who haven't heard about some of the programs here, can you tell them a little bit about your role as a professor as well as, how you kind of help students?
Yeah, so I'm surprised you got all of that out in one breath. I usually tell people it's the longest title here, but I have the most fun. My title should just say FUN because I do have fun. But no, I'm Instructional Assistant Professor of Musical Theater Dance in the Department of Theater and Film. So I teach a lot of the dance classes in our department, and I also choreograph our musicals whenever we do shows. I also get a chance to direct every now and then. We just did a wonderful production, very, very popular production of Ride the Cyclone that I was able to direct and choreograph, and so it's gotten very popular on the social medias, as I've been told. So besides being the Instructional Assistant Professor of Musical Theater Dance and doing the directing and choreographing, I also am I'm the area head for our performance faculty, which basically means I get to run the meetings and stuff, and then I'm also the head of recruitment for the department. So again, I just sort of organize our efforts. I go out, various states and various conferences and events and try to bring in the next bright recruiting class for our department.
Bringing in the talent and really probably not having much time to sleep because it sounds like you're wearing a lot of hats, but a lot of important hats to make sure we have the best of the best and, make sure even our faculty, really some of the best of the best.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's one of the things that, obviously we're going to talk about, right? But part of bringing in the best of the best is helping them afford it, right? And so we'll talk about scholarships, I'm sure, soon. But,
we're going to jump into all of that.
Absolutely.
I want to first, though, talk a little bit more about how, the musical theater dance department here at Ole Miss prepares students for those careers in performing arts, and what makes this unique compared to some of the other programs?
Absolutely, yeah. So in our department, we have a BA in theater, and then we have 3 different BFAs. So we have a BFA in film production, a BFA in theatrical design and technology, and then what I am sort of overseeing is the BFA in acting for stage and screen. And so what that is it's not a musical theater BFA, which a lot of students, when they're coming out of high school, they think, the main thing that they see in theater is Broadway, right? They see Hadestown, they see Wicked, they want to be that next star up on Broadway. And what I tell them is, listen, those actors that are up on that Broadway stage, they have agents that want to not only get them Broadway shows, but they want to also get them in movies, TV, film, commercials, all of it. So that's what our degree does. Our degree trains our future artists in not only how to deliver that big Broadway musical, but also how to perform in front of a camera, right? Yeah. And so for the dance training, which you mentioned, I'll bring it all the way back. For the dance training is, our BFA actors, they are required to take dance fundamentals with our faculty. And that starts to lay the groundwork. And then I actually had a wonderful student just tell me this earlier today. His name's Maxwell Glasser, who you know as well.
I do.
Max said that it's kind of a build your own program after some of our core classes. So a student who is interested in musical theater, after they take some of those foundation early classes, they can then go further in their training in musical theater. They can take more musical theater voice, more theater dance, whereas an actor who maybe doesn't want to do musical theater and wants to focus on on screen acting can focus more on classes that put them in front of a camera and allows that sort of training to help broaden their abilities.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been speaking with Maxwell Glasser for our Journey to Commencement series, something that the university produces, and he really, he brought up your name. This is our first time meeting today, but he brought up your name really as being someone that was instrumental in his college career. I mean, he's getting ready for commencement, and he talked about how he came in wanting to be an actor, having a lot of acting experience, but how the department not only shaped his acting, but he said, Joe Jackson taught me how to point my toes and how to get in, be able to be competitive with musical productions, whether that be, some iconic musical production like West Side Story or something of the sort. But you can't just be an actor. You got to sing, you got to dance, you got to do a little bit of everything.
And that's one of the things that, obviously we have courses in that are actually titled Theater Dance, where we do exactly that. We work on routines from West Side Story. I'm currently teaching a routine from Chicago. We're doing, anyway, so a ton of different like Broadway musicals. But one of the things that we talk about, not only in those theater dance classes, but also in my jazz class and in our tap class, is what's the story you're telling with this dance, right? And how are you making sure that your character is coming through? Because there can be wonderfully talented dancers, but if they don't understand how to emote and how to, tell a story with their dance, then that may be the difference between them getting hired on a production or not.
Oh yeah, and auditions, things of the sort, they can be nerve-wracking, but when you're giving a full performance that people can't look away from, how can they say no? Yep. And we already had kind of scratched the surface on this, but we're here for Giving Day. So people at home, some of them have tuned in with us since 9 a.m. this morning. Maybe some are just tuning in. And so can you kind of talk about how the donations, the gifts that we get from people who maybe are giving this Giving Day, how do those maybe help the musical theater dance program as far as resources? I mean, is it going to help opportunities as well?
So I have I brought my phone out.
Oh, we love notes.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that I get this correct. So we have 5 different ways that someone can help invest in our program, right? And so in the Department of Theater and Film, under umfoundation.givingfuel.com/theater and film, you'll find 5 different options, and I'll talk about all 5, or I'll mention all 5, but there's one in particular that I really want to hit. So we have our general fund, and that is going to help our general operation, right? And so that's anything from making sure we have enough notepads and pens, right, to resources within the classroom, right? We have our theater and film production fund, and that goes towards our actual productions, right? Putting on the musicals and the plays that we do in the Ford Center and Fulton Chapel and Meek Auditorium, but also allowing our students, our film students, to do their thesis films, right? And to do we have a whole film series called the Junior Films, which is awesome, but allowing them to have the funds to be able to mount those productions. The next one is our Student Support Fund, and this is really important because this provides students with student travel or funds for student travel, for conference fees, for film festival submissions. That's really important because we take our BFA seniors, every year we go to New York and we do a showcase in New York for those students. And that allows them, it puts them in front of casting directors and agents that are going to be the ones to get them work beyond our 4 years, right?
Yeah, that's the whole goal there too.
Absolutely. And then conferences as well. We just came back from a big conference called the Southeastern Theater Conference, SETC, and at that conference, our design students were interviewing with companies, our performance students were auditioning for professional companies. Well, these funds help them be able to go to these conferences, so it's really important. The next one, the 4th one, is our Film Production Equipment Fund, which is very important because our film program is awesome. We have a beautiful space. We have it's called the Cage, which is this big space where all of our film equipment is. But that film equipment, as technology changes, we need to be up to speed. We need to be up to date with all of our materials that we are teaching our students with, right, and providing them with in our program. So something like the Film Production Equipment Fund helps to keep that film equipment up to date. And then they're all important,
yes.
But one of the ones that's near and dear to my heart is our Theater and Film Student Scholarship Fund. And that is something that I think is an area of most growth that we can make in our program. We have a very special thing that we're doing right now. We feel like within our faculty, and we have wonderful professional faculty that are here giving this education and giving this knowledge, right? the next step is making sure we have the right students that are here that are able to learn from us and then go off and have wonderful careers themselves and bring that, and that just reflects back well on us and helps our department grow.
Oh yeah, I mean, having a variety of creatives in one space can really produce something powerful. So it is so important, and I really appreciate you. I know you just said you brought your notes, but I appreciate you going through. To me, you illustrate exactly how these gifts that we receive today, or you can also sign up as a monthly donor as well and have, you know, kind of an auto deduct from a paycheck or a bank account. And so really those dollars that you all receive, they go to students. I mean, that's what Giving Day really is all about, to show how these gifts really make a difference. And there's a lot of exciting things happening in the musical theater world, in the dance world, in the film world. You talked about even the supplies there. Why is it so important? I mean, I feel like I know the answer to this, but I've been seeing AI and this and apps, and, you know, every industry is kind of seeing some sort of advancement. Why is it important for students to have, as they're learning, access to the state of the art or the newest, you know, resources for their field?
Well, that's exactly it, right? As technology changes, our film program has to stay on top of that, right? If we're putting people out in this industry, and we are saying that yes, our degree is the best, not only in the state but the best in the nation, right? Our training is the best. We need to make sure that we can back that up, and that our students, when they go out there and we're working on these professional film shoots, that they understand how to work the equipment, right? You know, it's funny you mention AI, because my wife and I were just talking, and she mentioned this morning how, you know, with all the advances in AI, you know, you can generate, you know, someone's image and their voice and everything, but live theater is live theater. AI cannot change that, right? And so there's something really special to that. I mean, there are some interesting workshops and collaborations and things that are happening in the professional world using AI for different media kind of components, right? But as far as the actual actors emoting and delivering a story, there's nothing that AI can really replicate there.
Yeah, AI can't produce live theater like, you know, a live human can. And speaking of live theater, the Gertrude C. Ford Center for Performing Arts produces a big community musical every summer. You've been involved for the last several years, but can you tell us a little bit about the summer production and the previous productions, and maybe share a little bit about this year's performance?
Yeah, so so this is my third year back. I say back because I'm going to give you a brief little history. I won't go too far into it. They're going to get a hook.
No, Joe, we have time. I told them I was going to go over. Probably.
Don't get me talking, because it's like, don't let the rebs get hot. Don't let me start talking.
Exactly. We love it though.
I was here for my undergrad. I received a BFA in at the time musical theater from the theater and film department, and went off and had a wonderful career in New York and regional tours, everything. And then I came back 3 years ago to help train the next generation. Right. I still work professionally. I still am able to perform, direct, and choreograph. But when I came back, I started hearing these rumors about, back in the day, there was this thing in the interim. Like, so since I left, I graduated in 2000. Since coming back just 3 years ago, kept hearing all this talk about the Shakespeare Fest, the Oxford Shakespeare Fest. And so one of the previous instructors in the department, Joe Turner Cantu, really just did yeoman's work of creating this Shakespeare Festival here in Oxford for this community. And it involved community actors, our community spaces. They brought in, professional actors from, all over the country. And he ran that for 10 years. And, hearing about the joy that it brought this community and the art that it was able to bring, and, obviously the entertainment, heard wonderful stories about how great the Oxford Shakespeare Festival was. And then after 10 years, really he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He decided he needed a break, and
I understand.
and unfortunately there was no one that was able to pick up the reins and kind of keep it going, and so unfortunately it kind of fell to the side, and it had not, there had been no community summer shows for 10 years until 3 years ago, or I guess 2 years ago now. Julia Aubrey approached me and said, "Hey Joe, I hear you're coming back to Oxford." I said, "Yes, I am." And she said, "Well, we're doing a production of The Music Man, and I'd love for you to play Harold Hill." I was like, what? This is crazy. Harold Hill, that's like a dream role, if you will. Because, you know, at the time, Hugh Jackman had been playing it on Broadway. And so I was like, yeah, that's high praise to be able to be considered in that you know, conversation. So the reason the summer shows have been happening is because of a wonderful donor named Nancy Starnes. Nancy Starnes approached Julia Aubrey a few years back and said, let's bring theater back to Oxford. Let's bring it back in the summers, and let's really produce some high quality work. So she helped to fund, at the time, she was going to fund 3 years of a musical. So we did the first summer of shows. We did Music Man. And then last summer we did Oklahoma, where I was able to play Will Parker, opposite my beautiful wife. I have to say that. I'm legally, yeah.
Yes.
So my wife played Ado Annie, and I played Will Parker. It was a wonderful production. It was a wonderful time, and it was, again, one of those things that just brought the whole community together. It was very special. And then this summer we're doing Fiddler on the Roof. I'm playing Tevye, which I know I think you're probably going to talk to me a little bit
You know, I've been
about.
practicing saying
you know
Tevye
yes.
for 24 hours.
Yes. So, but what's really great about the summer musical at the Ford Center is that it is bringing together our community, right? And we're in this beautiful facility here on campus that, you know, was made possible because of donors, right? The Ford Center is there because of support, right? Now we've got the summer musical that is happening because of support. So donations and investments in our community and in the arts is really important.
And when we say community for the Ford Center Summer Musical, can you kind of give people an idea? We're not just saying student community. This is literally Lafayette. I mean, this is the community. Can you tell us even a little bit about the cast? I mean, is it all professors? Is it all students?
Yeah, so we have students from Oxford, you know, the various Oxford high schools or Oxford School District, excuse me, in Lafayette School District. We have university students in it. We have myself as a professor. We have several of my colleagues in theater and film are helping out in various aspects like costuming and lighting and whatnot. And then there are others in our community that are, you know, giving their time because this is what they love, right? So many of them are working professionals, right? They're working, you know, 9 to 5 and then coming to rehearsal in the evenings and on the weekends to do the show.
And I mean, I think it's really breathed life into the community and into the arts program. As you talked about with the Shakespeare Festival, there was a hunger and almost a void of people not just even wanting to attend, but people wanting to participate. Having high school students be able to get that experience, you know, getting that experience even of what it's like to be backstage, you know, what it's like to be at a rehearsal, what it's like to, you know, rehearse on your own, because we know when you did it. So it's really, really exciting. I know we're going to be wrapping up here in a moment, so I just want to ask you if there's anything that you would want to say to donors about also considering giving to the arts. We've talked about research, we talk about programs, and you know, I am a huge supporter of the arts. I am a product of performing arts. You know, Giving Day is all about the students, but is there something you would want to say to people who considering giving a gift?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's cliche, but you know, no donation is too small, right? I mean, every little bit does count and does help, but I will say that, you know, and I brought my phone back out because in the Department of Theater and Film, we have various scholarships, right, that go towards students that can help them with their financial needs, right? And so things like the Marianne Mobley Collins Theater Award Theater Arts Scholarship and the Susan Davis Memorial Scholarship, those are possible because of donations, right? And because of investments in our programs. So if there was somebody out there that said, I want my name attached to this scholarship, I want to help our future generations, then we would love for that, right? So again, small, large, we have ways they all help. Yeah.
Oh yeah, helps in a big way, and it helps me because then I have even more entertainment to go see here in Oxford. Well, Joe, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed talking with you, and I'm definitely going to be having to check out Fiddler on the Roof this summer for the musical with the community musical at the Ford Center. And so before we head to break, though, we have been talking about it this whole time. In addition to all the many areas that you can donate to, including here to the musical theater dance programs and the students in the here that are arts students that want to be in the performing arts. We also have the new Let's Book It Fund, and there is a challenge I want to make sure you all know about before we go to the break. You can triple your impact if you also donate to the Let's Book It Fund. So that is made possible by the Madison Charitable Foundation. So, if you make a $5 gift, they'll give 10, and now you've given 15. So if you make a $500 gift, they will give 100. Then you have, how much do you have there? So again, you have a lot of money to triple your impact and really change the lives of so many students. We'll have much more on the Let's Book It Fund and many more things coming up after this short break.
Gonna be a hot one out there for move-in weekend, Ole Miss. Good luck this year, Rep.
You did it. You're home. I can't wait for you to discover the true meaning of Hotty Toddy. It's a cheer that connects us all to the red and blue. It's the moment that begins when you step on campus and continues long after you turn your tassel. I can't wait for you to discover your legacy and make the world a better place.
Have you checked out the Career Closet yet? From suits and dresses to blazers and skirts, the University of Mississippi celebrated the grand opening of this exciting resource on February 12th. It's not just about opening doors. It's about opening doors to opportunity by providing students with free professional clothing. Whether it's stepping into the classroom or acing their first big job interview, Ole Miss is here to help students feel confident and ready for anything. Want to learn more or find out how you can donate? Click the link.
My name is Lisa Barnes. I'm from Port Gibson, Mississippi. My major is Allied Health Studies in Dental Hygiene, and I'm a freshman in the LSM program.
Hello, my name is Tania Buckley. I'm a sophomore electrical engineering major with the emphasis in manufacturing and a minor in math, and I'm a part of the LSM program. I would describe the LSM program as a safe place for people to build a community where they might not have had it before.
One of my biggest things coming in is it was the way that I was able to make friends and meet new people when I was a very long ways from home and I didn't know many people here. For academic and personal growth, it's definitely helped me in ways like learning how to study, learning time management.
I agree with that. Also, I really love to take advantage of the different resources they have through the mentorship program, the tutoring resources. I know coming in, we had really great connections with the professors on campus.
I'm super grateful for our donors. Without the support, none of this would be possible. I came to the University of Mississippi, but Image has kept me here.
I'm really grateful to the donors that make this program a success. I really appreciate the stipend that we get for being active and participating in different webinars, presenting our research. We are getting support from doing better and taking the extra step in our academic careers. Thank you
for all your support
and your generosity.
We are continuing our Giving Day coverage here at the University of Mississippi, and now is a good time to head over to givingday.olemiss.edu. And while you do that, I will introduce our next wonderful guest. We have with us Kelly Smith-Marion. She is the Director of Development for the School of Education, and the School of Education does not play when it comes to Giving Day. So I'm excited to speak with you today for our Giving Day live stream. I have been talking with people. It's actually my first year, full year here at Ole Miss. And so everyone's like, Kelly Smith-Marion, that is the Giving Day GOAT. She does not play around. Why do people call you that?
Well, a couple of years ago, they did give me a goat statue for my office. So
Greatest
maybe
of all
it's for
time.
that. But no, it's Giving Day is just such a powerful example of how every gift can make a difference. And that's something that in education we really value, that every student can make a difference in the classroom. And when it comes to giving and philanthropy, this is just an example of that. And we do a lot of fun things in the School of Education to not only inspire giving, but to get our students involved. And we just really appreciate this opportunity. And we have a lot of fun during Giving Day.
I expect to see a lot of Giving Day gifts coming in for the School of Ed, because I know you all have a great alumni base. You all work with a lot of community partners. And so you also have a lot of great students that are excited about the competition. So my real question is, Dean Rock, is Dean Rock as competitive when it comes to Giving Day as, maybe you are as well?
Probably more. We have a lot of faculty too that are really getting into it, and that's what makes the School of Education so special, is that everyone owns it in their own way, and they're super competitive, and it's really fun to see that that light come out of people for this kind of event, and such a powerful event.
It is a powerful yearly tradition here at Ole Miss, and so really you are a huge part of that. Can you tell us a little bit about your role and even maybe what makes the School of Education special?
Yeah. So as you said, I'm the Director of Development, so my main responsibility is to help resource our students, our faculty, and our staff. We do a lot of, we have a strong focus on scholarship support, because our graduates are going out. They're not making millions of dollars a year. I wish that they could, because teachers deserve everything.
They do.
And but our work is it's so important, because we're able to provide opportunities for those students, encourage them to pursue this path of teaching or counseling or educational leadership or higher education leadership, and to use this time at Ole Miss to become the best educators that they can be. So I'm focused on getting scholarship support, getting community partners involved, working with school districts, working with companies and foundations, and together we can make a difference for Mississippi and beyond.
And it makes a big deal. You drove home a huge point. We wish that teachers were making millions. I mean, they have their kids all day, and they're patient, and they're coming up with new things, adjusting with technology as well. I mean, it's just a thankless job. I come from a family of a lot of teachers too, so I am very thankful for all of them, and even the educators I've had in my life. But can you talk a little bit about the mission here at the Ole Miss School of Education, and how that mission really helps students to become effective leaders, effective educators, not just in our state and our nation, and some of them even globally around the world?
Yeah, absolutely. So our main focus is to serve all students. That is preschool all the way up until they're PhD students, even here at the university, and to really inspire students to go out and take what they learn in our classroom and implement it in theirs. We have strong programs in special education, in early childhood education, health and physical education, elementary, secondary, ed leadership. We have phenomenal principals and superintendents, mental health counselors, school counselors, higher ed professionals. I'm probably missing a whole bunch of
I'm
educators.
over here trying to rack my brain, and I'm like, there's so many. I know I'm going to miss one. But just a ton of things. I mean, even you mentioning the counseling programs that we have, they're phenomenal, world class.
Top notch. It's our best kept secret at the university is our counselor ed program, and focusing on not only clinical mental health, but school counseling.
I've spoken with Dr. Rock about things on the horizon, but can you talk about maybe some of the unique initiatives or maybe programs that the School of Ed is? And I know y'all have a few special challenges. Maybe talk about those as well.
I wish we had all day because I could talk about it all day. But we're lucky that some of our challenges do align with those really special initiatives. I first have to mention Willie Price Lab School because I know that y'all had some of our students on earlier.
My favorite interview.
Yeah, they always steal the show. Yeah. And Willie Price is our happiest. Such a special program because it is top-notch, not only in our region, but I would argue across the nation. Yeah. It's a lab school, so we're not only teaching our youngest students, but we're developing the best early childhood educators that we can in that lab school environment. We have a student teaching fund that is also part of our challenge slate this year. We have great needs for our juniors and seniors especially. They go out and they do their student teaching experiences. It's a full-time job that you do not get paid for. In fact, you pay tuition to do a full-time job. And we have students that have to quit their part-time positions because student teaching is a labor-intensive. It's a big responsibility.
It's a full-time job, and you may have work to do after you leave, grading papers, preparing a lesson the next day.
Exactly. And we have a lot of students who need just a few financial resources to get by, whether it's with their housing or paying for their practice exams. And the student teaching fund helps with that. We also have an immediate needs fund that can step in when the student teaching fund is depleted. And those initiatives have really, really helped our students not only focus on what's important in their schooling, but graduate on time and graduate with less debt and with less financial worry. And
that's huge.
The more that we can do, and I'm talking, the best gift that I have ever raised in my entire career was a $10 gas gift card. A student received it and she started crying because she didn't have any gas left in her gas tank to go to her student teaching placement, and she was a couple days short of payday. And to imagine that $10 really made that difference, it was a powerful moment. And we're gonna keep on making sure that our students have what they need in order to graduate.
Because that really illustrates that perfectly. You're powerful, the power of any size gifts. And today we're encouraging as many gifts as possible of any size. I know even at the School of Ed, though, y'all have kind of some prizes too. I think you brought a couple props. Can you show us or tell us a little bit about this t-shirt and these props that you have with us?
So you can see that we have a big green apple right here.
Yes.
And these are this is an empty green apple, but we have a fun student engagement piece happening right now where there are a few of these green apples hidden in Guyton Hall or in the Guyton Annex. They're filled with candy and some small pieces of SOE swag. But if a student finds an apple, there's a little tag on it that says bring it back to the dean's office, and an anonymous donor will designate $50 to their favorite SOE fund.
Okay.
And this is a way for students to get involved with Giving Day if they don't have $50 to give, but they can feel like they're part of it.
Yes.
We've had quite a run on apples. People really, really trying to find where the apple is because they want to support their favorite fund. And it's been fun. We've been posting where the folks have been finding apples on social media. The second thing that we have going on is we really love swag in the School of Education.
Yes.
And one thing that alumni and donors have really been asking for are t-shirts. Very simple ask to be able to show your School of Education pride. And we have a special Giving Day offer that if anyone gives $50 or more to their School of Education fund of their choice, and they complete a short engagement survey to tell us how they want to stay engaged with the School of Education, we will send them one of these really cool SOE t-shirts that says proud supporter on it.
I need one of those.
Yeah,
Somebody
absolutely.
bring me $50 from off camera. That's an easy way and a fun way to get involved this Giving Day, especially, I've already interviewed with other projects, people that are alumni of the School of Education. And they're so excited. You all have a very energized alumni base, but also parents, supporters. My mom always wanted a university t-shirt to let people know my son goes to this school.
That's right.
A great gift to really energize everyone as well. So that's really exciting. And I'm glad you mentioned the Willie Price Lab because, again, everyone I've spoken to have talked about how much their kids love it, how much they've learned, and really even how much they've grown through the programs of a lab school, hands-on things of this, hands-on activities to do there as well. I guess, what would you say to donors who are watching and they're saying, you know, I'm gonna watch Giving Day and I'm gonna decide who I think deserves my money? What would you say though, or even the student who says, even the student who says, you know, I have wanting to give back, but I don't know why or how. For people maybe thinking about giving, what would you say to them about the School of Ed?
I think that the School of Education, it's a special place for many reasons, but everyone has a favorite teacher, right? Everyone has the role models that you look back on in your life. Most of them, I think, will be teachers or someone who has taught you something along the way. And Giving Day is a great way to honor that. Just even $5 gifts, $10 gifts, $50,000 gifts, $100,000 gifts, everything.
Gifts.
Send us all the $1 million gifts. No, but it's a great way to participate and be part of something bigger. And I think, you know, as I said at the beginning of this interview, that's so emblematic of what education is, that everyone can make a difference in their own way. And I think as we come together and we show, hey, we want to support our educators, this is a perfect opportunity to do that.
It really is. It's almost a thank you to past educators and future educators. And so really an important thing to give back to, but also you all have several different ways where you can decide what part you want to invest in the School of Education. Kelly, thank you so much. It's been so exciting talking to you. I can't wait to see who all found the green apples. I do want to ask you real quick if you can tell everyone how they can follow along on social media with you all.
Oh my gosh, yes. So our handle is at Ole Miss Ed School. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and you can follow our progress on givingday.olemiss.edu.
Yeah,
and
keep in contact with everything going on.
Yes, yes. And if you are on campus tomorrow, I will plug that we are having an ice cream social, SOE show. We have to play on that. So starting 3:30 tomorrow, folks could come by. We're going to have little grab-and-go ice cream treats, and it's a way for all of us to come together and celebrate the end of Giving Day. Look at the final results and hope that we can really max out our potential for this year and just have a fun time closing out Giving Day 2025.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that. We're going to be live for a few more hours today, but then we're going to be live tomorrow. Giving Day is not over tomorrow, so maybe stop by the School of Ed and get you some afternoon ice cream.
Yes.
Kelly, thank you so much. Stick with us. We have much more content after this short break.
What's that I spy? A golden little statement piece could spice up your life. Your 8 a.m. lecture crush won't be able to keep their eyes off you with this shiny red and gold Lyceum lapel pin dazzling in the fluorescent lights of the classroom. All it takes is a monthly recurring donation. Just select recurring at checkout and this fine piece of jewelry is all yours.
The University of Mississippi Museum and Historic Houses boast the largest collection of fine arts and artifacts as any academic museum in the state of Mississippi. Situated on the university's campus, the museum offers visitors a rich, diverse range of exhibitions that highlight both historical and contemporary works of art, along with fascinating cultural artifacts. With its expansive collection, the museum serves as a vital resource for academic exploration and community engagement, offering a space for reflection, learning, and discovery. From American and European paintings to archaeological treasures and decorative arts, the University Museum is a cultural gem that enriches the intellectual and creative life of the university and beyond. You can support the University Museum today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards. The more you know.
The Writing Center at Ole Miss, your writing sidekick.
The Writing Center offers free writing consultation services to all University of Mississippi students, providing invaluable support throughout the writing process. Our highly trained peer consultants collaborate with students on projects all across different disciplines, helping them at any stage of composition, whether they're brainstorming ideas, drafting, revising, or polishing final drafts. With a focus on personalized feedback and guidance, our consultants empower students to develop their writing skills, enhance their confidence, and improve the clarity and coherence of their work. Whether for essays, research papers, creative writing, or any other written assignment, the Writing Center is a welcoming space where students can receive constructive feedback and grow as writers. You can support the Writing Center today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all other major credit cards.
Welcome back again, Revs, for Giving Day 2025. We have two amazing students from the Croft Institute here. I would love to learn more about y'all. If you could introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about you.
Yeah, of course. My name is Thais. I am a sophomore. My hometown, I am originally from Japan. I grew up in Japan for 10 years, and then I moved to Tupelo, Mississippi. I'm in Croft Institute, and I am doing Spanish and Japanese, and my thematic concentration is business.
I'm Preston Kennedy from Birmingham, Alabama, born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama. My major of focus is Italian, so I was able to study Italian for a year, which is pretty nice. I've had no previous language experience, so for those out there, if you're wondering if you need language experience to come to Croft, you absolutely do not. So yeah, came here because of Croft.
Me too.
So I was reading both of your bios, and I was absolutely blown away. You have such an impressive and diverse background. So what has Ole Miss meant to you, you know, taking your background and kind of integrating it here at the Croft Institute?
Well, I mean, for me, I mean, Ole Miss is just, you know, it's nice being able to go to, you know, being from Birmingham and being so close to home. It's nice to have a university and a program that offers the opportunities of not just a college experience, but a global experience. You know, I came to Ole Miss because of Croft. And, you know, the whole idea of Croft is giving students the tools that they need to allow them to go study abroad and see the world. Yeah. And we're here to talk a little bit about the Metcalf Scholarship to get into that.
Yeah, I mean, going off of what Preston said, that is like Croft is the main reason why I came here. Being a multilingual student, it has helped me with like my, you know, language skills. I mean, the culture, just learning and just being able to go abroad. It's just very, I don't know, like.
There's nothing like it.
Yeah, I mean,
there's nothing like it. Really.
I love that idea.
Being able to integrate yourself into a whole new world, see whole new things, try whole new foods. Speak to whole new people, and just have that understanding that you'd never be able to if you only spoke English.
Yeah, that's amazing, and I'm super jealous. I want to be a part of this, you guys. So how has being a part of the Croft Institute enhanced your academic experience? You've kind of touched on that a little bit, but also how has it prepared you for a career in international studies?
Oh, well, like what's cool about Croft is that it's the customizability of the program. Essentially what they do is they sit you down and they say, it's very intimate, you know, because they allow you to choose what language you want. They allow you to choose what focus you want, whether it's business or anthropology, like cultural identity, or international governance and politics, which is what I chose. You can literally, the world is your oyster, right? The world is yours. That's our quote. That's our thing. And so it's cool that they give us that customizability, that they let us choose what language we want, where we want to go, what focus we want to have, and even the regional classes, right? We don't just learn about our languages. We learn about East Asia, we can learn about South America, we can learn about Europe, we can learn about Africa, we can learn about other global perspectives. And there is no other program that I've seen that offers that caliber of teaching, of material.
And also, like, our professors, I mean, they're amazing. They're all from diverse backgrounds. The Japanese professor, I mean, she's from Japan, so we're getting that, you know, a first-hand experience and, like, learning from her. Or like the Chinese language program. There's like just so many professors.
There's too much to.
Yeah.
It's hard. You can't really reduce it all into a 5-minute elevator pitch.
But
that's what's great about it.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like there are so many limitless opportunities at the Croft Institute. Do y'all have maybe a favorite memory or a favorite trip or something that will stick with you for the rest of your life that you got from the Croft Institute, your time there?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I haven't been abroad, so I can't really speak on abroad yet, but for first years, we always have Croft Retreat, and oh my gosh, I was a mentor this year, and it was so fun being able to mentor these freshmen. I mean, they're so new to this, and then we're just all
a community. It's a sense of community.
It's a family. So
sounds kind of culty, doesn't it?
No, it sounds like something that a lot of people want to be a part of. So thank you so much for sharing that. Did you have a favorite memory?
Oh yeah, well, I'm just saying, you know, because, you know, in the spirit of Giving Day and talking about my study abroad experiences, what I would like to promote is the Metcalf Study Abroad Scholarship that allows students to go abroad and have these experiences. It's an endowment that allows students that may not be as fortunate. It gives them the resources that they need to go abroad and allow them to pay for, you know, room, board, and for the programs, because going abroad's expensive, y'all. It's hard, especially if you're going for a year, and some students may have difficulty with finding a place to stay if you're not, you know, in a student dorm. So this Metcalf Scholarship is instrumental, literally instrumental, for a lot of students to be able to go abroad and have experiences like I've had. Being abroad has been the singular most transformative experience. It has been the most transformative experience of my life. I don't say that lightly. Like, coming to this school and giving me all these opportunities to learn another language, be able to communicate with a whole other culture, be able to literally throw myself into a whole other world. Like, I had to go through immigration papers. I had to do all this identification stuff.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
This whole program really gives tools to students that that want to go abroad and that want to see the world. And, you know, the world's big. There's a lot of places to go, and this
So
Metcalf
big.
Scholarship is absolutely instrumental in doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the spirit of giving and Giving Day, how has donor support, especially through Today Like Giving Day, helped enrich your experience at the Croft Institute and contributed to your academic and professional growth?
You go for it. After you. I already talked a lot. So.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I mean, touching on what Preston said, he basically said it all. I mean, it's just giving us an opportunity, and it's like an investment in our future. It's investing in our future, and I mean, the world is so big, and there's just so many things to learn. So having that scholarship will help us enhance and just be able to get where we need to be, if that makes sense.
And not just where you need to be, but where you can go past that. Right? With this,
The sky is limitless.
It is limitless.
That's good.
Like our motto is the world is yours, and seriously, if you're able to navigate public transportation in the country,
Oh my gosh.
it's instrumental. It's instrumental.
I've tried to do it, and it was the most difficult thing of my life.
Oh, yeah, it's impossible.
I know we talked a little bit about this off camera, but there's a little fun competition going on, and we talked to the Trent Lot leadership earlier this morning, and they kind of brought you guys up. But tell me a little bit about how fun it's been to have a friendly competition with them, where you guys stand.
I don't really know anything about Lot.
Me neither. I mean,
I took one class from the Lot Institute.
Really?
And it was a poli-sci class, but I don't know. The scope was a little narrow for my liking. But you know, that's to each their own. I don't really know much about Lot. Don't really know about
There's
him.
clearly big competition going on here, if you can't tell.
I missed it. I missed that bit.
Okay, so it's all about Croft is what we're hearing, so.
Oh, yeah.
All right, before we let you two go, I want to ask, is there anything we didn't talk about, any key message you want the audience, donors to know, alumni, about the Croft Institute?
What do you think, Dice?
It's just invest in us, you know? Invest in our future, invest. I mean, that's all that we can do. I mean, you know, the sky is limitless, so we want to go past that.
I mean, it's really interesting because how can you quantify an experience like studying abroad?
Yeah, I mean, there's
you can't really
just
quantify
not a
it.
perfect word for it. There's just, oh my
But
gosh.
it's beautiful. I love this program. This program has literally made a world of a difference to me.
Yeah.
And for all those that are interested in helping a program like this, I say why not?
Why
And
not?
it's been, I mean, Tice is going to figure it out, but I'm going to tell you from first-hand experience, it has been the most incredible experience of my life to be able to be a part of not just Croft, but have the opportunity to study abroad, which so many other programs at school don't do that.
Yeah.
Right? It's very unique in that regard.
Yeah. And before we even go abroad, I mean, Croft is already given that, you know, community, the sense of a community.
For sure.
And being able to be around the same minded like people is just so helpful. I mean, you want to go, you know.
Iron sharpens iron, man. Steel sharpens steel.
That's wonderful. Well, you two are clearly incredible students here at the University of Mississippi. We are blessed to have you today
Thank you.
and as students for the past few years. So we are going to take a quick commercial break, but thank you both so much for speaking
Thank you
with
guys so
us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And stick with us because Marvis has a wonderful interview for you coming up next.
Hello, Ole Miss, and welcome back to Walking with Champions. I'm your host, Lucas Sweeney, and today we are joined with the newly crowned Miss University, Mackenzie Cox. Thank you so much for joining us, Mackenzie. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, we're just gonna jump right into it. Could you just tell us what made you decide to enter the Miss University competition?
Well, this has been something that has been on my mind since I was thinking about coming to Ole Miss. I've seen the legacy that Miss Universities in the past have had on this campus and the way that it really lets you contribute to the place that's become home to me, and I wanted to be a part of that. So really thankful that it worked out that way.
Yeah, nice. All right, and then what are some of the things that you're kind of looking forward to doing during your time as Miss University?
It's a lot of really unique opportunities. My biggest goal for the year is just to get as hands-on as possible in serving this university. A lot of ways I get to do that. I've really enjoyed going to school visits so far, meeting with our administrators, but a passion of mine is promoting access to nutritious foods across Mississippi. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to working on this year in our community.
Okay, and is that your community service initiative?
Yes, it is. So it's called Sharing Food, Sharing Hope, and it's all about changing how we interact with our food system. So I get to work on that through policy, like targeting the Mississippi State grocery tax, also collecting and redistributing food into areas of need, like with our campus partners, Grove Grocery. It's been a great experience so far.
All right, very cool. And then how are you preparing?
Oh, we have a visitor.
Oh, hello, Starship. Very nice. Always a pleasure.
It's not a walk through the Grove without a Starship.
Oh, no. Okay. And then could you just tell us, how are you preparing for the Miss Mississippi competition this upcoming summer?
Okay, well, I'm a big believer that the best way to prepare for something is to do the job. So I'm really lucky that as a title holder, I get to serve this community. I'm always seeking out opportunities for personal and professional development, performance opportunities, and just way to get involved here at Ole Miss. So just trying to do the best that I can to represent our great university in Vicksburg this summer.
All right, fantastic. Well, that is all I have for you today. Before we sign off, is there anything else you want to tell the people at home?
Hotty toddy, what a great day to be walking through the most beautiful college campus in America.
Exactly, hotty toddy, guys. And once again, Mackenzie, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. And guys, at home, do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to stay up to date with all the new episodes of Walking with Champions. We'll catch you guys on the next one.
See ya.
Peace.
Welcome back to Giving Day 2025. Joining us now are Hannah Grace Crane and Hannah Levy. They're both students from the Center for Intelligence and Security Studies here at Ole Miss. And I was just telling y'all, I recently was looking more and talking more with a lot of the professors over at the center. So to start, Hannah and then Hannah Grace, can you both introduce yourselves? Tell us a little bit about you, where you're from, and how you ended up here at Ole Miss.
Sure. So hi, I'm Hannah Levy. I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a freshman here, and I ended up at Ole Miss because I really loved how beautiful it is here and the academic opportunities that you get here, especially with the center.
Hi, my name is Hannah Grace Crane. I'm from Hernando, Mississippi. I'm a junior. I'm majoring in psychology, and then I'm also minoring in intelligence and security studies. And my family, from a big Ole Miss family. My parents went here, met here, and so I've spent my whole life here on campus. And so I was really drawn to Ole Miss by the traditions that I could combine with the opportunities.
Well, I love to hear that. I mean, having that Ole Miss family, I already know that they know the magic that happens here at the state flagship on this campus. It's beautiful, but it's also, as you mentioned, has that academic rigor. And speaking of rigor, when I think of intel and security studies, I think, this is going to be a serious course track, a degree track for people. Hannah, first, I guess, what kind of led you to pursue it, studying in the, intelligence and security studies at Ole Miss?
So I was looking at all of the minors offered here, and it really stood out, and I kept coming back to it because it was so unique, because not a lot of other schools have a minor in intelligence and security studies. And then I was taking the intro class because you have to apply into one of the minors, the other you don't. And I was speaking with the professor who oversees the minor, and they were willing to be so flexible to work with my schedule, because I'm doing a year and a half abroad, and so I have to take the classes a little out of order to get everything done, but that's the flexibility that a small minor offers, and they've been really great about working with me on that.
Yeah, and Hannah Grace, I guess for you, what maybe drew you to this program specifically? I mean, having a minor in this, do you plan to maybe pursue a job or maybe explore maybe a job in that field?
Absolutely. I've been interested in a job in the U.S. intelligence community for a long time. In fact, so much so that when I found out about the ISS program here at Ole Miss, that was a pull factor to Ole Miss for me. So I found out about it before I came. But just to echo what you were saying, our faculty is so hands-on with us and intentional. I mean, we have just great coursework and instructors. And the fact that it was a minor and not a major means that we can produce a really well-rounded student. You could study anything. There is no magic major for a career in intelligence and security. And so you could, study anything, accounting or psychology, and combine it. And so it does help when students need a more flexible, course schedule, but it also helps create a well-rounded student and then also a well-rounded community as well. Our students are majoring in a variety of things, and so it means that we have a variety of perspectives.
Yeah, bringing that perspective really is key. And I mean, when you want intel, you got to have some of the sharpest minds and some of the minds that understand other areas outside of their own. Have you all already maybe worked on a project or had an interesting maybe research or experience, even class, that maybe stands out for your experience already, or maybe even an event put on by the center?
Do you want to answer first?
Okay. So I'm currently working on some research, and as a part of that, I'm using open source intelligence, which my current professor has been helping me develop and helping me find the different sources for it.
Yeah.
It's been really great to have the faculty support.
Yeah, and really leading you to know how to work with the data and look at it and, review it and really get into that. So, I mean, that is so interesting to me. I've always been interested in this minor and in this field, whether it be someone who's like, I've always wanted to work for the CIA or the State Department or something of the sort. I love my spy movies too now. I kind of have looked at that as well, but seeing you all get to work on that, I guess, can you tell me a little bit about the skills that you all have gained already, just being able to work with such an amazing staff or faculty and really be able to learn more about the intelligence and securities community?
Our staff, as I mentioned, they each have very impressive resumes. It's really interesting to find professionals who are also such great educators is really rare, and we're really fortunate to have that in the center. The things that our program, focuses on teaching, the mission of our program is to obviously equip the future national security and intelligence personnel of our country. And so that includes developing the writing and reading skills necessary, the research skills necessary, and also the interpersonal communication and teamwork skills necessary. So our students learn to research, they learn to write, they learn to brief, they learn to work in teams. One of our biggest events is Days of Intrigue, which is a big simulation where we all are split into teams and have to work together, and then also with agency professionals to come up with a cohesive, what we call a situation assessment. And so we really provide students with the opportunity to gain interpersonal but also personal development skills.
Yeah, I was talking with Dr. Zerba over at Intelligence and Security Studies, and she was telling me about that. I mean, really getting to work with that simulation she mentioned for Days of Intrigue. They're working with a potentially real world crisis, but you have people that have had that experience in the intelligence community guiding you, maybe critiquing you, maybe praising you, and then even being able to network with them over that weekend that they're here in Oxford, Mississippi, you know, giving that experience that is just so invaluable. So we're wrapping up now, but I want to make sure that I ask the question that's one of my favorite. For people maybe who are considering giving this Giving Day, why would you say it would be important to give today?
Honestly, the center has given me so much like skills and education and connection with really impressive alumni in the field I hope to work in. And any donation to the center would be greatly appreciated because it would help fund all of the amazing activities we do that helps build such a well-rounded student that the career we're going towards really values.
Oh, yeah.
Any gift from any donor is going towards future security professionals. And so that is just, I mean, I'm so proud that our university offers that. Donations go towards giving students opportunities to attend conferences, opportunities to network with professionals and get those skills. And so, you know, you could be donating directly to someone's future career or, you know, having them meet somebody who they end up working for one day. And so really, yes, any gift that is given to our center, it does go directly to our students and helping us provide a competitive educational experience that just helps Ole Miss and the SEC become a beacon for coursework and a career like this.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's so important to support students, but if you value your own security and value having one of the best intelligence communities here in the U.S., I would say it's time to give to the Center for Intelligence and Security Studies. You said it best. I mean, Hannah Grace right there is you're investing in the strength and the prosperity of the intelligence community here in the U.S. Y'all are so well spoken. Very great to speak with the students here from the Intelligence and Securities Studies community here at Ole Miss. One you may not have heard about, but one you can also find on givingday.olemiss.edu. Before we head into the break, I just want to remind you there's a couple challenges going on right now where you could triple your gift if you give to the Let's Book It Fund. So maybe you're giving $5. That can quickly turn into $15. Really a lot going on. So make sure you head over to givingday.olemiss.edu to give any gift, any size today for Giving Day. Hannah Grace, Hannah, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back after this short break.
Well, the excitement continues here for Giving Day 2025. Joining me now is Charlotte Parks, the Vice Chancellor for Development here at Ole Miss. How are you today?
Oh, great.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us. I want to ask you if you could tell us a little bit about the overall mission of the Office of Development here at Ole Miss and your role in advancing it.
Well, the mission is to raise funds for the university, and so whether it's for student scholarships or faculty programs, we raise money to support that. And I get to work with an incredible team. We have about 50 people that do everything from marketing to stewardship to actually asking people for money. We have lots of frontline fundraisers, so it's a great team.
That's amazing. What are some of the most significant fundraising goals for Ole Miss in the coming year?
We are in the final 3 months of our Now and Ever campaign for Ole Miss. It's a $1.5 billion campaign.
Wow.
And we have lots of departments and the college and the schools with goals that they're not quite there. So we have 3 months to bring in.
Can you share the significance of Giving Day for Ole Miss and how it impacts the university's mission?
It's a great, great day for just sharing all the different programs we have, all the different opportunities to give. It is a great way to bring in alumni and friends all over the country, far outside of Oxford, Mississippi. And it really helps just share what all is going on campus.
Absolutely. And what role does the Development Office play in fostering relationships between Ole Miss and its donors?
We try to make people aware of opportunities to get involved and engaged in different needs of the university and ways that people can help. We also want to make sure that when anybody gives, he or she feels very good about the way the money's being used, and they can see that it's needed and that students are benefiting. So we do lots of educating and stewarding, and we try to get people to come back to campus because that's the best way to see what's happening.
Absolutely. And to kind of piggyback off of that, what's the best way for alumni and supporters to get involved and contribute on Giving Day?
Well, go to the website and you can see all the different opportunities, all the different programs. You can choose whether you're interested in business or the Ole Miss Opportunity Book Fund. There are just an incredible number of different areas.
Yeah, and that website is givingday.olemiss.edu, so make sure to make your contributions there. How has Giving Day grown over the years, and what can we expect from this year's event?
It has gotten bigger every year. More and more people are involved, more and more people know about it, so we want to make sure this is the biggest, best year ever.
I agree. And what's your message to potential donors who may be considering giving for the first time during Giving Day?
Oh, we definitely want you to. It's really fun to actually give and see what happens, and we will be indebted to you, please.
And we've been reiterating all day, it doesn't matter how big the gift is.
No.
It could be $1, it could be $100, it could be $1,000.
Exactly.
Whatever you can afford to give is meaningful to every single school, institute, and program here at the University of Mississippi.
And we want you to give where it's important to you. If you're a business major and that's what you really want to support, do that.
Absolutely. Well, is there any key takeaway that you want anybody to know or anything that we maybe didn't talk about today?
No, the coverage has been wonderful. We've learned so much just by the people sitting right here and by the questions you've asked. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much. It's been a fantastic day of interviews, and we're so happy that you were able to be a part of it. So thank you for your time. And we are going to go to commercial, but when we come back, we're going to have a special surprise for you that you're not going to want to miss. So stick with us.
The Writing Center at Ole Miss, your writing sidekick. The Writing Center offers free writing consultation services to all University of Mississippi students, providing invaluable support throughout the writing process. Our highly trained peer consultants collaborate with students on projects all across different disciplines, helping them at any stage of composition, whether they're brainstorming ideas, drafting, revising, or polishing final drafts. With a focus on personalized feedback and guidance, our consultants empower students to develop their writing skills, enhance their confidence, and improve the clarity and coherence of their work. Whether for essays, research papers, creative writing, or any other written assignment, the Writing Center is a welcoming space where students can receive constructive feedback and grow as writers. You can support the Writing Center today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all other major credit cards.
Hello, I'm Nate Drury. I'm an exercise science major here at the University of Mississippi School of Applied Sciences.
At the School of Applied Sciences, our students are guaranteed real-world experience, turning their passion for helping others into a lifetime of career opportunities. Through internships, clinical and practicum experience, and service learning built into our curriculum, students have the opportunity to apply what they learn in the classroom to a practical setting. Our students find careers as researchers, social workers, FBI agents, speech pathologists, and hospitality managers, just to name a few. Graduates from the University of Mississippi School of Applied Sciences are improving the health and wellness of individuals and communities across the world. We invite you to support the School of Applied Sciences. Your gift will impact both current and future students, as well as what's to come for our school, including the upcoming renovation of the South Oxford Center. Make a gift or donate today by visiting the link on your screen below.
On Giving Day at Ole Miss, you have the special opportunity to make a meaningful impact and leave your mark by signing the turret at Ventures Hall when you give to the College of Liberal Arts. While renovations of the building restored Ventures Hall to its original Victorian splendor, this area was left alone and closed off, allowing the memories to live on. On Giving Day, you get the opportunity to leave your mark. Your donation supports the college's ongoing mission to provide exceptional education, research, and resources to students and faculty alike. By contributing, not only do you help enrich the academic experiences of those within the College of Liberal Arts, but you also become part of a long-lasting legacy at the heart of Ole Miss. Signing the turret is a unique way to celebrate your support and be a part of the community that values growth, knowledge, and the future of the university. Students will be chosen at random on Giving Day. You can support the College of Liberal Arts today by going to givingday.olemiss.edu. Making a gift is easy. You can give through Venmo, PayPal, Apple Pay, and all major credit cards.
The Ford Center hosts more than 150 events each year, and many of those events require the use of follow spots as an integral part of lighting a show. Our spotlights are now over 20 years old and must be replaced.
Light a rose, oh, light a rose, oh. Light a rose, I'm going in rose to get the sun back in my sky. Dream of a rose, about 1,000 kisses shy.
You can see from this video how an overall production is enhanced by lighting, specifically with the use of spotlights. Richard C. Ford Foundation and members of the Friends of the Ford Center are funding a Giving Day challenge to raise the money needed to purchase 3 new spotlights. Please respond to their challenge today to ensure that the Ford Center can continue to present high-quality performances that our audiences have come to expect.
Giving Day 2025, day one is nearly over, Jordan. It has been so fun, and we've heard from so many people, starting with the Chancellor Glenn Boyce, really speaking about that new Let's Book It Fund. And actually, while we're speaking about that, I want to kind of tell you all, don't forget there are some challenges that you can maximize your gifts. There is one where you want to get 15 donors. So once you have 15 donors, an extra $10,000 will go to the Let's Book It Fund. That's all the way up to $100,000. So I hope we get that $100,000 soon. If not today, we still got tomorrow. And so that is really, really helpful, because you give $10, your friend gives $100, your friend gives $5. Once you get 15, that extra $10,000 goes a long way. But I also love the Triple Your Impact challenge for the Let's Book It Fund. So that one is made possible by the Madison Charitable Foundation. They are matching 2 to 1 for every gift given. I've been trying to do this math every time, so I just want to keep trying. But you know, if you give $100, they're going to give $200. Now you've given $300 to the Let's Book It Fund, providing those books, those textbooks, those materials that you need for classes to make sure students have everything they need to be prepared here on campus. But we've heard about so much more. I mean, even from the performing arts here on campus, we heard from the School of Ed. You talked with Mr. and Miss Ole Miss, and it's just at the heart of Giving Day is one thing, and that is students. But we've also really heard how these donations also help the community here in Mississippi and Lafayette County and the world. Really, our students are making a big impact.
Absolutely. It's been such a special day to learn more about all these programs as well. Now, I want to talk about something kind of fun. It's the Funky's Happy Hour Leaderboard Challenge. So it's everybody's favorite time of the day. It's happy hour. From 5 to 7 p.m. tonight, the school or academic department with the most gifts will score an extra $500 thanks to our friends at Funky's. Now, give during this time and help your favorite program end up on top. Cheers to giving back. And to make your gift, visit givingday.olemiss.edu. We've said it a million times, so write it down, remember it. You can give a Venmo, Apple Pay, PayPal, any major credit card. So it's super, super easy to give this year. And don't forget, you can also become a monthly donor and keep the momentum going all year long.
Yes, so many exciting things happening at the University of Mississippi, and we have a full day of much more content coming up tomorrow. But before we leave and sign off for today, we want to leave you with something special. We have a student here, Jiwan Lee, and she's going to play us a little something special to end day one just right. Jiwan, take it away.